there was more excitement in round 6 of the 2015 Sinquefield Cup. Arch rivals Levon Aronian and Magnus Carlsen, the world champion, were only able to battle to a draw, while Fabiano Caruana got into a wretched position against the Russian Alexander Grishuk, and his time pressure derailed him as he's now knocked out of fighting for first place in the competition. The fabulous Frenchman Maxime Vachier-Lagrave was able to play a wonderful game against Vasilin Topolov, who had started the tournament well, but now has seen 2 losses in a row, and he's sitting back of the pack. But it was this gentleman, U.S. #1 Hikaru Nakamura, facing off against fellow American Wesley So. Nakamura, the player of the year so far, played an aggressive King's Indian and a scintillating attack ending in mate. He is now playing for all the marbles. Can anyone stop this young American? Round 7 coming up next.
Welcome everybody to the very busy St. Louis Chess Club. We are here moments away from starting round 7 of the 2015 Sinquefield Cup. It's going to be a very important round. We have some of the top scorers coming in. You see Vasilin Topolov here walking into the stage. Games are going to be great. Everybody's going to try to be getting their points. Aronian and Carlsen are leading, but there's plenty of tournament left. For more analysis, we go back to the studio with Jen and Yas.
Thank you, Alejandro. Welcome to round 7 of the 2015 Sinquefield Cup, where it seems right now like almost anyone can win. What do you think, Yasser?
Absolutely. We've got 5 tournament leaders, and we're getting to the championship round, so every single half a point is critical, both in this tournament standings as well as the Grand Chess Tour points.
That's right. Well, let's take a look at the standings right now, which were certainly shaken up a lot in the last couple rounds. We see our world champion Magnus Carlsen at the top with Levon Aronian, and just a half point behind, we have 3 players, all with very different tournaments: Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Hikaru Nakamura, and Anish Giri. In 6th place, Vasilin Topolov, not that excited, but Alexander Grishuk is on the rebound here. Meanwhile, Fabiano Caruana and Vichy Anand struggling to make anything in this tournament. And finally, Wesley So on the recipients' ends of so many brilliancies. Let's take a look at today's games. Almost every game today is key for our final standings. Magnus Carlsen playing against Alexander Grishuk, Hikaru Nakamura versus Levon Aronian, Vichy Anand versus Wesley So, Vasilin Topolov versus Anish Giri, and Fabiano Caruana is playing against MVL. And now we have Maurice for more on one of the most thrilling games I've ever commented on, and the key matchup of the day.
Well, yesterday's round was quite exciting, but none of the games more exciting than the game that Nakamura played against Wesley So. He had a blistering attack in that game, but he did miss one fine point, and this was his response when it was pointed out to him.
Oh, I couldn't make it work. Oh, that's kind of upsetting then.
Well, I didn't mean to upset you at all. You played a brilliant game. Your Bishop E3 just crushes. There's nothing you could do about it. But I was just curious if you had thought this looks just so inhuman.
No, I saw some lines with like I think later I saw some line where after like Bishop G3 or maybe it goes like Bishop D2 or something. I saw some H3 King H3 and like maybe it was Rook D1 and Queen F2 or I saw some kind of Queen F2 ideas, but I couldn't make them work. But yeah, okay, but Bishop E3 is good enough. So.
Bishop E3 is crushing. I mean, it's not good.
Yeah.
That one is made in 15. Bishop E3 is you're suffering.
Yeah.
And
well, Bishop E3 I think also is just winning.
It's just it's not even close. It's completely crushing, and it's the most natural human move to make. I'm just curious if you saw that line. A pretty line to be sure, and I know. I know. Well, he's going to have to clear his head and forget about that variation. Of course, his move was quite dominant, and he's just looking in for him now in the driver's seat, trying to catch the other players. But there's some key matchups this round that he'll have to consider. First of all, this one, world champion Magnus Carlsen, after a tough beginning in the first round, he's been on cruise control, but he'll have to face off against Alexander Grishuk, who had an even rougher beginning to his tournament, but since then has righted the ship and won a nice game yesterday against last year's winner, Fabiano Caruana. This should be a big matchup. But this is the one we're all going to keep our eyes on. Hikaru Nakamura, the player of the year so far, having won Gibraltar, having won Zurich, the U.S. Championship, played well in Norway, and now playing well in this tournament. He'll have to face off against Levon Aronian, who's had a tough year, but hasn't lost a game this whole tournament. This is a key matchup we'll keep our eyes on as round 7 of the Sinquefield Cup is set to begin.
Thank you, Maurice.
And now let's take a quick look at the Grand Chess Tour and how this exciting new tour works. Well, we've got 10 players, 3 tournaments, over $1 million in total prize money, a very unique time control with 40 moves in 2 hours, and the remainder of the game in 1 hour. That 30-second increment only begins from move 41. There are 3 tournaments in the inaugural tour: Norway Chess, Sinquefield Cup, and the London Chess Classic coming up in December. So this tour makes a tournament within a tournament. Not only are these guys playing to win the cup, they're also playing to win the tour, which has an additional $75K for first place. And Veselin Topalov was leading, of course, because he was the winner of Norway Chess, but who knows what will happen now. We have Magnus Carlsen, world champion, strolling in today. He's ready to see if he can continue his winning ways and take his second cup. Remember, he was the winner of the very first Sinquefield Cup, and sometimes it's hard to imagine this tournament's only been going on for 3 years because it seems like such a fixture. And of course, we've got a packed house today at the Chess Club because it's a Sunday. It's a beautiful day in the Central West End with drama and history in the making in this beautiful area.
Absolutely. I just want to say that we've seen some intriguing streaks in the event. Veselin Topalov getting off to a great start. Veselin Topalov, the winner of the Norway Cup. We were just thinking at a moment there, he had gone through the top of the batting order. He was going to play against the lower half of the field with 5 whites. Maurice and I were saying, gosh, if he wins this event, he's got the tour in hand. Since that time, he's actually experienced some setbacks. Then Levon Aronian having his own streak, undefeated as Maurice mentioned, and then the resurgent Magnus Carlsen coming seemingly, after the bad Norway experience. We were all questioning his form. Was he even going to slip out of the world's top ranking? Well, that argument got put to rest in a hurry, as Magnus Carlsen looks like the world champion of old, even though he's so young, of course, and he's putting his mark on the 2015 Sinquefield Cup.
And of course, the photographers all trying to get the money shot here.
Absolutely.
As we enter round 7, Vachier Anand has entered the club. Not having a great tournament, but always professional, always will be fighting. Because he did come in second in Norway Chess, so, for him, getting as many tour points as possible is key, because he's still got a fighting chance if he can climb up a little bit in this tournament and then perform well in London.
Exactly.
And that's what makes every event interesting. I mean, that's what's great about having the tournament within the tournament, that you still have that intrigue. So Anand's result here does matter.
Oh, without question. Without question. And again, we know the 2 key matchups there, Magnus Carlsen, Alexander Grishuk, Hikaru Nakamura, and Levon Aronian. But I will say, just take another look at that Topalov-Anish Gary game. Topalov needing a victory to come back. If he were to come back with a win today, that would get him right back up in the leaders. Right now, half a point ahead of Veselin Topalov is Anish Gary, and Anish is looking regal. Untouchable in Norway, undefeated so far here in the Sinquefield Cup as well. This young man can hold the position.
I thought you meant the purple. Regal.
I like that.
And when you have Fabiano Caruana jumping up the stairs. But I get a question. What do you think we're going to get with Nakamura Aronian in the opening? Because, of course, Nakamura can move with any of 4 hands.
Yes.
I mean, he could play your 4th favorite move, E4. for sure. And then we could get a Ruy Lopez. Or he could play a d4/c4, even knight f3. So today, what's your money on?
I'm more leaning that Hikaru is going to open with the queen pawn, d2, d4. But it's really guesswork at this point. I mean, it really depends upon his mood. Yesterday, he was just played a fantastic game. I mean, we're just seeing great games each and every round, and that's put him in a tremendous fighting mood. Maybe he feels like the Ruy Lopez and e4.
Look at that face by Magnus Carlsen. It looks so vacant. Is this like his strategy, like be completely vacant for the first five minutes before the game?
I know that far away look. I've seen it on almost all the faces of the world champion. They're actually thinking ahead about what their preparation is. Is he going to land the blow that he wants? Is he going to get the position he wants? Has he made the right preparation for this particular opponent? He's not thinking about the moment itself, rather he's thinking about where the position's going to lie 12 to 15 moves from now.
That's right. It's not the typical chess player face, that kind of, like, as you say, far away, vacant. But here he goes. And Levon Aronian has come to the board as well, and the game has begun. And what is Nakamura going to play? He's first going to adjust every single piece and hope that Levon doesn't try to call a flimsy application of the touch mover on him. And it looks like, is that an e4?
Just a second.
It looked like to me it was an e4.
It sure
is. That's
an
right.
E2, E4. I was wrong on that one. So it looks like we'll get a Ruy Lopez. Levon has been playing E7, E5 throughout his entire career. No reason.
Not 100% guarantee that Nakamura will play the Ruy Lopez. Very, very likely. I put it at about 80. But he has played some other openings.
Italian opening with Bishop C4, a little Scotch. Throws that in from time to time. I just want to point out that between them, Hikaru Nakamura and Levon Aronian have really killed one another. They have an incredible number of games, but 6 victories for Hikaru Nakamura versus 10 victories for Levon Aronian. That is a little bit because Levon got Hikaru many years ago, and recently, remember their match?
They here in St. Louis, that's
exactly, the Fischer Random match. Hikaru was dominant in that blitz and rapid match that they played against another. And we do have a Ruy Lopez, by the way, with A6.
He was dominant more in the blitz and rapid, right?
Yes.
And then it ended with the Fischer Random. Exactly. But in the classical games, they split.
Yes. And again, just in their classical matchup, 6-10. And again, shout out to Aviv Friedman for giving us all of those wonderful statistics. And look what we have. We have a knight off. It appears in the game between Magnus and Alexander Grishuk. Now,
that's exciting.
Yeah, in his game with Wesley So, that incredible game that Magnus won, Magnus played the English attack. And here he deviates.
And I was predicting a bishop e2 like move against like a g3 or a bishop e2 when he played against Wesley, and here he's using it against Alexander.
It's the delayed variation.
So I was right. Yeah.
You were right. And let me just again go down. The Topalov-Geary match is also very intriguing. 3-3 in their lifetime scores. Lots of draws. But what was interesting is Topalov was schooling the young boy Anish Giri in their earlier games, having jumped out to a 3-0 lifetime record. Recently, Anish has equalized their lifetime score at 3-3 apiece. So in the early stages, Veselin had gotten in his shots, but it's recently that Anish Giri has gotten given back in equal measure. So let me just bring some games up on my score sheet.
Yeah, let's do that. We've got an anti-Grunfeld here.
Right, knight f3 in the opening move by Veselin Topalov, fully aware that Anish Giri's favorite defensive choice, his #1 defense, is the Grunfeld, and there you have it, d7, d5. White's particular move order is designed to give him more options. For example, exactly at this moment, he could play c takes d5, knight takes d5. There are moves like queen b3, Also, queen a4 is popular, as well as e2, e4. All of these are designed to avoid playing the move d2, d4, which commits him to a mainline Grunfeld. And then, if he'd like, he can go right back to a mainline Grunfeld with d2, d4. Because of Veselin's particular move order, my suspicion is he's going to play to avoid a mainline. C takes d5, knight takes d5, g2, g3 was a early favorite of mine whenever I was facing the Grunfeld.
No love for the Grunfeld, huh?
No, I respected the Grunfeld.
That's the point.
That
yeah.
was the point. I respected the Grunfeld. I didn't like to get into those mainline discussions unless I really felt I was very well prepared.
And queen a4 check, another popular move that I
Exactly.
think you also like.
Exactly. Queen b3, queen a4 check, and e2, e4, g2, g3. There's a lot of choices that Veselin can decide upon, and he's just considering. You go through these, you recheck your files, your memory, and you just kind of check your own personal mood. What kind of game do you want? Do you want a real tactical slugfest early, or delay it and move into a strategic opening? So that's that game. Let me go to...
Yeah, we've got a number of very combative games today. Grunfeld, Sicilians, and did that Nakamura-Ronian game turn out into be a traditional Roy Lopez or some kind of anti-martial? Let's take a look.
Indeed. Levon has reached this position numerous times. In fact, against... let's just go from the very beginning. So a6, knight f6, castles, rook e1, bishop e7, rook e1, b5, bishop b3. This is Levon's preferred move order when he's black. He loves to essay the martial gambit with d7, d5 against c2, c3. The anti-martial gambit move a2, e4. Levon Aronian has faced this against Hikaru Nakamura. Now b5, b4. That's a little bit of a wrinkle there. By far the more popular move is rook b8, which Aronian has done often as bishop b7. a4, b4. Okay, let me just get here for a second. Okay, I just have to go backwards. a4, b4, d4, d7, d6. Then at the Sinquefield Cup last year, didn't Levon Aronian and Hikaru play this ending? Knight b d2. Oh, that was with e5 takes d4. I beg your pardon. Back here, Levon had...
yeah, it was very similar.
It was like a d7, d6. E5 takes d4, knight takes e5, and there was a knight d4, as I recall. Something
starting
like
with
this.
knight b d2.
Knight b d2.
Then after knight f d7, knight d4, and actually Nakamura went on to win that game, but that was 2 years ago at the Sinquefield Cup.
2 years ago. Oh,
that was the
they
weird
merged.
game where Levon did equalize, and then Nakamura had this knight d7 from out of the blue.
And winning an
blunder.
exchange. Yeah, the big blunder. So knight b d2, and I think there was some games by Mickey Adams and Vichy, amongst others, from this particular position. So both players are deeply in theory. Let me get an update on that game just a second. Yes, we've seen a few more moves. h7, h6, taking away the option of a knight g5, attacking the pawn on f7. So h7, h6, and this little move, bishop b3 to c4. At the moment, from White's point of view, he's undecided about the move knight c4, and this knight on d2, if it goes in the traditional way to f1 g3, may not be that effective on a g3. The move bishop c4 is designed to reduce black's options, I beg your pardon, on the king side, and sometimes this knight swings over here to the b3 square, eyeballing the square c5, which can't be protected by a pawn. So again, deeply in theory, let's move over to the game between world champion Magnus Carlsen and Alexander Grishuk. As we saw from the webcam, against the Najdorf, bishop e2 was Magnus's choice. e7, e5, the most combative move in this position, knight b3, bishop e7, bishop e3, bishop e6, queen d3. Okay. This move has actually become a little bit more popular. It was a game from this event, I think, between MVL and Vichy Anand, played earlier in the tournament, knight c6, and white castled kingside, and black was trying to get in the move d7, d5. That game, as I recall, ended in a draw, but white was for choice against Vichy MVL. So that game's still in the opening, and let me again take a peek. Yes, Veselin has gone into this e2, e4, knight takes c3, now b takes c3, and you're right back in the main line Grunfeld's after bishop g7, d4. But Veselin recaptured d takes c3, queen takes d1, king takes d1. We're in an ending. It looks like, why did white do this? Didn't he lose the right to castle? Yes and no. Without the queens, oftentimes the white king is perfectly okay in the center, whether it be on the e2 or even on the c2 square. Usually c2 is the choice as white quickly tries to play bishop f4 and bring his rooks into the center. For Grunfeld players, though, they don't fear this ending. They've worked out strategies that equalize, let's just put it that way.
Well, yeah, and we know that Anish doesn't lose a lot, so he's particularly good at defending these types of like slightly worse positions.
Slightly worse.
Grandmaster Maurice Ashley with some thoughts on the opening and the big matchup of the day.
Well, this is an interesting opening that's being played by Nakamura because Aronian has been on the black side of this before against none other than Magnus Carlsen, and he won that game. Okay, it was a rapid game, but still, he is comfortable in this line, and he is repeating it, wondering what Nakamura might have in store for him. This move, b4, instead of the traditional move, bishop to b7 in this position, was played, and d4, not the most popular move, but certainly one that a lot of players have played. D3 is the more popular. D6 is number one choice. And this endgame, white has been going for almost exclusively now. Now, white has an option here to play a move, bishop to g5, but the move Nakamura played is also just about as popular. And now h6 is played by Aronian. And in this position, Carlsen played a game a5 against Levon and was able to win that game in a recent matchup. But Hikaru decided to go for the other move Carlsen played, which lost for Carlsen. This is from 6 years ago. So you get to wonder what Nakamura has up his sleeves. Levon decided it doesn't matter. I'm going to continue with the move that I played in that game, bishop to d6, and they're going down that line right now. Intriguing reason. We'll try to figure out what's going on in the minds of Hikaru Nakamura as to why he's going into a position that his opponent has seen before.
A lot of experience for all of these players. It's really hard to catch them out of their comfort zone, so to speak. So Levon leaning into the board, trying to foresee what his opponent's preparation might be. I know that Levon has a great belief in black's position in these games, so he's probably feeling that whatever preparation Hikaru has prepared is only subtle and not enough to give him a significant advantage.
Well, it'll be interesting to see if Nakamura goes into the confessional booth again and reveals something about his intentions. One of my favorite things about Nakamura this tournament is how honest he's been in the confessional and direct.
Yeah.
Yesterday he said, "I'm going to meet him." So today we're going to see like how ambitious he is.
Right.
Hopefully he will make one of those confessions.
There you go. Just going around the horn, I see the game between Vichy Anand and Wesley So is a Berlin with d2, d3. And the players have reached this position after castles. Let me just point out why the move knight takes e5. You think, okay, this pawn is undefended. Well, be careful. You just got your hand caught in the cookie jar there. Queen d8 to d4 with a very powerful double attack against the f2 and f2 pawn and e5 knight will cost white material, so you don't want to do that. But the move castles does now set up knight takes e5 capture, rook e8, Vichy to play. The players who have been playing the black side of the Berlin aren't particularly unhappy about this position. Again, they do have the two bishops, and white has these white has doubled black's pawns. But that's not really a big deal. A lot of times, after, for example, let me just play a few moves: knight to c4, knight to d7, defending this pawn, bishop to e3. The bishop drops back to f8, and very often what black seeks to do is shut things down in the center with the move c6, c5, f7, f6, setting up a fortress-like position, and white has a very hard time showing an advantage in the games that I've witnessed. And again, let me just go back to the game of Hikaru Nakamura. We do have quite a number of more moves. Okay, where we left it h6, bishop c4, bishop d6. Okay, just refortifying this pawn on e5. In some cases, black essays the move knight a5 to fight for control over the c4 square. Bishop d6, a4, a5 by Hikaru. So you give and you get. The pawn on a5 crimps black from ever playing knight to a5. Secondly, this pawn on a6, pardon me, remains a weakness, but so does this pawn on a5. Many times, remember, I think it was the first Sinquefield Cup, Magnus Carlsen was on the white side of this position. He got outplayed by Levon Aronian, and the tables turned, and that was the game where Magnus needed to draw to clinch first.
And the 60K first prize, exactly.
And declined the draw offer. Maurice and I were like, whoa.
That was pretty amazing.
We felt an electrical thrill from that decision.
And that was the last classical game that Carlsen played before he became world champion.
Right.
Well, before
he went on to become to play the match with Vichy.
Right,
yeah.
so it felt like very epic, exactly.
Yeah. So this move, rook on d to e8, rook d8 to e8, I meant to say, you kind of think to yourself, well, wait a minute, Yasser, isn't that a violation of the rules of a strategy? We want to keep our rooks on the open file. Yes, we do. However, black has a very clear objective in mind. With the move rook e8, he wants to release his knights to do some prancing, but also this bishop on c8, he wants to play the move bishop e6 to execute a trade. I think it was against Magnus, by the way, that this pawn structure, bishop e6, bishop takes e6, f takes e6, occurred. But these pawns on e6 and e5 controlled a lot of important central squares. But that wasn't what Levon did in this case. He played rook e8, preparing that. Maurice, give us some insights into the opening of round 7.
Well, just another bit of nuance around this particular game. Again, Aronian has seen this position before, and now they've transposed into another Aronian game that he played against Karyakin, also back in 2009. It seems that the top players have decided that this line is quite innocuous, completely harmless for black. You almost have to play badly in order to lose. So again, we're surprised why Nakamura is in this position. Carlsen has played this game, this exact position, against Peter Leko, again back in 2009. Back in 2009, and he was not able to make any headway in that game either. So it's a surprising position to see Nakamura just blitz down into this particular setup. We're really interested to see what he has prepared, but he looks like he's thinking now in a position that he should have well known could have occurred on the board. A bit of a surprise to me that this is where he is, and he doesn't know exactly what to do in a position where he must have seen this before at home.
Oh, without question. And I guess he's just flipping in his mind which way to go. A crucial decision, in fact, is what Hikaru faces at the moment, a crucial strategic decision. One decision he could make is play the move b2, b3. Looks really good, because what you're going to do is you're going to fee and shadow your bishop, you're anticipating that the bishops get traded, and the knights come to c4. However, the position becomes very static after the move b2, b3. The second approach that Hikaru can take is to play the move knight b3. Now, in this case, he's eyeballing the c5 square, but also he wants to play bishop d2, c3, and try to open up the c file in his favor if he can manage that, and also to take possession of the c5 square. So I can understand his decision to consider the position for some time because the two different approaches are extremely different. So he just has to decide which approach he likes best.
Fascinating struggle and fascinating decision by Nakamura to go for that line. We're going to continue to see the logic of that. Meanwhile, let's take a look at this game between Carlsen and Grishuk, where we see a move that we've seen numerous times in this tournament. Grishuk also with white playing a knight d5. Normally, we mentioned that in the Sicilian, when we play knight d5, we would prefer to be able to take it back with a piece so that we can continue that pressure on the d file, on the d5 square and the d6 pawn. But sometimes you can't have everything in life. And so,
you can't get it all. Well,
and it's better than allowing black to play d5 himself. That's why white often plays knight d5s in these types of positions anyway.
Exactly. But I can't help but forcefully recall the game between Magnus and Wesley So. Remember that game where Wesley ended up capturing this pawn, and Magnus played the position of pawn down and was very happy to have the control of the light squares in return. That was a great game, and Topalov also was playing the black side, but there was this move where Topalov was, his opponent recovered the pawn very quickly, and Topalov equalized. So,
well, the interesting thing is a lot of times the queen is on d2, and we can play knight a5 in a key position. Here it's on d3, but if you're intending on sacrificing the pawn anyway with b5 and knight b6, then a lot of times you get to stick that knight on c6, which is something we see in a lot of these types of positions.
Well, again, let's just go through some moves for a second. We'll just put some moves on the board. b5 castles, not the only move, of course. Knight b6, knight c6, knight takes d5, knight c6, queen c7. I'm thinking after, for example, knight takes, queen takes, you'd really like to be able to play the move bishop f3, but watch out, you don't want to walk into e5, e4. Magnus, again, he played this type of position very, very well against Wesley So, but you'll recall that Wesley actually had an opportunity to turn the tables in that individual game that they played with one another.
If I were right here, I'd want to try to play bishop d5 and keep the two bishops, but I wonder if you could have interpolated knight takes e3 earlier. Worth checking the tactics on that. But first, let's go to Grandmaster Maurice Ashley for a memorable snippet.
Memorable snippet.
Well, we remember the last time these two players played each other, and that was in Norway 2015. Neither one of them had a memorable tournament, but Carlsen did get one nice punch in this position in Grishuk's extreme time pressure. We know he's used to getting to time pressure, but in this game it really cost him in the position f4. He had to play any other move than the one he did. E takes on f4, and after queen takes e8, bishop takes e8, he was hit by this shot. Bishop takes on f7. Thank you very much. You can't capture it because the pawn promotes. Bishop c6 check, king f2, and then he tried to survive this position, but after bishop d7, bishop g6, he realized that it's just all over because his king is going to penetrate, and there was nothing he could do. He avoided time pressure yesterday, and when we interviewed him, he said, yeah, it does feel good not to be in time pressure, and watch the other player be in time pressure as Caruana lost on time yesterday. He better watch out against Carlsen, or memories of Norway will come crashing on him.
Thank you, Maurice. And by the way, just some, I'm sure it's going to be a trivia question one day, but yesterday there were 3 decisive games. But all the decisive games, that the end note was different in each and every one. One player resigned, one player was checkmated, and one player lost on time.
Wow, that's incredible. Yeah,
Yeah, it's almost like a trivia question.
Lost on time, checkmate, and resign.
Those are the three ways you can lose a game, right? And we experienced all three in one round.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's kind of
So
like weird.
3 different ways to lose a chess game.
And we experienced.
But why are
every
you
single
looking at
way.
the glass half full? I mean, you're looking at the glass half empty. What about the fact that 3 people won the game in different ways?
There you go. And
That's
again,
a better way to look at it.
if you had told me that one of the players was going to lose on time in that Grishuk-Fabiano game, I'd have lost a lot of money because I would have figured it was Grishuk who was losing on time. But Sasha, in his interview after the game, did reassure us that he's actually won a game or two on time as his opponents have forfeited on the clock.
Of course, Bobby was totally lost in that position, though.
At the very end, yes.
So-
yes.
It means a little less, but I mean, plenty of people do that, especially at the amateur level, where they're losing and they just let their clock run out at some point.
It's
Not
kind of a
necessarily.
reprieve, from having to resign.
Yeah, not necessarily to be rude, just to be like, well, keep thinking until I see something. Don't see anything. And there
Oops,
you go.
I lost on time. After King takes one against Veselin Topalov, Anish Giri took a different tack. Normally speaking, you think, okay, having played G6, Black is going to develop his bishop to G7 on the long diagonal. Makes a lot of sense. But guess what? That long diagonal isn't that attractive. The pawns on B2 and C3, they're granite. The bishop would bite, and there would be nothing on the diagonal. So Anish takes a common yet different approach, F7, F6, and he sets up his central pawn on E5. And now knight D2. This knight, when you look at these pawns on F6 and E5, they're controlling all of these nice squares, G5 and D4. So the knight seeks greener pastures, plays knight to D2. From White's point of view, what White would like to see is the move bishop E6, bishop C4, trade, and suddenly this knight is actually doing some nice things. It can jump over on A5, disturb the opponent, and White's for choice here, king C2, rook D1. Notice that the dark square bishop on F8, by the way, is not as good as its colleague on E3.
But this takes a real master's touch to execute as White. It might look like not much. You have to really look more deeply into the position to see the types of things that you're telling us, Yasser.
Exactly.
Which is, yeah, because so many people who aren't endgame gurus just look at them and they're like,
Draw.
pretty equal.
Yeah.
Not even draw, but like they don't see these like little things that you see.
Right.
So I want you to elaborate on that more later. But right now we've got Grandmaster Alejandro Ramirez with a little bit on the most exciting openings of the day.
Okay.
And it is a good day for openings.
Hello everybody. Today is a very unusual day for this tournament. This is the first time that we have 3 king pawn openings, and they actually all resemble a Spanish structure. So we're going to take a little look about what that entails. Now, we're going to start in this game, which actually is one game that did not start as a Spanish. It started as a Sicilian, but as we can see from the structure and the position, it very strongly resembles a Spanish setup. This is the game between Caruana and MVL, and at this position, we have to try to understand what's going on. Because White has 2 pawns in the center, as opposed to Black's slightly more relegated pawns in the center, he holds a little bit of a space advantage, and this is what determines the entire game. Just because he has this couple of pawns up here, he's able to change the structure at his will and determine whether he wants to pressure the queen side, close the center, or open it up later with d takes e5, or focus on the king side, probably after closing down the center. This flexibility gives White a little bit of an edge, and it allows him to dictate where the game is going to go. The only reason that Black allows this kind of options is because he's extremely solid. It doesn't matter where White decides that he wants to attack, he's going to have a very strong position, his pieces are in good places, and he doesn't have any strong weaknesses. It's very hard for Caruana to say, I'm going to go directly for this, because there's nothing for him to latch onto. This is very different from a Sicilian or from more aggressive openings in which one side has a very clear plan. Here, Caruana has to be much more patient. Here we have the game between Nakamura and Aronian. And as mentioned, Nakamura went into a variation that's perhaps not the most testing, and it's a little bit of a mystery on why he's doing this. However, that being said, this is a very interesting position. It's very difficult to play for both players. I've had the pleasure of analyzing this structure plentifully, and it's just difficult to even make moves. The problem is that both sides are saddled with weaknesses. White's going to be pressuring e5 later in the game, and we can see that Aronian's already put his bishop on d6 and knight on c6 just to defend this pawn on e5. The pawn on b4, long-term problem for black. It's very difficult to defend. You don't want to push your pawn to c5 at any point because it would weaken too many light squares. Furthermore, this pawn on a6, already under attack by the bishop. It just seems like black has all these problems, but black's not the only one with problems in this position. This knight is attacking e4, which is surprisingly unpleasant to defend. This rook on a1 is going to be stuck long-term defending this pawn on a5, and overall it seems like it's difficult to develop, and it's very unclear where you beat all of your pieces. This bishop on b7, it's not clear if you want to stick it on b7, do you want to trade it off? This bishop on d6 would like to see better days by putting it on c5 and attacking this diagonal, but Aronian, a solid player, decides that he wants to defend the pawn on e5 instead. A lot of subtleties here. It's very difficult to maneuver your pieces around. This is more of an Aronian style position than a Nakamura one, which makes me wonder why the American decided to go for this. And last but not least, we got into one of the key matchups in chess theory, which is the Berlin type of positions. Now, this is not a Berlin endgame like we saw yesterday between MVL and Topalov. Instead, this is the kind of d3, early d3 Ruy Lopez, where white takes an early c6. And when you trade a knight for a bishop, or a bishop for a knight, the game changes dramatically. Here, strategically, the game has changed in every single way. Black has saddled with this double pawns in the c-file. He was going to have long-term problems with the pawn on e5. And in many cases, if this pawn trade ever occurs, white's going to be having 4 pawns on the king side against black's 3, and in an endgame that's a clear advantage because this 4 against 3 are not as strong. It's more difficult to create a pass pawn to queen later on in the game. On the other hand, similar to the other games, black has a very solid position. Here he also has the pair of bishops, and although it's difficult to develop all of his pieces immediately, it's very clear that it's difficult for white to try to create any active play. We're going to see how black tries to hold on to this position in the long term. It's always a little bit more pleasant to play for white, but black has very good chances of equalizing. Now, this is a very different tone than we've seen in the past few rounds, where black has been trying to be very active, go for the throat, kind of the way the Nakamura did yesterday against Wesley So. This is more of a quiet, solid positional approach, which suits most of the black players that we have in these boards. So, I hope you enjoyed this little explanation of the Ruy Lopez structures, and back to you, Jen and Yas.
Thank you, Alejandro.
Thank you, Alejandro. Yeah. I just wanted to say that Fabiano is really fantastic in these Ruy Lopez structures, which Alejandro was sharing. However, I'm not a very big fan of the position that he has at this exact moment. White has a space edge, but the position is so blocked, I tend to think that black has equalized. I think the best move for MVL, who's having a very good tournament, by the way, is rook b8 to a8, defending this bishop and setting white up for a cheapo. You can't grab the pawn because you don't have time to grab the rook. Your queen's hanging. And if you grab the bishop, then you lose a rook. So rook a8 is setting up ideas of b5, b4, and I just feel that MVL should be pleased with the outcome of this opening.
The most frequent visitor to the confessional booth, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, so must be good. But you said that Fabiano was fantastic at these positions. I think it's written in our
Lopez, yeah.
I think it's in our contract that we're not allowed to use Fabiano and fantastic. It has to be fabulous every time.
Okay, thanks for that.
I mean, how many times last year did we say fabulous Fabiano?
Well, when you go on a 7-0 streak, you deserve all the accolades you can get.
And now in this tournament, we're just trying to keep himself in the top 10 players in the world and await for better days.
True. So I think Maurice was actually going to share with us some insights that he's found as round 7 gets underway. Maurice.
Well, again, that critical matchup between Aronian and Nakamura, This opening we mentioned had been seen a few times before, and Nakamura came up with a move, bishop to d3 in this position. I say came up with it, but in fact, this had been seen before in a correspondence game. Yeah, when they still did those, and actually they still do, in the age of computers, analysis engines that can look deeper and deeper, correspondence players are still thriving, and they're able to use these engines in order to analyze, and still the best correspondence players show that the symbiosis between man and machine is an interesting one, and they come up with some deep, deep innovations and ideas. Is this what Nakamura had prepared, the move bishop to d3, a move that had been played back in 09, not played by the top practical players, the ones who play over the board chess? We will see whether or not he thinks that this wrinkle, which, by the way, in this game, black won. So again, Nakamura going down lines where black was the one who came out on top. Interesting to see this choice by him. We'll see what he's got up his sleeve as this game continues. Critical round matchup between these two top players.
Thank you, Maurice. Again, although the position's very closed, it does make a strange impression, doesn't it? That if you consider White's last few moves, there's bishop on b3, looking good on this diagonal, controlling a very important key square in the middle of the board, d5. But if you just flash forward a number of moves, that's the first move of the bishop, another move of the bishop, bishop b3 to c4, I meant to say, and then another move of the bishop. These moves, you're taking time to tempi to reposition the bishop, not necessarily to what optically looks like a better square, the d3 square. I would say that black should be very satisfied with the outcome, and maybe it's time for him to start his own little prancing. And I would think a move like knight d7, for example. So the idea is White wants to secure his bishop on d3. Well, I'm going to disturb you. I'm going to play knight d7 to c5. And, for example, after knight b3, knight c5, knight takes c5, bishop takes c5. Black's bishop looks pretty good on the c5 square. Overall, I think the position's objectively even, but it does make a strange impression to my eyes to see the many tempi that Hikaru is using to reposition his bishop. Maurice.
Yes, absolutely. That does look fascinating. And, when you think about yesterday's game, Hikaru Nakamura, even though he's become a more solid player as this past year's results have shown, and the kind of style he has where he said, you know what, if I just don't lose, then I'm going to have good results. And he's proven that to be a great strategy. Yesterday's game, though, harkened back to his old style, and he was all about the win and all about aggression. And then the last matchup between these two players in Norway, it was exactly the same. Remember this one from round 9 of the event, Hikaru with the black pieces. And you see this formation for White, not much to write home about, a standard English formation here. And Hikaru said, well, guess what? I like to attack. And he played in his style with h5, d4, h4 in this position. Ignoring the demonstration here for his own was Levon. And after knight bd7, c5, bishop f5, bishop to b2, players just developing pieces, but already the game was very busy with h3. And you can see it's just a wild maelstrom on the board, total chaos in the position. Hikaru was able to go on and win this game, but this is the kind of position you would think he likes. This one we have on the board now? Probably not so much. And I think Levon thinks that, hey, it's a solid position. I don't know what he's got. If I play good moves, I should be okay.
Meanwhile, in our Carlsen-Grisha game,
Yep.
We have an interesting wrinkle. So we've seen this knight d5, and it almost seems like instinctual. Black captures it, or
Right away.
yeah, and then starts hammering the d pawn and saying, thank you. Maybe I can even play f5 later. But here, Grisha took the opportunity to castle because this is a little bit different than usual. Usually, White has castled queenside by now and can just play knight e7 check and queen takes d6.
Right.
Because that's not possible here, note that if we try to do knight takes e7 and then castle queenside, well, we've talked about this before, if black is able to get that key move in with d5, without anything bad happening.
Yeah.
Black actually turns the table and ends up usually getting the better of it.
Right.
This might be a little bit different because, Black doesn't have the 2 bishops, but it still seems like a very important break for Black, and hard to think that White would be happy with this outcome.
Right.
So,
well, this was a very key moment. This move, castles by Grishuk. Again, usually Black is quick to eliminate, just a second, Black is usually quick to eliminate this knight and force the pawn to occupy d5 for all of the reasons that we've spoken about. After the move castles, Grishuk has given his opponent a completely different type of position that he could go for. He could just go for a solid 2 bishops, knight takes e7 check, queen takes e7. Now again, you have mentioned the move d5. So you could play c2, c4, trying to set up a kind of a Maurice structure. I suspect the drawback is that Black, having a slight lead in development, could counterpunch his way with d5, although that is not a very clear position. Another thing that White could do in this position after trading is set up with this move, knight a, well, pardon me, you got a castle first, and I wanted to say knight to a5. Again, keeping the d file open for a time being. You got a castle first. So an intriguing moment here for Magnus that he could just go for straight 2 bishops, or one of those positions that we've seen him play, like against Wesley So. This takes, and this, again, recalling this knight b6 takes d5 maneuver.
Well, Grishuk at least seems to be well prepared in this game, and hopefully he woke up on time. We know there's time pressure on the board, and we certainly know in the 2015 Sinquefield Cup, but there's also time pressure sometimes off the board. And Alexander Grishuk talked about that a little bit yesterday in his post-game interview with Maurice Ashley.
50 seconds left on the clock, and he has to make 2 more moves.
Bishop e3 would be a big mistake. Rook g7 check he has played.
And no time on the clock for Fabiano to find his next move. He's got only 6 seconds.
6 seconds. Is he
I
gonna
can't
actually
see him
flag?
finding any
2,
move. It's got to be a blunder.
1, 0. Did
He missed
he
it.
flagged.
He flagged.
Fabiano Caruana has flagged the first checkmate and the first flag of the tournament.
Today's game was crazy. Did you anticipate that he would attack you with the pawns the way he did? All those moves, they just look scary.
Yeah, I think it's actually finally a good game by me. The thing is, I prepared like 10 hours yesterday, and I actually almost overslept the game. My alarms were not, I mean, they were buzzing, but I was not waking up, and I just woke up just by myself half an hour before the game.
Welcome back. So you got to set lots of alarms and do the old school wake up call as well.
Well, one of the things, in one of his interviews, Grishuk said that, on his free day, he'd prepared for 10 hours, right? 10 hours. And I was just thinking about that. How intimidating is that to think that your opponent has been preparing for you, just you, and only you for 10 hours, one of the world's top players preparing 10 hours for your game. I find that an intimidating thought.
I'd be just as intimidated by the 10 hours preparation coupled with 10 hours of beauty sleep.
There you go.
Alexander Grishuk with all that sleep, that's brutal. Well, we do have a special guest, Joe Reinman, who is the CEO and president of Kataman Metals, is with Maurice Ashley to talk about why his company is involved with all the great things that the St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame are doing here.
With Joe Ryman of Kataman Metals. First of all, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
So you are a chess player yourself, yes? But why is it that you steered your company to come sponsor this particular event?
So I'm a very casual chess player, not on your level. But what I like about the chess club is I live here in the neighborhood, and I like that there's it brings in a lot of new diversity to the neighborhood. Not just age diversity, cultural diversity. A lot of smart people in the neighborhood. So I enjoy that when I'm walking the dog or getting a cup of coffee. It's nice to have this institution here in the neighborhood.
And you're sponsoring this event, but I'm sure you're involved in educational initiatives as well. What do you see as the benefits of chess for kids and schools in your city?
Sure. And I know you've written about this, so I know it's something near and dear to you. But
It is.
I like you. I think that the logic skills that young players grasp. I like the idea that chess teaches students to think 2, 3, 4, 5 steps ahead. It's not like poker. Poker's about to bluff. That's not real life. Real life.
Don't say that. Jennifer Shahade is here, and she's a big poker fan.
I know.
Might get us in trouble.
That's right. But in my experience, it's limited. It's a limited skill to bluff. But if you need, but in the real world, you need to know where you're going to be 3, 4, 5 steps ahead. And so I think that's such a valuable skill to be able to introduce young students.
Yeah, we don't like getting in trouble with Jennifer, so we're going to say 50. It's a push.
Okay, all right.
On that one. So you're a chess player again. I said that. Have you had a chance to play Rex yet?
No, I haven't had a chance to play Rex, but I did get the chance to play Garry Kasparov in an exhibit a few months ago here at the Chess Club. So probably that was certainly my most exciting moment.
You won, of course.
Of course, naturally.
Let's correct that. We know Gary might be watching. You know, Gary, you won.
That's right.
It's okay. I think we'll have Gary on the show soon.
To rebut, yes.
Yeah, to talk about that exact game. As a matter of fact, you did mention being a resident. Did you ever think that chess would be something that your city in the Central West End and your city of St. Louis is known for?
In our business, we do business in 35 different countries on 6 different continents.
I mean, first of all, look at this crowd. It's just incredible.
It's so incredible. But so I see chess everywhere I go. I love it, and to have it right here in St. Louis and have this crowd is just it's really amazing. Really exciting.
Well, we appreciate your sponsoring chess and your company showing that that organizations and corporations can see the benefits of chess.
Definitely.
And will put their money behind it. So
Definitely.
thank you very much.
Definitely.
Joe Ryman, CEO and President of Cattleman Metals, one of the visionary corporations seeing the benefits of chess in the United States. Guys?
I love it. And as long as you're not bluffing in sponsorship, that's the key thing.
That is key. Interesting development going on, by the way, in the game of Vichy and Wesley. So, if you don't mind, I'll just take a moment here to talk about Wesley for a second. Wesley, as we know, a very young, developing player, and his rise in the world of chess, I want to say it's both meteoric. It's been going up and up and up, but it's also been a steady and steep climb. And here he is on the world stage playing against the most elite players in the world, and his result has been poor, but his chess has not been poor. He's been very unlucky in a sense that as good as he's played, and he has played some good chess, his opponents have just been inspired.
Yeah, that's
so he's been
true.
victimized more than anything.
And I think this will be a huge learning experience for him.
Exactly.
Because some of the lines, like when Nakamura came downstairs yesterday, he was saying, Wesley obviously is a great player, but his depth of preparation might not be up to par in this field. I think Nakamura was suggesting when he talked about the evaluations of these King's Indian defenses where,
for example,
the computer would give a positive evaluation for white and you just had to look much deeper. And Wesley, of course, only 21 years old, is going to absorb information like that like a sponge.
Right.
And next time he plays against the King's Indian, I think we're going to see a very different result, even if he's playing against an elite player like Nakamura.
Well, exactly. Well, again, he's this really, really strong, world-class grandmaster, and he's had fantastic results against a lot of lesser players. But this is going to be an experience that he can only take and improve from. This is going to really make him a world-class chess star in the future. And as Hikaru pointed out, maybe insultingly or not, unintentionally, his preparation needs to improve. He needs to have just you can't take some position and just kind of flip it and say, oh, the computer likes it, so I'll play that. Whereas Hikaru, who's been playing King's Indian defense most of his career, has a really deep soulful understanding of the position, says, I don't care what the computer says. This is a very, very difficult position for the human player to play. I can just say that, Wesley, take this experience, learn from it. You're getting better and better and better.
And I've been watching. I've been watching actually some of the coverage from some of the websites on the Sinquefield Cup. I mean, there's just so much great stuff out there.
Sure.
I was watching a video of Jan Gustafsson where he was talking about Wesley So's loss in Aronian, and he quoted Peter Stedler as saying, "You never know whether you're going to get the bad Wesley or the good Wesley," referring to the fact that he's still quite unpredictable and can play fabulously, or can play a little bit less inspired, or not even less inspired,
fall
but less
into a poor position
Exactly.
and just not play that well. He is playing a five-time world champion, Viswanathan Anand, and I believe that in their individual matchups, let me just check this, I believe that they have only played one time and one time only, and Vichy won that game. So this is their second meeting. A2, A4 by Vichy.
Oh, and I should mention actually that Gary Kasparov was watching yesterday and had a number of tweets about Nakamura's beautiful victory. The first one was that he thought that the King's Indian requires the courage of your convictions and courage to ignore machine options. Then he pointed out, and then he pointed out that, you know, Gary, also a proponent of advanced chess, has played that before.
Right.
In a high-profile match against Topalov one time. He said that in chess, as in other areas of life, such as art and business, technology still requires and rewards human creativity instead of stifling it. So that perfect combination of the human and the machine that Nakamura showed us yesterday. And Gary actually had a number of other observations. He just obviously loved yesterday's game because he also said that the King's Indian splits grandmasters in a religious way. Many, like Yasser, he's calling you out, believe that it is unsound.
True.
Maybe so, but it's hard to prove at the board, especially if you're playing against somebody like Nakamura or
Gary Kasparov.
Gary Kasparov.
Exactly.
So wonderful to hear from Gary Kasparov, and of course, we are going to hear from Gary in the flesh later in this tournament. And
yes.
It's not that many more rounds up, so.
Yeah, he comes for the championship rounds. He likes to see when the players are really up against the wall.
That's right. And so if Gary's inspired, you guys should be too. Let's take a quick commercial break.
There's a weekend vacation, a one-tank trip in a nearby city you won't want to skip. St. Louis is the stop for non-stop fun. So much fun for your family, infinity plus a ton. There's museums full of art and super fun slides. Upside-down concretes, twisty, turny rides. Houses full of magic, some with butterflies. Gardens growing flowers, parks with giant eyes. St. Louis is the stop for non-stop fun. So much fun for your family, infinity plus a ton.
Healthcare in America is changing, evolving, and we're helping lead the transformation. Ascension is made up of physicians and other caregivers called to deliver compassionate, personalized care for all. As one of the largest providers of care in the country, our patients benefit from collaboration between hospitals, medical practices, and healthcare innovators nationwide. Ascension's faith-based heritage means we have a moral obligation to serve everyone, especially those who are struggling. Last year, we provided almost $2 billion in care for people living in poverty and for programs to help them. Whether it's in a hospital, a neighborhood clinic, a senior living facility, or at home, Ascension's care providers value every aspect of our patients' lives and health. We listen with respect to ensure every person we serve gets the right care for them. Personalized, compassionate, that's Ascension.
I'm Mike Matheny, manager of the Cardinals and chess fanatic. Many people don't know that St. Louis has a chess history as rich as its baseball. At the world-renowned chess club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, across from the World Chess Hall of Fame, our goal is to teach, play, and promote the sport. Come to the Central West End and experience all that chess has to offer.
Welcome back to the 2015 Sinquefield Cup. That is our ambassador, Mike Matheny, and a busy guy.
St. Louis Cardinals fan.
And he's got plenty of time to talk about chess, though, and we love to see him support that game because, like baseball, he believes that it builds character in young people to play chess at an early age, just like our previous guest.
Joe was saying.
Yeah, exactly. And to point out, he was talking about the difference between poker and chess. I mean, both of them are great life skills. I think the difference is that chess you can teach to young children, poker you can't. But for adults, one of the nice things about poker is it teaches you about finance and money and lots of practical things about people. To me, the big difference, having played both games so seriously, is that chess is more of like an art, and I think poker is like more practical people skills. Chess, I think it teaches you that flow experience and aesthetics that you can then apply to all other areas.
For me, poker has always been both a fast-moving game where decisions have to be made continuously and quickly, as well as a slow-moving game in the sense that sometimes you just don't see any action for hours and hours, whereas chess, you can really build up and concentrate for hours at a time, creating a work of art. By the way, in the game of Hikaru Nakamura and Levon Aronian, Levon did go for that repositioning of his knight that I suggested he would. He played the move knight d7, b3, knight c5, and again, it's sort of like, okay, white wanted to put his bishop on d3, he did, and now it's moved yet again. So a lot of tempi, but having said all of that, Hikaru has now committed himself to that b2, b3 position that I thought he was going to commit himself to long ago. And even though he's spent an awful lot of tempi moving around, his position is still just fine. I mean, we can see that what Hikaru wants to do is bring his bishop to b2. He wants this knight on d2, which is a bit passive, to one day jump to the square c4, and then all of his pieces will simply be focusing on this pawn on e5, and from Black's point of view, this bishop on d6 is a little passive as well. So still some problems to be solved by Levon. I think his position more or less balanced, but it's very unusual to see White spending like 8 moves, moving his bishop here, there, and everywhere, and not having been punished with a disadvantage for having moved his bishop so very often. Maurice, your thoughts?
Yes, but Yaz, I hear what you're saying, but the engines don't agree. Nah, you can't just move pieces around like that. And in fact, they think that Black right now is the one who's in control, that after the move f6, that Black has no worries at all, and it's White who has to come up with a plan, and White's a5 pawn will always be under pressure. Now, whether or not that's true, it looks as though Black does have solid pieces, not many active pieces, maybe not much even going on here, but it doesn't seem as though White has any pawn breaks that leave a good impression, and that's usually the measure of a position that has initiative, something that can open up well, or one that you have pieces ensconced on great squares. You look at White's position, he's back on this side, so is Black, and White doesn't seem to be going anywhere, especially anytime soon, although a knight might be able to get to the c4 square with some power, some potency. We'll see whether or not that happens. A game that we might not see much of is this one between Vasily Topolov and Anish Giri. This one looking quite tepid. Giri seems to be happy just to take draws when he has the black pieces to play very solidly. He's going to have to put a little bit of pressure on if he wants to rise to the top, but he's not going to risk anything in that game. But this board here is interesting. The game between Anand and Wesley So. Wesley's played this move b5. It seems to have surprised Anand for the moment. And so we'll see how Anand responds to this aggressive move. But it's this game that is really instructive and maybe among the richest of them all. The one between Karan and Vachier-Lagrave also qualifies. But this position here, we know exchanges are committal moves in chess. You exchange a piece, it changes the geography of the board, the distribution of the pieces, and especially this trade, bishop takes knight. When you trade a bishop for a knight, that's That's one of the most important, if not the most important exchange that is in chess, in my opinion. Bishop takes knight, because it creates a severe imbalance on the board. Take a look at this, 4 pawns to 3, but white has 4 to 3 on this side. So that means one side will be attacking on this side, on the left side of the board, that is white, and black will be attacking on the other side. Black first played rook c8 to somehow get a little bit of control over these squares, but that did not deter Magnus from playing c4. So what did Grischuk do? Knight to e8, and now it's his turn to advance with f4 and f5 and potentially e4 and get his action going. So this one will be really interesting and super important for the standings as Magnus stares down the board. That's not a typical Magnus pose that I've seen. I mean, he is definitely serious about this position. He knows it's a rich one, and who knows what's going on in the inner workings of the mind of this young champion. We'll see what he's got planned in the next few moves.
Thank you, Maurice. And just to feed off your referencing this position as a particularly rich strategic position. We know the Najdorf is a very difficult animal to really get a good understanding of. And when you see this move c2, c4, you think to yourself, well, what is there not to like about White's position? He has more space in the center thanks to the pawn on d5. He's got the 2 bishops. And as we've just seen with this last move, White has ideas of rocking and rolling with a4, a5, b2, b4, c4, c5. We've seen this in numerous games.
Most overrated maneuver in chess.
Not a bad maneuver. I like pawn storms. But one of the remarkable things is you get a position like this, and your opponent does something very shocking. In this case, we've seen the move knight e8, but we see a move, for example, like knight c5. And you think to yourself, well, knight takes, I've got a really, really great position because I've got a nice protected passed pawn in the center. I've got the 2 bishops, and you start adding up your advantages. Then, annoyingly, because the position is so closed, you begin to think, well, where should I put my rooks? What about this bishop on e2? How good are the 2 bishops? And then we start seeing black making maneuvers like knight to e8, knight to d6, f7, f5, e5, e4, and black slips his bishop on the long diagonal. And we've seen games where black suddenly takes over this type of a middle game position. And that's what this move knight e8 by Grischuk is all about. It's a very flexible move in the sense, well, first of all, it does advertise, I want to get my kingside pawns going with f7, f5. But also, it nicely disguises the idea that there's a blockade in the position, that after knight c5 and he'll put a knight on the d6 square, the knight on d6 is actually a really, really great piece. And counterintuitively, oftentimes what White ends up having to do is, in order to blunt black's majority on the king side, oftentimes he has to take along this move f2, f4, which opens up, for example, a square like the e5 square for this knight. So it's very hard for White to get his positional grippers on and say, I simply stand better. That's not always the case.
And let's go back and check on our game between Nakamura and Aronian. We've got a comment from, we got a couple comments from Grandmaster Christian Chirila, who just got into St. Louis, and he said that he doesn't like Nakamura's b3. He felt that's the knight square, and he says that Aronian is a known advocate of this endgame as black.
Absolutely true on all counts. But this was a decision that basically Hikaru could have made. I thought that Hikaru was going to meet the move knight d7 precisely with that move knight b3, because I thought that the knight on c5 evicting the bishop on d3 was too uncomfortable. That wasn't Hikaru's choice. I just wanted to say that now with that pawn occupying the square b3, black, as we saw in that game, by the way, once again between Magnus Carlsen and Levon Aronian from the 2013 Sinquefield Cup, you'll recall that this pawn on a5 got lopped off the board by Levon. But then his knights got stuck. They never got back into the game, and he was trying to untangle them after Magnus doubled on the a-file. So that pawn on a5 does sit out there like a sore thumb. f7, f6, by the way, the move that Maurice showed that the engines favored, and they like black's position. I just say it's very solid, and for both players, to my eyes, it's more of an even position than a black advantage.
Do you think we're going to see multiple ways to draw a chess game today?
Right.
Shout out to Mike Klein, who's doing daily recaps of this event on chess.com, and some of them are really good. Like he did the one about the time scramble.
Oh, sure.
That was great. Yeah, and he also pointed out what you did about the three different results.
Yeah, or 3 ways of getting there, right?
Yeah, 3 ways to win a chess game. Doesn't that remind you of like a movie title? Except like 40 ways to I think it's like what's that movie, 40 Ways to Seduce a Man or something like that.
I don't watch those kinds of movies, Jen. I wonder
40 Days to Lose a Guy. What is
10 Ways to Lose a Guy?
Yeah,
something like that. Okay.
10 ways to lose a man.
Okay, very good.
So you can lose a guy many more ways than you can lose a chess game.
Right.
That's what we learned today.
Now, how many ways can you draw a game? By
way
agreement.
Way more than lose.
By agreement.
Agreement, perpetual.
3-move repetition.
Insufficient material to mate.
50-move rule, insufficient material
We've
to
got
mate.
like 6 already, I think. 5?
Okay.
Agreement.
By agreement. Perpetual. 3-move repetition. 50-move rule.
Insufficient material to mate.
That's 5.
That's 5. I feel like we're missing one. Maurice, what are we missing?
I don't like talking about draws at all, so I'm going to skip that one and let you guys think about that. But one game that doesn't look like it's going towards a draw, but a very important strategical point we just pointed out earlier. Let's take a look at it again in the game between Anand and Wesley So. The trade of bishop for knight and how it affects the board. Back here, we saw this position in the Ruy Lopez, and Anand is someone who loves knights. He loves to play the move bishop takes knight. You'll see it happen often in his games, particularly recently. I think it's even more pronounced that he has a love affair with this trade, bishop takes knight. You saw it very much so in the Gelfand match for the World Championship. How many times he would trade bishop takes knight in that match. Take a look at the games. You'll see how skewed the percentages are in Anand's favor. After this trade, we saw this position. I just want to jump to the board position, actually. We're here, and after rook to c1, the move b5, hyper-aggressive move by Wesley So, attacking the knight. He does have the 2 bishops, but he has the weak pawns standard in the Ruy Lopez. But after b5, Anand countered with c3. Now, when you make moves, there's always a weakness to a move, some kind of drawback. It may not be something that hurts you in the long run, but there's every move you make has some kind of drawback. And so in this position, the drawback for Anand is this pawn that is on the square d3. By playing c3, he's weakened that. Wesley right now has a very simple response, which is actually played bishop back to f8. Now the knight must move, and the engines give knight c to d2 as the best move. And now knight to c5, and the drawback of that d pawn suddenly makes itself felt. But I imagine what Anand is going to think is, ooh, I get to play bishop takes knight again. And now he's facing off against the 2 bishops. Now, looking at this position, he can easily defend his pawn with queen c2 or queen e2. Let's put it on c2 for now. Looking at this, you may not be that impressed, and I sure am not that impressed by White's position. It has potential, but Black has the 2 bishops, lots of space, very comfortable position. Maybe America's Wesley So, having a terrible tournament so far, will be able to calm things down in this game and not face off against another brilliancy as we have seen him suffer in the competition so far.
And moving back to the Magnus Carlsen game versus Alexander Grisha, we saw that Magnus has actually retreated his queen to d2 in this position.
Right. Well, knight f6 to e8, along with the idea of f7, f5, also had a strategic threat behind it as well. We're going to go back one move, and if you look at the position, and if I just said to a student, what is what is black's worst minor piece, I would hope that they would correctly guess that the bishop on e7 is simply too passive.
Yes, I totally remember. I think I told this story before, but I remember one time in one of my first women's championships, you were there, and I was showing some Sicilian position, and you made this very sweeping, awesome remark that the Sicilian is like such a great opening. Everybody would play it, except that the bishops aren't that good. Because you were talking about the classical Sicilians like Scheveningen, Najdorf types,
right?
Where the bishop on e7 and d7 often leave a poor impression.
Wow, it sounds like I said something really profound. I must have been in good form that day. I don't recall it.
You didn't dissuade me. It wasn't
you kept playing good for you.
It wasn't
good
enough to dissuade me from the Sicilian, but I was
Ignore
like...
the opinions of your elders and the computers. Just do your own thing, Jen.
Hey, you said that you don't like e4 because of the Sicilian.
True.
So
True.
You got even in spite of the bad bishops. But yeah, that's why a lot of people turn to the dragon, but of course it's way more dangerous. But as you were saying, this bishop on e7 is clearly a lemon.
Right. This passive bishop with the retreat knight e8, Sasha is readying the move bishop on e7 to g5, trading this passive bishop for a very active bishop on e3. And that was why we saw the world champion make this retreat, queen d2. Again, as Maurice was saying, every move has a kind of consequences. Usually there's something very good to be said about a move, and usually there's some drawbacks. Well, in this case, it's cost white a tempo, but he has, for the moment, stopped the trade bishop e7 to g5. And secondly, this move, queen d2, has some little poison in the position. From white's point of view, this knight on b3 isn't ideal. You could probably find a number of squares that knight would actually be happier about. With the move queen d2, white is supporting the advance knight b3 to a5 so that he can step out of the way of the b pawn and get that pawn knight to a5 and a pawn on b4, and white's rolling a lot faster on the queen side than what black is on the king side.
On the other hand, white has spent time going from queen d3 to d2, and that does leave a very odd impression, especially in a relatively open position that you would think white wouldn't have to like discombobulate himself like that. In fact, we did have Magnus Carlsen in the confessional with a few words about this position.
Oh wow!
And we don't have it quite yet, but apparently Magnus said, "I don't like my position." Just said.
Well, we saw that very unusual. Magnus is not one to put his hands over his mouth like that. Normally, he's kind of got that laid-back California cool thing going for him. He looked really concerned, and why he didn't like his position, I think his position's okay to fine. I mean, maybe an argument could be made that he's actually better, but to say I don't like my position, that's very strong.
Well, he wants a lot more. This is huge. This round is key for his chances to win his second Sinquefield Cup and become the first two-time Cup champion.
And to try to overturn that horrible Norway chess event and get back into the standings so that he gives himself a fighter's chance going into the London's Classic to be one of the winners, if you will, of the inaugural tour.
So when he says he doesn't like it, he doesn't mean that literally it's a bad position. It means I wanted a little more with white. This is a money round.
And I didn't get the position I was hoping to get.
Now we do have a reply from Grishik, who, by the way, is again ahead on time. So maybe he heeded your Korchnoi story from yesterday. That it was so fun to have more time than my opponent. Let's try this again.
Yeah, it actually really works.
And actually Grishik just played the preventative b6, stopping this knight a5 move.
Very important move, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, normally b6 creates a lot of weaknesses. Luckily for black, he's got b6 really under lock and key, and of course a6 is not currently under threat because the c4 pawn blocks the bishop, and it's kind of hard to get to that. So question, how does Magnus now untangle to embarrass some of those queenside weaknesses? We'd like to remove our knight and play b4, and what's the best way to go about that?
Right, okay, so here we go. The move b7, b6 was key for a number of reasons. First of all, to stop this knight from bouncing its way to a5 and unleashing the pawn on b4, which makes c5. The drawback, as Maurice would be the first to tell you, that after the move b7, b6, you weaken the c6 square, but guess what? There's no way of getting the knight to the c6, so black's fine. Let's make a bad move for white for just a second so I can just demonstrate one of the nice things that black can play for. So king h1, bad move, f7, f5, with the idea f4 trapping the bishop, f2, f3. And we see white playing very passively. Now let's make another bad move for white. After the move a6, a5, a2, a4, knight c5, and we just see a position where black has basically taken over all the key squares, and this majority, white's important queenside majority, has been neutralized to the point of being totally nothing. You're never going to be able to play b2, b4. The bishop on e2 is ineffective, and we might say from a strategic point of view, white is simply lost. I mean, white didn't do anything terrible, but white's lost. What I would very strongly consider if I was in Magnus's shoes, pardon me, I'm not going to play the move king h1, is just play the move c5 and break open the position for the two bishops. I'm giving up my c4 pawn for this pawn on a6, but more importantly, I'm taking a lot of the strategical motifs in the position that favor black and taking them away. I'm not saying I'm getting an advantage or anything like that, but at least by opening up the position for the two bishops, I feel I'm doing okay.
And we are going to take a quick break, and we've got that clip of world champion Magnus Carlsen in the confessional.
I don't like my position.
Hello and welcome back to the 2015 Sinquefield Cup. We are in the midst of an exciting round 7, which is really going to set us up for some dramatic final rounds as we determine who will be the 2015 Sinquefield Cup champion. Meanwhile, we have another special guest in the studio, Gene Hoffman, who is the executive director of US Chess. And as the digital director for US Chess, I've been given a front seat pass to some of the recent changes that US Chess has made. And Gene Hoffman has more on that with Grandmaster Maurice Ashley.
We are with the head lady in charge, one who is running the show for US Chess. Jean, welcome back to the show.
Great to be here.
Jean, we know these are exciting times for chess in the United States. The Sinquefield Cup, all these the Millionaire Chess Open, if I have to pat myself on the back, lots of youth activities, a real surge in scholastic chess. What has led to all this, especially under your leadership, the time that you've been there?
You know, the growth and the excitement that we're experiencing right now is something that has, I think, been building over the years. And it's due to the hard work of chess players, organizers throughout the country. I think you definitely have to, though, point out some of the specific things that have come out of the chess capital of the United States, St. Louis. Again, Sinquefield Cup for 3 years now has energized the chess world by bringing world-class, strongest chess players in the world here to the United States. Now with the announcement of the Grand Chess Tour, it goes global. This is, you know, these are exciting times. This is amazing.
It is amazing. It's awesome. And also the digital era, chess just marrying quite well with that. Give me some specifics on the initiatives that US Chess is taking, the Chess Federation is taking right now. I know you have a new website. I saw that. Looks very nice.
We did. So earlier this year in August, we launched a new visual identity, which included a new homepage, new design. It's a part of a long-term project to improve our website. We also introduced a new logo and a new identity as US Chess. Lots of exciting stuff going on, and you'll continue to see improvements throughout the year. We're thrilled.
A shout out to Jumbula, who did your website.
Jumbula, we have worked with. Actually, our website was designed by Trey and Rocket Lift. So.
Oh, okay, thanks for the correction. So, what do you see as the big plan? What's the win here? Is it more kids playing chess? Is it more adults? Is it bringing adults back into the game? I mean, that's been a challenge as we've seen the growth of scholastic chess. The adults who, may not have been so excited, how do we get them back?
Well, that's actually one exciting area of growth that we've started to see just in the past 2 years, is that with young adult membership, that is increasing. And that's an area, again, where traditionally we've seen the retention rates drop as kids get older, but for the young adult group to grow, that's where we want to be going. I think, as US Chess, our mission is to empower people through chess, one move at a time, and we want to reach everyone. So we want to focus on kids, we want to focus on adults, focus on seniors. There's, and there's lots of ways to do that.
I know that you moved your office here to St. Louis. How do you like it living? I believe you live in the Central West End. What is that like? A stone's throw away from all this exciting chess all the time.
Oh, it's been great. St. Louis truly has emerged as the chess capital of the United States, and there's always so many exciting things going on at the chess campus. But throughout the city, I think there's just been the city of St. Louis has exhibited a type of commitment to chess that serves as an example for other cities. If you go to any of these events, you'll notice that Mayor Slay makes a commitment to come and be a part of it. That's fantastic. That's what we need. That's the kind of support and partnerships that we need to develop in other cities in the United States.
Absolutely. Well, let's hope that we can replicate that in other cities around the country. Thanks so much, Jean Hoffman, for all the work you do.
Thank you for having me.
Jean Hoffman, the head lady in charge of US Chess, doing great work as chess appears and is definitely getting a resurgence here in the United States.
Thank you, Gene. Thank you, Maurice. And one of the things as a top player that excites me the most is the newcomers, if you will. Fabiano Caruana, of course, born in the United States, played for Italy's, returned to the United States now, trying to set up home base here in St. Louis. He will be joining Hikaru on the U.S. Olympic team, as will Wesley So, Philippine-born, Philippine-American now. Wesley playing for the United States. So, wow.
And who knows which youngster might join them? We've got Sedian, Jeffrey Chung, Awander Leong. I'm missing people, Camden Trove.
Yeah, it just keeps going.
Sam, a bit of the older generation, and has already played in the Olympiad fantastically. So
Ray Robson, Daniel Naroditsky. I mean,
I'm talking about even younger though.
Exactly,
Awander,
the Jeffrey.
These kids who you don't know which one of them might just become the next Nakamura,
right?
And or Fabiano Caruana and become an actual homegrown American talent. And you know, we have Gary Kasparov coming in tomorrow, but he has partnered with the St. Louis Chess Club for the Young Stars program, and a lot of the kids that he's coached are in that elite round. And my brother Greg Shahade does the U.S. Chess School several times a year, and at least once a year he does it right here at the St. Louis Chess Club.
Exactly.
So the epicenter of.
Well, I mean, from the talent base that the United States has, we've got one of the greatest generations of kids I've ever witnessed. So future looking really, really good, but it's the present today that's also very exciting. I think that we'll be in the top 5 or top 3 even in terms of Olympiad teams. And if we were ever to host an Olympiad, I think we would put together 3, 4 really fabulous teams for such an event.
And he
so
was
very exciting times for the United States and chess.
It's particularly dear to my heart to get more girls and women. And currently, U.S. Chess, on our Chess Life magazine cover, we have Carissa Yip, who became the youngest female chess master in history, broke Annie Wang's record, which broke Irina Krush's record from 10 years previously. But the distance between Carissa and Annie was just a few months.
Right.
So that gives you an idea of the growth, not only of junior chess, but of the girls in particular who are just doing fantastically. I had a quick interview with Daim Shabazz of the Chess Drum just before, and he was like, well, how do you get these girls to stick with it, because they're so smart? A lot of them go on to other things in college. And my response was to take a cue from people like Rex Sinquefield or Maurice Ashley, and think big. Not just think like, oh, maybe I can be 2,400 or 2,500 and win the women's championship, but think like maybe I could be the first female to compete in the U.S. Women's Champion by rating. But even bigger, I mean, like, maybe I can get a sponsorship. Maybe I can make a career out of this, which isn't fully dependent on coaching and winning prizes. And I think we're at the moment in U.S. chess that is possible.
I certainly keeping my fingers crossed, Jen.
And we've got Grandmaster Maurice Ashley with... I'm kind of surprised that he brought this game up, because it looked pretty snoozy a few moves ago. Maurice, what's up with Topalov Giri?
It is pretty snoozy, yeah. It's one of those that you'd say, Maurice, really? But I just wanted to make a point that the same idea appeared in this position that appeared in a couple of other games. And it was here that a trade occurred on the E5 square. And Topalov, if he just wanted a very straightforward draw, it would have been simple enough to pull off by playing knight takes, pawn takes, and drop his bishop back. And a simple move, for example, we could play b6 here, maybe just rook to f8, and we'd go home. That would be just about over. They'd have to make 30 moves. But if he wanted an easy draw, instead he played the move bishop takes on e5, that trade that creates imbalances, and f takes e5, and now rook f3. And now his rook is trying to do something with this pawn on g6, and maybe someday get an attack on the pawn on e5. I still think this is well within the draw space. But the point is, he's trying to say, my knight is better than your bishop in this position. But that's debatable. Pawns on both sides of the board. Is it that clear? I think this one is heading towards a draw. But again, if GMs want an imbalance, the way they often do it, the simplest way is just to trade a bishop for a knight, as we saw in the game that Vichy had. Now, in the meantime, very important a game that we've been following is this one, Grischuk versus Carlsen. And look at the clock times, people. Carlsen is at 59.59. He's under an hour. And Grishuk with an hour and 29 minutes on his clock. Incredible disparity between the two players, given that Grishuk is the one who always gets in time pressure. He said, no more Norway chess for me. I'm not going to do that. If I just stay ahead on the clock, the way Hikaru says, if I don't lose, then how do you beat me? Well, kind of a non sequitur. But the reality is here, for Grishuk, he says, if I don't get in time pressure, I'm actually a pretty decent player. And we see him right now with a full half hour on the clock versus the world champion, Magnus Carlsen.
Thank you, Maurice. And it is a strategically speaking, a very, very rich position that Sasha is essaying here. After the move b7, b6, that confession was simply brilliant, by the way, by the world champion.
Well, he's got
I
that.
don't like my position. Maybe he's seeing some ghosts in the position. Maybe he just genuinely doesn't like his position or doesn't like the type of position he's got. He did play this move, rook c1. I was saying there was a way to seriously alter events by playing the move c4, c5, a big strategic move there.
But just because you don't play it now doesn't mean that it's not going to be in the air.
Later, but rook on a1 to c1, a fairly supportive move, reasonable. You can argue why you might want to bring that rook to c1 in order to play b4 and c5 one day. But then a big decision for Magnus is how he wants to meet the natural move f7, f5. Normally speaking, you don't want to play f2, f4 because
Because I don't like my position.
Well, because it's not so easy after that. You never really, as white, want to end up, let's just make a move for black, for example, g7, g6, just picking a move. You don't really ever want to capture. So this tension remains throughout. You don't want to capture because you're giving this bishop is back in the game, you're giving your opponent the d6 square. But on the other hand, if you meet f5 with f2, f3, well, you're just letting your opponent grab squares, control of important squares. The other thing that Grishuk can do is play the move a6, a5, a very different approach by black. The idea here is to nudge the knight away with a5, a4, and to sit the knight on that very pretty square knight d7 to c5, where it's very, very hard to budge that very powerful beast on the c5 square.
Yeah, that's an interesting idea indeed. And meanwhile, white will finally, if you do kick me with a4, you'll force me to a1, and then I'll have to reroute myself via c2, b4, and finally get to that promised land of c6.
Exactly.
But what will the verdict be at that point? Yeah, you gotta love Magnus Carlsen's brief comment wit.
Yes.
I don't like my position. I think that's got to be our tagline for this round.
It's a goody-goody. Another crazy idea that I had while listening to Gene, there was f7, f5.
Gene inspired these crazy ideas.
Was g5. Remember, this was our theme of one of the rounds earlier, to try to force white to make a commitment. In this case, after the crazy move g5 takes f4, I do win my pawn back, but look, I gave up a lot of squares. This bishop, one day, if it gets to g4 and sinks to e6, even at the cost of an exchange, it's something black. When you play the move g7, g5, pushing the pawns in front of your king, it always has a consequence. But this was also, the position is rich with possibilities for Grishuk.
Well, we've got a lot of rivalries within this competition, and we asked the players to talk a little trash about each other.
Okay.
And some of them said nice things too.
Okay.
I can't really say I like any of the players here. I don't really like Magnus, but I guess it's the case with everyone. One chess fan came to this autograph session. He asked Magnus to draw a smiley on the board. Obviously, Magnus refused.
Why?
He's not really the smiling type of person.
Nakamura's been playing pretty solid chess this year, and
I don't know, Magnus doesn't like me. He never has really, but I don't really care.
Those guys, you know, Magnus, Giri, Nakamura, they're just, you know, say bull.
He's still not the best player.
He tries to play a lot of psychological games with his opponents.
Or second best.
And sometimes it works, but at this point in time, like I said before, I just don't really care.
Or third best. But we'll see.
How would you answer that?
Somewhere after that.
Yeah, he said not the first, not the second, not the third, not the fourth, but somewhere after that.
Somewhere after that.
Use your imagination.
Yeah.
At the current time, he is actually exactly number 2 on the world rankings on 2700 chess. But Magnus, like you said about Kainanov and the rookie 1 bishop h1 maneuver, I guess is trying to say Nakamura's overrated.
That's what he's trying to say. And, well, I mean, in their individual matchup, what is that, 10-0?
You can understand why he might think that, indeed.
Yeah, he's got license to speak that way. Not many other players in the world have Naka's number, but Magnus sure does.
But listen also to Grisha, because Grisha says that these guys are all just BSing, and that they're not really being truthful, that they're just kind of like joshing with each other and having some fun, which we love, of course.
Of course.
And Carlsen might be doing a little bit. He's got his little dry sense of humor. Maurice, what's your take?
We've got to take some of these guys to Brooklyn to get some trash talking lessons, but we couldn't put any of that on the air. But what we can talk about here is this position that's very exciting, sudden explosion because of the pawn break. It's almost like a prison break sometimes when pawns go up the board and challenge each other because the lines open up, the position gets rich, and that's when we have the most fun. Of course, the players have to calculate all these lines. But in the game between Anand and Wesley So, Wesley had chased the knight back from the c4 square. It is now sitting on b2, not the most enviable square in the world. And Wesley essayed this move, bishop to g4, attacking the knight on f3. So we talked about the trade, bishop for a knight. We'll take a look at which knight is about to be traded now. It's going to be a surprise for you when you see it happen. d4 is the move that Anand played right now. A strange move, to be sure, in this position. And here, e takes d4 is possible, in fact, was played. Now, there was an option for Anand. C takes d4, knight takes, and queen takes c6. Now, you might have thought that this trade is the one that black should go for, but instead the engines say, nope, the other trade is the good one. Bishop takes b2, rook takes b2, and now b4 cementing the knight on c3. The square is now well protected, and black is for choice in this position. Anand did not capture back after e takes d4 with the pawn. He played knight takes on d4, and now another trade, b takes on a4 has happened. The e pawn is sort of hanging in this position because f3 is going to, but f3 is going to fork this piece. I said sort of for that reason. Knight takes is possible. Look what the engines give. Knight takes, f3 hitting the two pieces, but now knight back to c5. Tactics in the position. A little bit crazy line saying that black is better here. Wait a minute. What if I play knight takes knight on c5? Well, bishop takes. Again, the bishop is under attack, so black seems to be just fine with the two bishops. Also at the moment, up an extra pawn. So this position, rich as ever, with the possible trade on f3 on tap after b takes on a4. A lot for Anand to consider, but the engines love black right now. Anand has not been playing well in this position. Neither has Wesley So. Neither one of them wants to come in last place. We'll see how this game transpires if one of them can get off the schneid. Guys?
Thank you.
Get off the schneid.
Wesley actually got a victory in this event. I believe he defeated Sasha Grishuk earlier in the tournament. So he's not quite on the schneid. It's just that he's been victimized by some of the most brilliant chess we've seen in 2015. What can you do about that?
Well, at least we've got some games for the magazines.
Exactly. I got to turn our attention back to the Hikaru Nakamura Levon Aronian game. We saw a lot of maneuvering by Hikaru with his bishop spending a lot of time to get it in a position like this. Again, Levon Aronian has so much experience in these types of positions. We almost from the get-go were questioning Hikaru's approach, his preparation for this game, because we've seen this idea time and time again by Levon. The pawn on a5 kind of stands out there like a sore thumb. He's maneuvered his rook to b5. The position remains very closed. It's not like black has got any worries either on the king side or in the center. And so Levon is basically saying, hey, if you don't pay any attention to what I'm doing, I won't pay any attention to what you're doing, but what I'm doing is going to win with this knight stepping back to b7 is I'm going to just pick up this pawn on a5 and I'm going to challenge you to find any compensation for it.
So are you saying that he has this, that Nakamura has the second best position here?
Yes.
Not the third or the fourth or after that,
The second best position in the yes, that's right. I see a very clear strategic aim for Levon, and it's quite uncertain to me what this bishop on b2. It looks okay, but you know, it's not like the greatest diagonal in the world. Those pawns on e5, f6 look like a great barrier, and no, this is the type of position that Hikaru could have expected from the opening choice he made, and he's proved nothing. Black looks just great here.
Well,
so
we have talked earlier in this broadcast about how exciting it is for players to get mainstream sponsorships. We see, of course, we see Hikaru and Magnus with plenty, but we also have our own Grandmaster Alejandro Ramirez, who used to be sponsored by a beer company.
No
Let's go
kidding.
take a look at this commercial.
Vivir solo en tierras tan lejanas me hace extrañar más a mi país, a esa Costa Rica que he representado tantas veces y con tanto orgullo. El ajedrez cambió mi vida, pero nunca logrará cambiar mis raíces, ni esos momentos inolvidables. Por eso mi mamá siempre me trae salsa Lizano y yo la llevo conmigo a donde quiera que voy.
Salsa Lizano. Durante 85 años, el sabor de Costa Rica.
I was about to say, was he old enough in those days to sponsor?
Looks good, though. Are you that good of a cook, Alejandro?
Well, there were different times, and it's a really good sauce.
What's your specialty in the kitchen?
In the kitchen, I make a little bit of everything, but meats, steaks.
Sicilian novelties?
No Sicilian. Don't like the Sicilian. Don't like the Italian food. Don't like the Sicilian opening. It's a no.
Oh, man. Breaking hearts all over the country, Alejandro.
Yes, something like that.
That's great, though. That's what we want to see.
Yes.
Chess players sponsored by all sorts of companies, Salsa, Red Bull, fashion companies, in Magnus Carlsen's case. Yeah, indeed. Well, let's take a look back. Use your creativity. And we've got a update from Maurice Ashley on this very same game.
Well, if you remembered in the Sinquefield Cup, you actually referred to this, Yasser, this game that Carlsen played against Aronian, which just, our jaws dropped when we saw the way he handled the situation when Aronian offered him a draw, and a draw wins the tournament clear, and he decided to decline the draw despite not necessarily having the better position, but feeling as though Levon had lost the thread of the game. Well, it was something similar to what they have right now on the board, does Aronian versus Nakamura. Aronian with black. Remember this? He had two knights, the same maneuver, attacking the A-pawn. He won that A-pawn, as a matter of fact, on A5 in the game. He simply took it, and it was this kind of position where Magnus was down a pawn when he accepted, when he declined the draw offer. So here, Aronian has memories of 2 years ago. He certainly will refer to the game when he sits down afterwards, that is, depending on his results. But he certainly remembers that game that he lost up a pawn, and his knight is now currently on b7. So we do have something very similar to the game in that game from the game we just pulled up from 2 years ago. Look at that. Three things attacking the pawn. This time, Nakamura said, no way in the world. I'm going to guard that A-pawn with my life. everybody's on that pawn, but you have to say in this position, white has just no initiative at all. It's black for choice here, looking around for something to do. The position is very solid, so Nakamura really doesn't have to worry about losing his A-pawn, and so he's feeling like everything's under control, but he's not looking for a win in this position. I mean, it just looks so tepid if you think about what he did yesterday, where he had this rambunctious attack, dynamic play, beautiful sacrifices. To decide with the white pieces to go for this position, I don't know. Not looking great for the U.S. champion, or at least his chances of potentially vaulting into the lead don't look like they're going to happen this round.
No, let me even be stronger. This is not a Hikaru Nakamura position. I would never have guessed this type of game for Hikaru. This is a very, very static position where, frankly, since the get-go, he's been outplayed, and I much prefer Levon's position. I can say the same thing also about the Magnus Carlsen's game. Magnus, after the move a7, a5, he said, look, my knight on b3, it's not in the game. I'm going to make a long-term maneuver. I'll play the move knight a1 with the idea, give me one move, two moves, three moves, I'm back in the game, and on a fourth and even on a fifth move, my knight will, as you say, reach the promised land on c6.
I was hoping you would kick me there so I could have a more direct route.
What's the more? Oh, yes, a4, and then knight b4, right. So Sasha's got to look at that and say, well, that's all well and good. You've got your knight coming, and I can see that. Now I think Black should be thinking, how can I utilize my play on the king side? One interesting idea is, again, I mentioned that it would be in Black's favor to trade dark squared bishops. Let's start with the move h7, h6. Just preparing the move bishop g5. Let's imagine that the knight comes to c2, the bishop comes to g5. Okay. So now we've got a crucial moment for white. Should white play the move f2, f4 or not? Let's imagine that he does. f4 takes, bishop takes. Now, one thing that we're about to see is this knight comes to e5. It's terrific. That's a great beast on the central square. But so's this knight. Knight comes to d4, eyeballing a lot of key squares in Black's camp. It's a tough position to assess or to correctly judge. This is where that experience, that knowledge, that just all of those games that you have in your mind, and just your touch, your understanding of the position, hard one to evaluate. Probably the computer is going to give white a little bit of an edge.
But the computer in this position
is not completely reliable.
Not that important in comparison, kind of like what Hikaru was saying yesterday on a much less extreme level, that the computer was giving it +1 or +2 in this King's Indian as white, when Nakamura actually thought the dynamic chances favored Black.
Precisely.
And in this position, if you had to pick a color, who would you pick?
I picked Black, and I'll tell you why. I liked your word extreme, by the way, because I would take an extreme approach. Imagine this approach. G7, G5.
We haven't seen that before in the Sinquefield Cup.
You think to yourself, G5, what's that? Isn't that a weakening move? Yes, it is. But it also gains some space, and it puts the permanent kibosh on white's options of playing f2, f4. Let's imagine the game continues knight c2. Now let's imagine f7, f5. There's no f2, f4 as a response. You're practically obliged to play the move f2, f3. And from behind these pawns, Black can develop his initiative on the king side. He can maneuver around. And again, it takes white a long time to get his knight in a position where he can do anything on the queen side. In the meantime, there's some action coming down on the king side that I'm favorably inclined to. At the moment, the bishop on e2 is not the greatest piece in the world, and I like Black's space. But that's a big move, this move g5, to initiate play with the pawns. But hey, sometimes a pawn storm can get some results. It certainly would put, in my opinion, pressure on Magnus.
Well, let's see if Alexander Grishuk is up for it. He still ahead on the clock in this game, so still keeping that edge which he normally doesn't have. So this will shape up to be a pretty interesting game.
And the game between Veselin Topalov and Anish Giri, not too much further developments in that game. I would say that's heading towards a draw. Anish is still slightly worse, but that looks pretty an easy one to call.
There's a such thing as too much minimalism, isn't it?
yeah, it's really minimal. The game between Fabiano and MVL, that's been a very stodgy, tight affair. Neither player seeming to get any edge. A lot of bad pieces in the position. This bishop on a6, not very well placed, but neither is this knight on a3. That too looks like a game you can say neither player has much of an edge. And Maurice, I'll turn it back to you. You have some insights in round 7.
Well, while the other games have been building slowly as players are jockeying for position, this one game, as we mentioned, has definitely exploded, and there's some decisions of consequence that must be made on this board, especially for White. Anand, who has just seen a pawn get snapped off the board. He played d4 here, we mentioned, and after e4, knight takes d4, b takes a4, knight takes. Wesley So said, thanks for your e-pawn. It's mine now. It's in my pocket. What are you going to do? Well, Anand has a big choice. He's lost a critical e-pawn. He can take this pawn on c6, but think about it. The e-pawn, centralized pawn, very powerful pawn in the middle of the board. For this anemic c-pawn, that sounds like it's all in Black's favor. And in fact, the Indians do like Black after queen to d5. His pieces are starting to grow in energy and scope, and it looks as though Black is the one who is better here in this position. Well, Anand has another option. He could play the move f3, but we mentioned this before. The simple knight to c5 is not a real fork because the bishop is hitting on the e3 square, and here the Indians like Black as well. So what is happening to Anand in this position, in this tournament itself? Will Wesley So be able to pull this one home? Well, there's a long way to go, but certainly this particular game is the one that has the most energy, the one where all the action is, as the other games are beginning to heat up a little bit, although I shouldn't say that about the Topalov-Giri game because that one seems like it's headed towards a draw.
Thank you. And we're seeing great preparation by Black in this round. If there's a theme, it's that Black has had no problems on any of the boards, and we're even arguing that Magnus could be under pressure after Black starts developing his kingside initiative. And Hikaru Nakamura, his pieces are not looking good. Every time I turn to this game, it seems to me that Black has made further progress from this position.
Definitely. I mean, Ronyan's position is clearly preferable, whereas I think the Nakamura Grishuk is way more of a push.
Right. So in this position, you kind of think, okay, it's a pretty even, but look how Levon is improving each and every one of his pieces. First of all, this passive rook on a8, suddenly it's doing something. It's pressuring from the b5 square, the a4,
yeah,
a5
it's pretty
pawn.
cool. It's almost like an outpost rook because it can't be challenged by any weaker piece.
Exactly. Then Hikaru's rooks, they look rather pathetic, playing a completely defensive
I was
role.
just going to say passive, and you're
pathetic.
harsh.
Yeah, pathetic. They're septic. Doubled on a closed file on a2 and a1. Now, from Black's point of view, Levon says, if I can improve my pieces any further, well, what could I do? I could improve the bishop on d6. I can improve the rook on e6. Heck, Black could even improve his king's position. So Black has 3 pieces that he wants to improve. There goes bishop c5. The bishop was passive on d6. Now it's on this open diagonal. And furthermore, Black is thinking, hey, what if I take over the outpost d4? The next piece I need to improve is my rook. Check this out. Rook drops back, and it's very clear that he wants to post his rook on the open file, and each and every one of Levon's pieces are finding better squares, whereas Hikaru's position's utterly passive, not in any way similar to his game yesterday, where he was on this attack and there was dynamic possibilities for him. Here there are no dynamic possibilities, and indeed he looks like he's just passively holding the position.
And we'll move over to Maurice for more thoughts on Anand So. Is Black good in that game as well?
Black is definitely good in this game. It's not every day you see a simple pawn fork appear on the board between top players. Well, you're not seeing it here either, because this pawn fork ain't simple at all. So in this position, the move f3 was played. Usually you play a move like this against a weaker player and say, thanks a lot for your piece, but Wesley So is no weaker player. In fact, he has this nice move we mentioned, knight to c5, clearing the way for his rook to this bishop that is now undefended. The drawback of the move, f3, attacking the bishop. And Anand has a line that he might go into. Knight takes on c6, queen to d5, and now the move bishop takes c5, getting rid of that piece, getting rid of the other bishop as it was giving check. And after queen takes knight, now knight back to d4. And now Black can drop this bishop back a number of squares. Bishop on e6 is a good one to be able to nestle it on the f7 square. Of course, this knight is pinned. What's happening here? Well, White has an advantage in terms of the pawn islands, but he's got to deal with the fact that Black has a bishop. Black is very well developed, clean, clear play. No reason for Black to think he's worse, but is it enough to prove any advantage against a player of Anand's caliber? It doesn't look that way, and I would think that this position is very close to being equal, even though the engines actually really like Black here. Maybe it's the B pawn on B3 that's concerning them in this setup, and Wesley So analyzing his options now as Anand has played this pawn fork. That's not so simple.
Thank you, Maurice. Going to a game we haven't paid that much attention to, the Fabiano Caruana MVL game. Again, it's a pretty closed affair, half open position, only a single pair of pawns have traded off. I'm looking at this position and comparing it, for example, to Hikaru's position, and we've just seen this offer to trade queens by MVL. He's played the move queen b6. As a comparison, here, I rather like the move rook on a1 to a2. The a file is open. I don't like double pawns as a matter of principle. However, in this particular case, after queen takes e3, f takes e3, this e3 pawn is protecting this crucial square f4, and on a very good day, what White wants to do is simply double rooks and then play knight takes c4 or knight takes b5, clip one of these pawns with a discovered attack against the Black bishop on a6, and there might be something here for Fabiano. I can see that, well, the tactics or the development that White has, he's developing a threat faster than Black can address it. Black could try to move his rook, but then he has to be careful for knight takes c4. So you could play something like this just as an example and drop back with his knight. But I like the fact that even though the position is still closed, it's White that has the open a file, and it's White that can pressure the pawn on b5. So if the move rook on a1 to a2 does get played, I can see that the initiative could shift in White's favor in this game.
So we should move over to the. Let's take a look at the
Magnus's game.
Yeah,
Oops.
let's see.
I got the wrong one there. That was so.
Still thinking on knight a1.
Knight a1, and
so g5 was your suggestion. What else do you think Grishik might be thinking about here?
Well, the crucial question is f5. That's the most direct question, because I don't think that Magnus should play passively with f3. I think he should play the move f4. Now, again, these pieces, knight d7, knight e8, are not really that active. So, you've got to start thinking about how to get your pieces into the game. Takes knight e4, jumping into the middle of the board. Knight takes e5. You're giving up squares, but you're getting squares. This would probably be my main line of consideration. As a preparation for the move f7, f5, I've mentioned g5. I've also mentioned that h7, h6 also tickles my fancy. I do like the idea of trading those dark square bishops. And those are the major choices. The final one I might mention is knight c5, taking the e4 square under account after knight c2, f5. This type of a position also, just a moment, I'm trying to play f4. This type of a position after the move g7, g6, I would also be giving a lot of consideration to. It's very hard to judge these positions and to see where what the pluses are. They're very, very subtle, nuanced positions. And really, I would just say the player who has the most experience, who feels the position better, is the player who's going to come out on top.
Yeah, I mean, actually, so many games today seem to be kind of coiled, and the tension is going to erupt later in the time interval.
Well, again, we talked about how important these rounds are as the players jockey for position for the Grand Tour points, as well as winning the Sinquefield Cup. There's a lot of money at stake, so it's sort of like you want to win in the riskless style. What do you call it? A negative proposition?
Negative free roll.
Negative free roll.
That would be a positive free roll.
You want to have a positive free roll, right? Where there's only two results are possible: a draw or a win for yourself.
That's right. That's a good way to make money, I think.
Yeah.
And to win chess games. But yeah, this is a interesting round. We always talk about the penultimate round. Why is there no word for the round before the penultimate round?
Is not as important. The penultimate round and the last round, those championship rounds, I mean, as a chess player throughout my whole career, I always really try to focus and winning the last round, even if you've had a bad tournament, at least you've got that win. It gives you a very good feeling going into.
I disagree. I think we need to come up with a word for the round before the penultimate. You guys can help us in the audience. We've got our hashtag.
Pre-penultimate.
Yeah, that's too long. Too many syllables. We've got a Grandmaster Eric Hansen. He's from Canada. He's tweeting in, and he's saying that plans are pretty clear in the opening in Carlsen Grishuk. And there is no reason for either player to get into time pressure until complications.
So I'm going to have to disagree with Eric on that one. Indeed, there are, as we've just been discussing, there are so many approaches that Grishuk can take. Again, he can play g5, f5. He can just not play for f5 at all. He can play h6, bishop g5, just keeping f5 in reserve. He can play for the strategic placement of the knight on c5. There are different, and they're completely different approaches that he Grishuk can take. And for Magnus, less so. Basically what Magnus is saying, I have a bad piece in the position, my knight on a1, and I'm going to be spending the next 3, 4, 5 moves improving it, but I don't want to play f2, f4 early. I don't want to play a3, b4 early, and so forth. So I can understand why Grishuk, more than Magnus, would be taking a lot of time.
Interesting. Well, you can. Actually, it's pretty funny that Eric Hansen's not here to defend himself against you. But apparently, he has a Twitch channel, Chess Bra.
Yeah,
which is like
with Robin Van Kampen.
So it's kind of like a little bit of trash talking there. You're like chess bro, chess bra.
Exactly. No, it's good. It's good. I enjoyed some of the clips, the videos.
Well, we've got Grandmaster Maurice Ashley with news on Anna and So, which seems to be one of the more eruptive games of this pre-penultimate round working title.
Yeah, I was going to say pre-penultimate myself. I guess great minds think alike, or uncreative minds think alike. Well, this position has definitely erupted after the loss of the pawn by Anand. Let's call it a pawn sacrifice. He knew what he was going to be doing by losing that pawn. And take a look at this position. After f3, the move knight to d6, a more materialistic sort of move was played. Knight c5 was playable, but Wesley So decided, I'm going to play this move, hitting this bishop, and after bishop to f2, drop my bishop back to d7 and keep the pawn and say, well, I still have the two bishops, and you're not going to get your pawn back just yet. I'll give it back to you maybe later if my position uncoils, but not just yet. Well, Anand said, thanks very much that your piece is all backed up. Let me gain a bit more space with the move c4. And now Wesley has played the move queen to f8. Looks like he might want to play knight f5 to chase this knight out of the middle of the board. But I can't say that I'm impressed by Black's last few moves. When you take a look at the position after knight to b2, White's back here, Black back there. Then suddenly Black's position improving. And then in this position after he took on e4, it looked like Black was doing well. Black's piece is marching further down the board. But now they're back home again, and White is the one with the pieces up. So Anand is judging that, yes, he's a pawn down, but he does have some opportunity here to make play, to suppress Black's game. The Indians like Black, but only by a little bit, which means that the computers are calculating that White has some compensation for the pawn, enough to say it's at least equal play. We don't know. We'll see as Anand and Wesley So battle to try to get out of the cellar in the pre-penultimate round.
Well, actually, I've gotten a flood of tweets. Thank you guys for keeping us on our toes. Apparently, it's the anti-penultimate round, and that is the dictionary definition for the one before last. But I actually got...
Again, it's the
anti-penultimate. And that's worse. It's like, but actually, building on this whole chess poker connection, my dad just wrote in with a great suggestion. He's a FIDE master, Michael Shahade. As poker became more popular, there's the button, which is the best. We got a handshake. Giri and Topalov have drawn their game, presumably, and the Topalov has finally managed to get some rest from what had been a brutal tournament for him in these last two rounds. Meanwhile, Anish Giri only getting a draw means that, it's going to be of course he was the black pieces, but remember he is within striking distance of the cup. So he's going to need to really get some good jabs in the actual penultimate round. And I was going to say that in poker, they've got the button, which is the best position, cut off, and then hijack. So my dad said, hey, you should call it the hijack round. Which I actually kind of like. That's cool.
That's creative, and a shout out to Iron Mike. Your father is a triathlete, and I have a great admiration for Mike, so a shout out to him. But hijack round.
Hijack round. That sounds kind of exciting too. Like people are going to do good things. Anti-penultimate sounds like.
Anti-penultimate. I would have never.
Sounds like it has
guessed
way too many syllables in it for me.
But just the that's already a bad sign. It's like something's wrong with the round. It's the anti round.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah, we got to give more love to the hijack round. Maurice?
I like hijack. We should go with hijack round for sure. Anti-penultimate, it sounds like your mom's sister or something. That just doesn't sound traumatic at all. The hijack round, let's christen that now as the round before the penultimate one. But hijack actually even sounds better than penultimate. But we might have to get a new word for that one as well as we toss out some new terminology in chess.
Just a second, I got to call my copyright attorney. I'll get the copyrights. The three-peat, hijack round, you know how it goes. Turning our attention to the game of Hikaru Nakamura, well, there is not really a lot that White could do. He left it around these parts. Check it out. Really only one piece that White could improve. That's his king. Hikaru brought his king to f1, brought his king to e2, and now he's basically stuck. I can see that from Black's point of view, Black could very easily entertain the same notion of getting his king to e6. Then, essentially, Black has reached the Zook point. Another thing I need to copyright too, by the way, where Black has all of his pieces ideally placed, and then he'll start looking for a plan. And in the meantime, very, very passive situation for Hikaru, the U.S. champion, under pressure. One day, Black is simply going to play bishop c5 to d4 and try to take possession of some dark squares, and these rooks on a2 and a1 are going to make a woeful impression should the position ever explode with any trades. First, Black should get the king to e6. Next, he should play g6 and f5 to have a lever in the position to open it up. Lastly, bishop d4, and the advantage just keeps growing, in my opinion, for Levon.
That's right. So the good thing about the rooks being on the A file, though, is if one day the A file opens up, they'll be so well positioned.
Yeah, you would win brilliantly by back rank checkmate, maybe, with rook a8.
If only I could play A takes B6.
How cool is that? And again, this game is so vital. Levon Aronian tied with Magnus Carlsen, who's having his problems.
Yeah, although that game, of course, the tension is only mounting. Anything could happen. But sure, if Levon is able to win a game like this with Black, that would be huge for his comeback.
Absolutely.
Which we've been talking about all tournament, because remember, Levon's had just a terrible year. And he's turning it around here at the 2015 Sinquefield Cup. Well, another player who's actually still in the hunt for first place, because it's so tight at the top here at the Sinquefield Cup this edition, unlike last year, which we had Fabiano Caruana so dramatically crushing.
Right, the streak.
And by the way, one of the better trash talkers in that compilation video we had, I think we're getting Anish Giri set up for the interview with Grandmaster Maurice Ashley about how he feels the tournament is shaping up in this hijack round.
Brilliant.
Well, we are with Grandmaster Anish Giri, who has had one victory so far, a lot of solid draws. I'm not sure you might call this a hijack game. Usually a game like this is so boring, we don't pay attention to it. We let you guys go away. Only because you're so important to the standings of the tournament while we have you sitting here. How are you feeling about such a game today?
Also, I'm a very nice guy, so that's why
that
I keep inviting me. Yes.
Although I have to say, you did waste a nice suit. You know, and the game is over. We can't enjoy your sartorial splendor.
Yeah. Well, that was not.
But indeed, today's game, it looked like nothing to do.
I think I was surprised by the way he played. I think that he was immune to things like losses. You know, after I lose 2 in a row, I probably tried to be solid, but I thought he would play normal as he does, which is go forward. And okay, yes, you could guess I prepared Greenfield. So yeah, I was I was hoping my game would match my attire, but somehow. Yeah, you know, once he changed the queens, the position is basically quite dry, and yeah, it was not a game you should have been following.
Why do you think that Veselin, who's normally a big fighter, he lost 2 games in a row last year at the Sinquefield Cup? In fact, I think in the first 2 rounds, and he came roaring back and had a respectable result. Why do you think this time he wasn't willing to go all out?
Well, often after you lose 2, you want to play one calm game to make sure that you're not losing all of your games, remaining ones. So maybe that's why. And but yeah, you know, maybe had I played a player who is a bit more into this kind of subtle positions, let's say Magnus or Hikaru, probably I would even suffer a little bit, because I was quite inaccurate. I think it's by various points. But okay, of course. Yeah, if you play with white, you can play very solid, and I didn't have any chance whatsoever.
And you haven't lost a game on the Grand Chess Tour so far, but you're still not quite where you need to be to win this tournament. You have 2 rounds left. What are your thoughts of going into your critical penultimate and last game?
Yeah, the tournament so far is very tough, basically as you can expect, because it's quite recent that there are such tournaments when there is practically no single outsider at all. There is always one value of some sort.
Your countryman and dear friend, obviously.
Yeah, there is always some local guy, you know. But here, the local guy is world number 7 or something. So, so when the tournaments are so tight, you can expect the standing to be very tight. So, even with just +1, I still have some chances, even for the highest places. And now every game is 10 times as important as at the start. So I'll try to have good rest today and see where I can get tomorrow and day after.
Before I let you go, you have a bracelet on that is quite unusual. Tell us the story behind that.
It's from my Brooklyn youth. No, well, it's quite funny because my friend Robin, he has a similar, or he had, I'm not sure if he still has, a similar bracelet from actually even the same brand, and people are always thinking that it's some kind of bromance thing between me and him, but that's not the case. That's really not the case. The thing is that my mother gave it to me when I became 18, and I remember once I forgot to put it on, and during the game I felt extremely uncomfortable. I felt like something is really missing there. So yeah, I'm used to wearing it, but there is also a nice song, as my friend who I already mentioned, Luke Van Veli, pointed out. There is some song about it. I don't remember what the song is, but basically it's an old song, and there is a bunch of gangsters who attack a guy, and they steal his bracelet or maybe something else, and he starts singing, "Oh, I got it from my mother." So that's more or less the story.
Well, I'm sure your mother's quite proud of how you're growing up into a sterling young man and an absolute world-class chess player, and we wish you the best in your last 2 rounds. Anish Giri still looking to find another win to maybe put him in the tie for first place. We'll see how he does in the rest of his games.
Thank you, Maurice. Thank you, Anish. Anish, I have a question for you. You're like a marvelous polyglot, and there was a pause in the round as we're trying to describe. We know what the final round is, and we know what the penultimate round is. In Russian, in Japanese, in Dutch, in English, is there a word that you use to describe the third round before the final? In other words, round 7 to 8. Is there a word in another language for this round?
Well, I'm not even sure. Well, actually, I speak English for a while, but only quite recently I found out what penultimate means. I was actually always surprised that there is a word for a round before the last one already. Because, normally speaking, you can separate the last round, you could separate the first one, but why would you separate the... And I'm pretty sure there should not be a special word for a round which is even before that. So
you're saying that English is a superior language to other languages?
It does have a lot of words. It is. I mean, it's not better, but
it's a nice language which is easy to learn, which by definition probably means that the language is not too complicated, because so many people are able to speak it and learn it quite fast. For example, in Russian, for every English word, there are probably 5 different words to describe exact same thing. So when it comes to difficulty, then English is really not the first language. Also, I imagine Chinese is not so easy. So
oh no, those are totally difficult.
Probably not. Yeah. So let's not.
So you don't know. So you don't have a word. How do you like the word hijack round? This comes from poker.
Yeah. Okay. English also has a couple of nice words. Yeah. Yeah. Especially when you use them at inappropriate occasions. Yeah.
We know how to use those words inappropriately. Oh, we'll let you go and rest and get ready for the penultimate round, which will be important. Guys?
Thank you. And we've gotten some great comments from our fans and our folks from all over the world about our etymology debates today. And I think this Paul Cooksey sums it up well. Good chess commentary, horrific abuse of the English language.
True
Good
that.
chess commentary, horrific abuse of the English language. Wow, I think that belongs in a bumper sticker somewhere.
Yeah.
That should be our new team slogan.
Pretty good smackdown. I like it. I like it.
Hey, we said chess bra and nobody got upset, but suddenly we get anti and anti, kind of confused, and people get very disappointed. Well, back to the games.
Yeah, and back to the games. And a big decision by Levon Aronian right here. We had just left it at these parts, and I was saying, well, White really didn't have much else to improve. Which other piece to improve? Hikaru played knight d2 to f1. Okay, an argument could be made that the knight might be better placed on e3. I'm not 100% sure about that, by the way. And then came bishop d4. Okay, in my opinion, that decision came a little bit early. I would have certainly put my king on e6 before making that decision. But there was another approach that Levon could have taken as well. And maybe I even actually like this move best of all. Knight d4 check. Forking king and pawn. You don't want to move your king along the d file, which would expose your king to a discovered check. For example, king to d1, oopsie daisy, knight takes b3. Whoops, knight takes b3 check, winning material for black. So after the move knight d4 check, we see that Hikaru would have been obliged to give up his bishop. Bishop takes d4, bishop takes d4. Now this rook on a1 is hanging. So obviously we're going to move this rook. Let's move the rook to the d file. And this is the kind of position where that bishop on d4 really can't be booted out of the position, and maybe, or more likely, black will be able to lever the strength of his bishop on d4 into a different type of advantage. And I like this position very much for Levon. So nice choices, but that wasn't the one Levon made. He jumped right away with bishop to d4. Still, I think his position is superior.
Well, one knight d4 is enough in the tournament, right?
One knight d4?
One knight d4 by Levon Aronian.
Is enough? Okay.
Yeah. You know, you can't play it every game.
There you go. But bishop d4, and Levon's building up.
Big news in another game for Maurice.
Well, it looks as though Anand and So are repeating the position, and they found a way to do so after queen c8, queen c3, knight to f5, challenging this knight. Anand went back to c2, knight d6, and now knight back to d4, and we're anticipating the move knight to f5 in this position, so we'll keep our eye on this one. It looks like it's going to be a draw by repetition.
That's right. So you jinxed us, Yasser, with how many different ways to win a chess game. And you know, we actually missed stalemate back then. Can you believe it? We are definitely the stone worst for missing stalemate.
We're not sharp today.
How's that even possible? But no, we're the best, actually. I was being sarcastic. We are going to take a quick break, and we're going to be back for more from the 2015 Sinquefield Cup. And the tension mounts in some of these very key games. and welcome back to the 2015 Sinquefield Cup. We are watching the game between Anand and Soen, looking to see if it results in that repetition that you mentioned.
Yeah, I don't think it has, actually. I see a move, and it looks like knight d6 up to b7 on the board. So Wesley So eschewing a repetition. Oh, hold on. Didn't he play knight f5? Yes, he did. So knight b7, even though Wesley has had some tough moments in this Sinquefield Cup, he is not content to make a draw with the 5-time world champion, Vachier Anand. He has just played the move knight d6, b7. And the big difference is that if, for example, knight c2, I'm just putting a move on the board to avoid bishop b4, at least the f5 square hasn't been occupied, but this looks like a different type of approach by black altogether. Knight b7 doesn't make a good impression, but Wesley says let's play. I wanted to go back to, because on our world champion table, Magnus Carlsen, Magnus played, okay, this was the position where Eric was saying, Eric Hansen, Grandmaster from Canada, Canada's strongest Grandmaster since Kevin Spraggett, said, well, the battle lines are so very clear, there shouldn't be a lot of thinking. Sasha came up with a different approach.
And we actually have
G7,
another
G6.
result in, and it looks like we have a draw between Fabiano Caruana and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Very good. I'll come back to that in just a second. But G7, G6 was Alexander's choice. So what he's trying to do, very straightforward, he wants to bring his knight to G7, his knight to F5, harass this bishop. The world champion snuck in a very sneaky move, I must say. He played the move B4, which your first reaction is, oh, that's a terrible move, because after A takes B4, Queen takes B4, Bishop G5, Black is getting everything he wants, domination of the dark squares. But that wasn't Magnus's trick. Magnus's trick was not to recapture the pawn, but first to play knight C2, and then, Jen, what you have been talking
dreaming
about
of for a while.
Dreaming of, you get to play knight takes B4, knight to C6. So that was why Black did not capture on B4, but continued with his own plan of knight G7. But this gave Magnus an opportunity to clarify matters and open up the position a little bit on the queen side. That pawn on A5, we can imagine that Magnus is thinking about rook to B1 to B5, as well as moves like knight to B3. And in case of A5, well, then you get your knight nicely to the C6 square.
And somehow B4 is looking a lot prettier. Well, you weren't the only one who was surprised by the move B4. Grandmaster Nigel Short, who's been watching some of our Sinquefield Cup coverage, also
Nigel.
said that it surprises him because it looks so anti-positional.
Right.
I hope to learn from these great players.
A tongue-in-cheek by Nigel, challenger to the world champion
Are you
Garry
sure?
Kasparov.
I don't know what level he's on.
Well, yes, he's got a wonderful wit, Nigel. But B4 by the world champion, and Maurice, I'm going to come to you.
Yes, this leads to a fascinating position, and here after B takes A5, which we are anticipating will happen. By the way, one thing we should note in this game is what has happened with the clocks. I mean, Magnus, we know, was behind on time. He was behind by over half an hour, or approximately half an hour. Grischuk on the last two moves, only two actually, knight A1 and B4. I guess he did play knight G7. He hasn't taken on A5 yet. So yes, only two moves for himself. He's used about 40 minutes. Is it now going on almost 50 minutes? I remember he was at 129. So if my math is right, 50 minutes. What is he doing? What is he taking so long over those last couple of moves? It's like he has no clue what to do at all. And now he's spending time on taking back the pawn. Is it possible there's another move? Maybe he's thinking F5, giving away this B pawn. How can he possibly be thinking right now? Maybe my board hasn't registered his last move, but his time now, according to our clocks, has just surpassed Magnus's time. A half an hour, we saw him lose, a half an hour lead. That just doesn't make any sense. That is bad time management. I'm sure that now Carlsen feels a lot better saying, God, keep thinking, just sit there. We remember the bad time pressure that Grischuk was in Norway that ended up costing him that game when he blundered in horrible time pressure. I just want to show one variation. After B takes A5, knight to B3, the Indians give a passive move, rook A8, but not as their first choice. First choice is knight to F5, giving away this pawn. Can you imagine it? Now, knight takes on E3. Of course, you can't take the knight with the queen because this knight is under attack and needs protection from the queen. So now takes, and now the move bishop to G5, ignoring this knight that's going to be ensconced on C6, queen to B6, attacking this pawn, simple defense. But now the engines are saying, no, black's a little better, though down a clear pawn here. Black with the initiative, even though white has the knight on C6. Interesting position, to say the least. Maybe this is what's concerning Nigel. Nigel Short, that is, former world champion candidate. This position seems like black is the one with all the punches, even though he's the one down the pawn. The Indians love black here. We'll see if Grischuk figures this out in time so that he doesn't get into any more severe time pressure. And he's deep in thought, Yaz, over taking back on A5.
I think you've hit the nail right on the head. I think if he was playing a blitz game, B6 takes A5 would be an automatic. But because he's got the time to consider, I really like this pawn sacrifice idea very, very much. And I was just wondering if knight F5 immediately, he's trying to weigh the consequences of the immediate knight F5. If you take with the pawn and then knight takes E3, again for similar, well, actually a different reason, you can't recapture your queen with the queen because bishop G5 is a skewer. You'd have to recapture with your pawn, and then you get a position similar to the previous one, except there's no knight on C6. Queen takes and bishop G5. And I really do like black in this position. That bishop on E2 makes a woeful impression. And world champion Magnus Carlsen, despite the clocks, I feel has been outplayed in this particular position. Not that he's in any trouble or anything like that. I just like the play that this pawn sacrifice offers Sasha.
And the clocks are almost equal, remember. Of course, we can predict with some confidence that Grischuk will continue to plummet. But for the moment, they're pretty equitable.
Yeah.
Yesterday we saw that Grischuk spent a long time on some pretty obvious moves. So it's not that. First of all, you already pointed out he does have a choice here. But even if he didn't, he does this kind of thing sometimes. Like remember yesterday, instead of quick bishop D4, he thought for a while, even though it was like quite obvious he was going to do it.
What I thought was very intriguing was following the game, Sasha was explaining that. He saw his move instantly. He knew what he wanted to play. And then he spent a lot of time confirming it, and then he would play the move he wanted to play initially, and he kept doing that. He actually got himself a little bit down on the clock. He used almost the entire 2 hours, as did Fabi, of course. But in the end, he always played his number one choice, which was
well, that's probably why he's such a good blitz and rapid player, right?
Yeah.
Or I think that's why strong players beat weaker players in simul's, even just a couple hundred points. They just play the first move they see, and that's good enough, right?
And usually their instincts are right.
Yeah. So the extra time is to make the game more perfect, even though they're still going to be strong enough to beat weaker players usually. Yeah. But we do have another special guest, and the standings are quite tight at the top of the Sinquefield Cup. And one of the players who's right there in the hunt is with Maurice Ashley.
We are with Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, whose last game ended in a draw. Didn't look like you had much to work with in this game.
Well, in the opening, Fabiano decided to deviate from the knight off. I kind of expected that, but not in the bishop b5 check way. And then he improved on a game I had in Bill with Michael Adams. Then I was actually outplayed. I was lucky because I missed when I played bishop a6 that after d5 and b4 I mean, this is very typical for the Spanish, which, I mean, the positions look like a Spanish already. And anyway, after d5 and b4, if I don't act very precisely, I'm in big trouble because I don't get any play on the queen side. Fortunately, I found this idea to get the bishop to b6, which is also very typical. And, well, it was a bit on the edge at some point, but it seems like it should be okay for me.
Seems like you were somewhat relieved then that the game ended in a draw because you might have gotten into some trouble, especially given the standings.
No, definitely. I mean, Fabiano, well, is not playing well in this tournament, but in general, he's a pretty strong player. So, you know, a draw with black against him is definitely fine. So, also, I mean, he is not forced to play. I mean, he can play back to his best standard before the end of the tournament. I mean, that's not forbidden in this situation. So, you know, draw is fine. I'm still on +1, depending on the results today. Might still be half a point behind the lead. So, you know, I still have something to work with.
Absolutely, stones throw away. I would love to get your opinion on a position that's being played right now that's still very much in the opening. This is a Najdorf between Carlsen and Grischuk. We're going to pull the position.
You call the white guy.
Yes, well, we know you are a Najdorf specialist. And we see Grischuk on the screen there, really taking a long time after this idea, b4 and b takes on a5. I'm sure you would have very quickly captured on a5 by now instead of spending what it seemed like 40 minutes, 50 minutes so far on just the last few moves. What do you think about this position, the move b4, first of all, and then capturing on a5?
Yeah, I missed this move b4, actually. I mean, and when it was played, it's quite pretty, yeah, because you cannot really take on b4 because of knight c2. I mean, this is a kind of move that you can easily miss, especially in a blitz game. But, well, here it's not blitz, so anyway, knight g7 was played. You have to pawn takes a5, you might consider knight f5. I mean, you get very typical compensation for the Najdorf as well.
So you think he's thinking about this possibility, that's why he's sitting here thinking so long?
Yes, because pawn takes a5, with pawn takes a5, you're on knight b3, and then either knight a5 or c5 are always in the plan. So anyway, after knight b3, you probably have to play knight f5 anyway. So you have to decide.
He actually did finally take on a5. What do you think of his handling of the clock? He wasted an hour on the last 3 moves in a position that looks very typical for the Najdorf.
Well, to be honest, an hour might be a bit much, but it's a kind of position where you really want to play the best moves. And then if you get out, I mean, in the next 5 moves, say, then generally your moves are going to be, you know, you might play them by hand simply. I mean, it's very typical for the Najdorf in the early middle game to spend a lot of time, and then, you know, things might get easier to.
You think with 28 minutes on the clock to play 22 moves that he's not in a critical situation? Not that Magnus is far better, but he has 38 minutes. This seems like a typical time pressure crazy scramble where somebody's going to blunder.
Yeah, no, but I mean, 29 minutes is not a lot, but at the same time, there's not going to be, you know, like some huge tactics or something. It's not like, for instance, his game. I don't remember in which game he was in really big time trouble.
Well, you remember in Norway, he was in time pressure against this same guy, Magnus Carlsen, and he blundered on the 40th move and lost the game, and he was in heavy time pressure there as well. So it just takes one move.
Yeah, I know. I mean, his games against Danish in general, his last 2 games against Danish, he was in huge time pressure, but there was really, you know, tricks, and, well, his position was not looking good anyway. But here his position looks reasonable, and it's a kind of position where you might also play by hand at some point. I mean, you're getting your counterplay, your pieces get out, you get this play on the dark squares, so, you know, it might turn out just fine for him.
Last question I have for you. just because we're curious. Is there a word in French for the round before the last round? That is the round before the penultimate round. So the penultimate round is second to last. Is there a French word for the round before the penultimate round?
I think there is. I mean, generally we say, for the last round we say dernière ronde. For the second to last, it's avant-dernière.
Before the last? Okay.
Yeah, and we have basically, I think, the same idea for this. I mean, for the what is the seventh round now? It would be antepenultième. So I mean,
the same,
yeah,
that's the same as the English
exactly.
word. So did we steal it from you guys, or you stole it from us?
I have no idea. I mean,
we probably stole it from you. Typical English borrowing. But it's so how come it's avant-dernière, which is before, literally translates as before the last round.
Yeah.
And then you take the anti-penultimate.
But maybe we.
Why don't you just say avant-dernière?
We might also actually. Yeah. So that's I'm not a French linguist per se. So.
Well, neither are we, and we have a new word that apparently comes from poker called the hijack round. I don't know if that will catch currency anytime soon, but it sounds better than even your French, which is a beautiful language, but in this case, it's not really capturing the spirit of the round.
Yeah, sure.
Well, thank you so much, and we hope you the best in your last two games.
Yeah, thank you very much.
MVL doing quite well in the last round.
Thank you.
In the what is it? I'm not even going to say it.
Yeah. Just say it in English, it's the same.
My friend Maxine, a question for you. As my French grammar improves dramatically, I thought that you got a critical position today in this round. Take us through your thinking exactly at this moment when you came up with the move knight h5, because you are inviting the complications after knight takes e5. And tell us what you were thinking.
I was actually welcoming complications here. In general, I want to exchange these dark squared bishops, and I don't want to play h6 as well.
So you wanted to...
I wanted bishop g5, then queen h5, bishop f6, and I thought here, if you just take on d7, then I have ample compensation for the pawn. Also, after queen f3, bishop b7 is also a bit awkward for white. e5 always fails to g6, the move before. So I thought what was more critical instead of knight takes d7 would have been knight c6. And there things get crazy, because if I play too slowly, the knight gets back to d4, so I have to take on c3. Knight e7 check, king h8, e5, g6, bishop g6, pawn takes, knight takes, king g7, knight f8, rook f8. Here maybe something like e6, but in general I thought, I mean, there's no mate. I assume, with two pieces for the rook it should be fine, but it was definitely a critical continuation.
Yeah, and you saw all of that when you played the move knight h5.
Yes.
Very good. Very good. Thank you, Maxine.
Maxime Vachier-Lagrave with wisdom in terms of grammar, and also pointing out that Grishuk does have a critical move to make. I mean, we were just saying that if he got to a situation where he was comfortable, you could play it like a simul, and we do see how Grishuk does that.
Moves in hand, just as Maxine
in hand,
is
saying. It says it much more elegantly. But meanwhile, we've got eruptions in Anand So, and it looks like Vichy might have just missed something. There was some little sneaking between moves. Is Wesley So coming back with a bang?
Wow.
Let's take a look.
That game has really exploded.
Well, Wesley rerouted his knight to the e6 square after this move c5.
So knight b7 is when we left it, and I was mentioning that this is an annoying kind of a move for the first player to face. So that was why Vichy played c5, blocking in the bishop. But then the knight came back to d8, Knight came back from a4 to b2, knight e6, knight c4, sacrificing a second pawn in the position.
Thinking perhaps that after knight e6, if we just recapture on e6, then you have bishop takes c5. But there's the in-between move in the position in which Wesley did play, bishop to b4.
Attacking
and
the queen.
So now if the queen just
Whoa.
moves. Whoa.
Knight takes g7.
Whoa.
Okay, if the queen just moves, sorry, Jen.
If the queen just moves, then it looks like Wesley has just made massive progress. He's up two pawns. I mean, sure, two of them are doubled, but one is pretty healthy. So that would be very sweet. So that is why Anand tried this knight takes g7 instead.
And knight takes.
What's happening now?
Exactly.
After all of these exchanges, it's now Anand on move. And
whoa.
What's the body count, as you like to say?
Yeah. Well, it looks like just a rook and. Well, just a second. Hold on. We're gonna. Oh, I don't really have a way of moving my bishop to defend that f6. So it's going to be a rook and a piece for how many pawns? So, okay, so imagine queen takes, rook takes. So it's a rook and a knight for 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah.
Isn't this just winning for Wesley? What am I missing,
It looks
Maurice?
pretty good for black, indeed, but not an easy win. What do you think, Maurice?
Easy win.
Well, when we start counting up the cash, I mean, that's a lot of booty. All right, let's just take it all in. That's all ours. I would say definitely good for black, and the primary reason is that bishop on d7, which we'll get to that position in a second. It can end up on d5, and that's a scary square. Well, let's take a look. This move, knight b2, the Indians did not like Wesley with an original rerouting of his knight, a la a variation of the Berlin, old variation. But knight e6, knight c4, this is the critical moment here, actually, where here the Indians thought he should play knight e2 and just hold on to that pawn as much as possible. But he went wild with knight c4, bishop c5, knight e6. And clearly Anand analyzed this line. I mean, he's about to drop his knight. How could he allow this without calculating this variation? Knight takes on e8. And the Indians do give advantage to black after queen takes, rook takes on c3. Admittedly, this position is not absolutely total crystal clear busted, but it looks bad. I mean, it's a queen after all. Bishop to e6 is the move I was talking about. This bishop is headed to d5, a square where it can never be chased from. I don't think you even want to trade a knight for this bishop and straighten out black's pawns. But black has to contend with the fact that this rook and bishop are on the board, but it looks bad. I mean, this position looks really bad for white. It looks like there's a serious challenge ahead for Anand to try to survive in this position. I'm looking for moves now. A rook e1 is one move, but queen f7, and this, again, the light squares are dominated. This dark square bishop can only pray to create some kind of blockade. I think that Wesley's going to milk this baby home as much as possible. He's got to be thinking that he is much better here with clear winning chances. And has he taken back? He actually has taken on e8 with the bishop. Looks like he's going to reroute it to this diagonal anyway, although the Indians don't think it's the most precise, but still say that it's definite advantage for Wesley. We'll see if Anand can survive the pressure and a black queen on the board. This one definitely has exploded, and we didn't expect this kind of position at all when we were looking at the original explosion. We'll see what happens in the next few moves.
Thank you, Maurice. Wow. Vichy seizing the defensive in this one. Let me go back to that game of Hikaru Nakamura's for a moment, because there's a lot of strange, I found the decision by Levon Aronian to be a strange one. When he played bishop d4, I thought he was going to bring his king to e6 first. Then, after knight e3, I thought his intentions was to trade dark square bishops, but he ended up capturing the knight. So that looks like a loss of a tempo. He could have gotten king on f7. Then this recapture here with knight takes, offering this pawn on a5 as some kind of a bait that Hikaru was dangling for Levon. Levon played king f7, brought his king to e6, a decision I thought he was going to make earlier, and then he just turned his attention away completely from the c5 pawn and played knight, from the a5 pawn and played knight c5. And we've got this position on the board.
Not as much as it was for Black earlier. It kind of feels like
I feel
Naka's
he's
holding
given
that
up
balance.
some of his edge. Yeah, that trade of the bishop on c5 for the knight on e3, I think that was a bit of a relief for Hikaru.
Well, will Nakamura end up holding this game? I think he very might well. And we have another guest in our studio, last year's Sinquefield Cup champion, Fabiano Caruana. He's with Maurice.
We are with Fabiano, the fabulous Fabiano Caruana, who's not playing that fabulously this tournament. Fabi, have you got a chance to take a look at this event and how it's gone for you, or are you still in the throes of playing the last few rounds?
Yeah, I mean, I can still salvage a tournament somewhat in the last 2 rounds. I mean, yesterday was just very bad because I played well up to a point and I gave up a piece which was correct, and then I just, I don't know why I didn't take on e3. It was the correct move. It was obviously the critical move and I should have done it. And after that, the game probably would have gone a different way. I mean, maybe I wouldn't have won, but I would definitely have been pressing. And yeah, I mean, if I had won that game, it would be a different tournament for me. So I mean, I sort of managed to recover somewhat after a bad start, but yesterday was a pretty big setback.
What happens to a player like yourself when you do the self-analysis afterwards as to why you wouldn't play a move that to your eyes would just be pretty natural, like just take on e3, like you said, instead of this move b5 you played? What do you looked at it yourself and with your trainers and seconds or whoever you have with you? What do you come up with in an assessment about why these kind of things happen?
Yeah, I just got lazy over the board. I calculated something. I thought it was dangerous for me, and then I wanted to play a kind of a simpler way without allowing all sorts of tactics. But I mean, it was just a very bad moment. It was one of the biggest mistakes I've made in a long time.
Is it just that close? To look a little bit longer and not to look a little bit longer, the decision to do that can cost you in a game?
Yeah, sometimes you don't even know what prompts you to reject a move intuitively. For some reason I didn't want to do it, which was just very wrong. But yeah, I mean, usually you should just have the self-control to analyze something till the end, which I didn't manage to do.
So tell us, today's game didn't have much content to it, although there was a moment that MVL said he felt that he might have been in some kind of trouble.
Yeah, I thought I was slightly better after the opening. We were sort of following his game against Adams. I took on b5, whereas Adams hadn't taken on b5. He played with knight a3 immediately. I thought taking on b5 first was more accurate than what he did, and then I thought I got a slight advantage, but I didn't find a way. I mean, his position is very solid, and I didn't find a way to get more than what I got.
Now, we've been asking the players to play a little bit of commentator, so we definitely like to get your opinion on a game that we thought was definitely good for Black, and you disagree. The game between Anand and Wesley So. What's your assessment, and take us through why it is that you would assess this position the way you do as we take a look at the position, as we see the players there. We'll pull the position up in a moment, and there it is on the board. Black is clearly ahead of queen and 2 pawns, sorry, queen and 1 pawn for a rook and knight with opposite colored bishops on the board. And we have this position on the board. You say it's not just cleanly winning for Black.
I mean, Black has winning chances, has an excellent position, but it's still a long way to go, and I think White has pretty good chances to hold. And the thing about, I mean, it's one thing to count the pawns, but if you took one of these queenside pawns and put it on g7, then it would be an entirely different story. But these double pawns on the c file are not doing much. You know, Black's structure is fractured, and he has some dark square weaknesses, and his king is a bit vulnerable. And you know, with opposite colored bishops, there are chances to start counterplay against Black's king. And you know, White's pretty solid, so it's going to be tough to win it. But he has certain winning chances.
And where would the winning chances be for Black if he's going to make it happen? Is there a plan you think you could come up with Black should be aiming for in a position like this one?
I mean, I would say he has to get rid of this B pawn at some point. Maybe play A4 and then try to... I mean, it's going to be tough to advance his C pawns. Maybe a trade of rooks would be good for Black. That most likely would be good for Black, yeah.
And just one more before I let you go. The game between Magnus and Grischuk, they're spending a lot of time burning a lot of minutes, as is wont in Grischuk's games. If we can pull that position up, we have that here. What's your opinion of Magnus's position? His knight is sitting on A1.
I don't like his position at all. The problem is that he can't take on C5 because of rook C5 and then there's bishop G5.
Let's take a look at that variation, please. Bishop takes on C5, doesn't win a pawn after rook takes. Bishop takes on A4, and now suddenly this move, bishop to G5, winning an exchange. Although Magnus might argue he has some comp here, I guess.
No, this is just losing for white.
It looks bad.
Because the knight will come to D4 at some point, and it's very ugly. So he can't do this. But then it's not clear what he... I mean, maybe some move like queen E2. But Black can play bishop G5 in that case, which looks very pleasant. It's not easy to find a move.
Wow, just in a couple of moves.
Maybe queen B4. I'm not sure. Yeah, bishop G5 is still a move, and even if you take this pawn, Black will have excellent company. I mean, here take and knight F5 looks, or queen G5 or something, looks very... Oh, sorry, knight D3 just wins an exchange, so... yeah, it's not good for him.
It's funny that Fabiano used this pithy phrase because I wonder if he knows that Magnus went into the confessional booth and said almost the exact same thing verbatim. I don't like my position at all.
Magnus went into the confession booth earlier and he had only one sentence to say, which is, I don't like my position at all, and then just left. And it seems that he is currently in that state now. He's not often you see him just getting dominated with the white pieces so quickly in the game.
I don't think it's... I don't know if the position is so bad for him. I mean, it's uncomfortable, and for sure he's not happy to have to defend this, but I mean, it's not more than slightly worse, I think.
Well, we'll see if he's going to be able to control this game. It's a big game for him, and we appreciate the time you spent with us, and hopefully you can play well in the next two games to salvage the tournament.
Thanks.
Fabiano Caruana, winner of last year's Sinquefield Cup. Back to you guys.
Fabi, I have the same question for you that I had for Maxime, because although the game you played today appeared very stodgy, there was some serious tactics boiling in the game, I felt, and I brought up a critical moment for Maxime, and I wanted to, and he gave us his answer, but I wanted to ask you the same question I asked him. You reached this position, the move knight h5 was played, and I wanted to ask you what stopped you from playing the move knight takes e5. What was your main line of analysis?
Yeah, this I didn't spend too much time on, because after bishop g5, queen h5, he plays bishop f6, which is forced. Probably, okay, knight c6, bishop c3. Here I can play knight e7, king h8, e5. I looked at this. g6 is forced. Bishop g6 is forced, I think. Take, knight takes, king g7 most likely. Take on f8. I'm not sure how he takes, maybe knight takes. It's not clear how he takes back. But I just thought that if this doesn't work, then it just loses.
The exact same line that Maxime gave as well.
You both were analyzing the same thing. I just thought that this position was actually pretty unclear, because you've got quite some pawns, and I don't know, I'm sorry to say it does have echoes of yesterday's loss, but you've got quite a lot of pawns, and this pawn on e6, whether rook takes f8 or otherwise, I thought, well, there's something going on here, because the bishop on a6 is kind of bad. I didn't know how you judged it.
My bishop on, I mean, my knight on a3 is also not great. I think that it might be playable, but white risks just as much as black.
Okay.
And I wouldn't. I mean, I thought I had a slight advantage, and I
white
wasn't really ready to invite these complications.
All right, very good. Thank you very much, Vavi. And we got to check in on the Magnus game yet again, because optically, a very big move there. E5, E4 by Alexander Grisha. Optically, it really does appear that white, Magnus, is being dominated just because of this knight on A1 and this terrific-looking knight on C5. And Magnus did not go in for any of those variations where he ended up losing an exchange for compensation with bishop c5 and bishop a4. Rather, he played the move rook c1 to b1, and Alexander Grisha now is the type of position where you really want to have a lot of time on your clock because the decisions are so key. Took the bull by the horns and just played the move e5, e4.
With the idea that if bishop c5, rook c5, our pawns are hanging, but c4 is a real biggie.
Exactly.
You can only take one at a time. But here, suppose white just defends the pawn on c4. With a rook or with a queen, and then how can...
I think this position is just very good for Grisha. It just feels like there's something in the...
This is a little dangerous indeed because of the dark squares. Like you even have to look at something like queen a5 threatening rook c4. I'm getting a little nervous here. I wonder about maybe getting my queen off the dark squares instead. But
your spidey sense is tingling there, Jennifer.
Yeah, we've had a lot of dark square games in this tournament. Maurice, what are your thoughts?
It's suddenly exploding.
Can we round up a pawn here as white?
It was suddenly exploding.
By the way, Magnus did play bishop c5, rook c5, and bishop takes a4 on the board.
Wow.
So he's going for this liquidation and allowing Grisha to take the pawn on c4.
I guess he just wants to plant his bishop on c6, but I still feel that I like black, okay? Let me just be very bold about it and say this is an easier position for black to handle. I don't know what the engines are assessing. Maurice, what's going on, according to the engines?
According to the engines, white's the one who has taken over control of the game, although Magnus's moves have not been, or at least the last one was not necessarily the most accurate, but definitely they like white because they did not like this move, knight to c5. The feeling was that f5, or I should say the analysis by the engine, was that f5 was a better choice, but the move knight to c5 carried him down a clear path. Now knight to b3 is on the board, is threatened, so a4 is in fact a bit of a risky idea in the position. Magnus now played rook to b1, starting to eyeball the pawn and also trying to get his rook down. Of course, his knight on a1 is anemic, but he's threatening at any moment to get it into the game. And once it lands on c2, it's a direct path to the c6 square. But now this move, e4, quite a committal move here. It did not have to be played again. f5 by the engine said that's just fine for black, but it was this one, e4, asking too much of the position going down with this move, and Magnus instantly found the move suggested by the engine, at least on step one. And now after rook takes c5, this moment, the engines give queen e2, guarding this pawn, attacking this one, and maintaining the pressure on the pawn on the a4 square. But Magnus did not do that. He actually chose the third best choice here given by the engines, which is bishop takes on a4. And now the engine's saying after rook takes bishop c6, f5, that the position is equal, just equal, according to the engines. 3 zeros. Yeah, right, whatever. a4 is the first choice being given, f4 as the response he has, and who knows? I mean, I like attacks, so I kind of like black's game here. A knight can come into f5 and try to race up the board shortly. Of course, the f4 pawn is hanging right now. It looks like there's just danger happening everywhere. So we have to see how this game proceeds. Certainly an exciting one. And guess what? Magnus Carlsen is under 20 minutes, having only 18 minutes on his clock, 18 minutes and 28 seconds and counting, and he is at this point in the game. Let's get up to date with the position right here after rook takes c4 was played. He still has to make 17 Well, now the clock times have been updated. Magnus has 20 minutes, so he has to make, it looks like 16 moves in 20 minutes. Grischuk as well has 19 minutes. This is a rapid game now. This is no longer over-the-board classic game. These players will have to giddy up if they're going to get to the finish line without a major blunder. We will be paying our attention to this game quite closely.
That's right, and I
Thank
think
you, Maurice.
a lot of the evaluations going on in this game aren't really based on engine or computer analysis, because I think that when Magnus said he didn't like his position at all, it certainly wasn't like a minus position according to the computers. I think he meant more strategy, and at that point in the game, also the fact that he maybe wasted the white pieces, as we say.
And what he was trying to achieve out of the opening.
Right.
Yeah,
and we
the
do
type
have a
of
move.
position. Bishop c6,
Bishop
as
C6.
expected. Yeah.
Indeed. So we've got Bishop c6. Oh, meanwhile, Anand So is kind of interesting in that it looked like Black had a way to capture some material, but it didn't quite work. And we have some liquidation there.
Let me just bring that position up
So-
on our board. We left it about these parts. F5 was played. Rook takes c6, grabbing a pawn. Queen d7, back. And now knight c4. And
So optically, it looks like Queen J3 is just attacking everything, but the thing is, I think you can just play Rook c1, and you're going to end up getting 2 pawns for the price of 1 here in this variation.
How so? Rook c1?
Well, I was just thinking that after Rook c, I mean, I was trying to figure out what White does.
Well,
I was trying to figure out what White does here, and after Rook c1, maybe just after Queen b3, we play Knight a5, and are we just going to end up? Are we going to end up capturing on c7 ultimately? That's the question.
Or planning the knight on c6. That looks like a good fortress type of positions. Let's just see what has happened, because this is
So that's the kind of resource I think that Fabiano was referring to, that even though it looks like, I mean, at first that looks great, right? Queen d3, fork, win a pawn.
Right.
But somehow it doesn't actually lead to much.
Exactly.
So instead, So decided to just take on c4 directly.
And we're likely to see Rook c4. That's a technical game. Let's get back to the
Nakamura-Ronyan.
As well as Magnus. Maurice.
Well, lots have happened. Lots has happened in this game. Take a look at the position now. You mentioned this exchange. Yeah, it's a controversial one. Bishop takes knight. We just saw Wesley So play that against Anand as well. These are game-changing moves. This is a simple move. Bishop takes knight, but it's what creates imbalances in chess positions that grandmasters like to do in order to have better winning chances, and you have to assess it quite carefully. Here, Levon took, king f7, f3, king e6, and now the move g4. This doesn't look like anything special. You realize, of course, anytime you push your pawn, you can't pick it up and bring it back. So this is a committal move, grabbing hold of the f5 square forever. Knight to c5, knight c4, and now after just a couple of temporizing moves, bringing the knight to e6, bishop e3, first knight onto the square, and now the move knight to g5, eyeballing that f-pawn that was weakened by the move g4 with that under attack. Bishop takes g5 was played, and now f takes g5, cracking the pawn structure, separating the pawns. As you see here, this pawn is now isolated. None of Black's pawns really look fantastic, but it's the pieces that really matter because they are so firmly entrenched here. And after rook to d1, the position is now in Black's favor. King e6 to think about bringing a rook to f7 to eyeball this pawn. He can also start thinking about bringing the other rook back. And now the f-file is open. The engines love Black here, giving him a significant edge. Game is clearly not yet over, but man, I have a knight on d4. Look at this rook on a2 defending the c-pawn. You have two weaknesses that Dvoretsky talks about. The principle of two weaknesses, I think it's Shereshevsky actually, who talks about this in his great Endgame book. The pawn on c2, the pawn on f3, the beautiful knight, the bad rook. It looks like Black is just outplaying White here. Nakamura seems to be in a lot of trouble.
Agreed all around that capture on g5 may have been a culprit. Clearly, you can't allow the loss of the f3 pawn, but perhaps it was, I would almost say with a certainty, it was better not to allow Black the open file. If you're going to take a knight, take the knight on d4, and then, of course, later Black will reroute his knight. But capturing the knight on g5 gave Levon another avenue to get at White's soft underbelly, and that's the F3 pawn. Hikaru is going to end up in some kind of a defensive shell where he'll play rook d3 and knight d2 just to keep his position, but it's all Levon so far in this game. Let me go back to Magnus Carlsen, because that game is so vital, so
That's
key.
true. And it could really go any way in this position. As much as we've been talking about Black's position, remember there's that pawn on a2.
Yes, that may choo-choo up the board, right? I mean, a4, a5, and you've got the promotion square covered. But in the
potential
meantime,
time pressure from both opponents as well. I think we could see any of the three results in this game. We still got 16 moves to make with about a minute a move for each player.
but it's clear that Black can't sit here on his laurels, because the laurels are in White's favor, a2 pawn. So, I mean, at some point, Black has to bring it. He's got to get some counterplay based on f5. Maybe on a good day he'll have the time he needs to assert his bishop on the e5 square, so that he can play moves like f4, f3, or f4, knight f5, e3, and to break open Magnus's king a bit. And Magnus wants to bring his knight into the game. This is actually a very, very sharp position, but I think it all starts with f5, and it's all about the clocks as well.
It will be very interesting indeed, and that rook on c4 leaves a strange impression.
Doesn't
now.
it? Right at the moment, it's
like,
kind of hovering in midair, right?
I mean, it's hard to complain about a rook on c4 when Magnus himself has a knight on a1. But when you start talking about playing f5 and f4 and flooding in with other pieces, I'm like, what's going to happen to that rook?
Well, let's go, Jen. All right, Maurice. Sorry, Maurice. You had something for us.
Well, I'm just curious about the clock times, because looking at my board, I see Grischuk with 13 minutes on the clock. Looking at your screen, I saw 17 minutes on the clock. So there's some kind of inconsistency there. If we could establish exactly how much time Grischuk has, we will know how much of a dangerous situation he is in, because blunders proliferate in time pressure. And if he's at only 13 minutes to make 16 moves, that's a disaster. I know that MVL, he's got some blitz skills. So does Grischuk. They feel like, you just play a couple of moves and things will be okay. You are playing Magnus Carlsen, and guess what? He's the world blitz and rapid champion, so he knows a thing or two about playing fast and playing in time pressure, and that posture is different from the one he had earlier that put him in that confession booth feeling badly, and the move knight to f5 was played instead, and it is only 12 minutes and 25 seconds that he has to play 15 more moves. Is that real? Actually, it's 16 moves, if my math is right. Yeah, it is actually 16 moves left. He just played knight to f5. The engines don't think that move is that special after queen to e2, but it's still a rich game for sure. But with only 12 minutes to make moves in this position, knight f5 does not stabilize the position at all. In fact, it introduces more chaotic complications in the position of anything else. And I think Magnus is happy to see that move instead of the principled f5. Look at that crowd, everybody hovering around this exciting game as they go towards time pressure. And he has found the best move, queen e2, and Grischuk responding with the computer's first move, rook to c3, which is a straight sacrifice of a pawn on e4, guys. The game is getting wild again, but apparently it was the only and best move. The engines think that White is just a little bit better, not completely winning as you would suspect. And Magnus is just snapped off the pawn, and rook a3. Somehow Grischuk finding all the computer moves, first moves by the engine, and this position is supposed to be a bit better for White, not a full pawn. It looks like that a pawn is not long for the world. Grischuk finding defensive moves in his time pressure.
Wow, and Grischuk making these moves that are pretty deep, actually, absolutely immediately. I think he probably figured if White gets to play a4 without any obvious counterplay, he's going to be lost. So rook a3 just seemed forced to him, I suppose. But still, it's funny to see him spend a lot of time on moves like bishop d4 in the last game, but then this concept of rook c3 to rook a3 just instant.
Yeah,
it's pretty deep.
Well, without question, my first thought was like, okay, call it my own naivety, was that when, let me just refresh my board. I got that when I saw this move, knight f5, I thought, oh my gosh, hasn't he just blundered the pawn? Queen takes e4. If I was in White shoes, I really want to get rid of that battering ram. And then, okay, it looks like Grischuk is just saying, if I can take your A-pawn, I'll be very satisfied to draw the game. I thought this position was incredibly rich, and I thought that F5 made all results possible, including a victory for Grishuk. It just seems so very strange to voluntarily, but yeah, I mean, to deliberately sacrifice the pawn. I didn't see that coming.
So how do you anticipate that Magnus is going to defend this pawn?
Well, okay. Well, let's take let's just say I defend the pawn, Rook B2. This, of course, encourages the move Bishop F6. Let me step aside for a second. Rook D2.
And now
that
if I
step
play,
aside,
there's knight
D4.
And also, there's a queen A5 in the position.
Then I wanted knight B3. Okay, Queen A5 just encourages me to knight B3. Maurice, something's exciting going on. What's happening?
Well, Hikaru Nakamura in Time Pressure has found a move that sacrifices a pawn. It looks like it loses a pawn, but in fact, he's found a nice trick. Take a look at this position. We had this King E6. It's coming. Rook F7. So he played Rook to D3, Rook F7, and now he played the move Rook A1, giving away the C pawn. His point being that if you try to grab it, he's going to double his rooks on this file. Now you can't bring your knight back because suddenly knight takes E5 is in the position, but Levon cool and calm in the position after rook back to A1. He's played rook to B8.
Rook to B8 in that position. Yes, very good. Okay. So obviously from Levon's point of view, he's just ready to double up and really tie down white. Basically would be forcing white at a certain moment to step back with the knight to cover that pawn on D2. And I'm just thinking when it's in his interest to do so, black will cement his knight to the D4 square, not to allow any exchange sacrifices, and simply play the move C7, C5. Again, I really like Levon's position. We're going to go back to the World Champions game, Magnus Carlsen, Rook A2. So I made a try, let's put it that way. Let me try Rook B2 again. Bishop F6, very obvious move. Rook comes over to C2. Okay, I'm a move away, so to speak, from playing the knight B3 move and securing my pawn. I think this is where we left it, Jen.
That's right, and we were talking about knight D4 being in the position, and you were mentioning queen A5, knight B3.
Yes, and a very important point that this bishop on C6 covers this, so there's no rook on F8 to E8 tempo.
Oh,
so Maurice,
like
back to you.
Something quite dramatic has happened in the Nakamura-Levon Aronian game. So
the exchange sacrifice.
And Nakamura looks like he's actually losing now, and somehow Levon Aronian is just flooding in with his rooks and kings. That's what it feels like when you have a king on E5 like that. That feels like a double king. Maurice, is this over?
In big time pressure, it looks as though Nakamura has made a severe error. And we were talking about that clock, and it has counted against him. We had this position, Rook D3. The Rook went to F7, Rook A1, Rook back to B8, Rook A D1 with a minute plus on his clock. He had to face the move Rook B F8. And if he had been passive with this move, knight back to D2, then knight takes C2 would have been a free pawn. Instead, he went for something in time pressure much worse. He played the move knight takes on E5. The engines now go crazy, taking back here, and rook takes F3. They have now made time control, but Nakamura is going to have to look at a mess of a position as the rooks are flooding in. One will land on F2 quite shortly, and Nakamura is going to be dead lost. It looks like he is going down in flames in this game.
Thank you, Maurice. That sure looks that way to me too.
Look at Nakamura, that close-up we have, and he's actually shaking his head as he looks at the position, rubbing his eyes. We can always count on Nakamura to be expressive for better or for worse, or actually mostly for worse, because when he's winning, he usually doesn't have much expression, just a little bit of confidence. But when he's losing, you really see it.
Where was Hikaru in this game? Seriously.
Yeah.
I mean, literally from the opening, his preparation just looked very lame. It's not like he knows that Levon Aronian plays this position rather well with black. It was like he didn't come with some extraordinary novelty or new idea. He never put any pressure on Levon's position. Levon kept improving. It was Hikaru who cracked, and now he's just looking at a lost position. It is a very, very strange game.
In agony, indeed. Nakamura, maybe it's so hard to speculate on what happened. I mean, a brilliant, dazzling game yesterday. Do you think it just took a lot of energy out of him? I think that's just looking at this with hindsight, because if anything, you would think that would excite him and make him play even more inspired in the next game. Yeah. And for some odd coincidence, that didn't happen. In fact, it was the exact opposite.
Yeah, very, very. I'm really, really confused by this game. Hikaru has won and lost a lot of games over his career, but this game, it was very puzzling for me because, again, from the opening get-go, it never seemed that Hikaru had a position that he could even make any claims of an advantage, and now he's just looking at a dead lost position. Let me boldly point out one way that Hikaru cannot go. He can't get excited about moving his king up the board because he walks into a pawn fork after rook takes, king takes, c5. So in fact, Hikaru's king has to go passive.
Or he could just let himself get mated after king a4, rook a2.
Oh, yeah.
Just in homage to Wesley So, who let him do that yesterday.
So he has to go passive, and you're going to get a position where these black rooks just kind of flood into the position. Let me just put this position, and it's black for choice. Which one does he want? He wants this one or both. Let's take one at a time. Rook takes, and after check, it's really sweet for black because he gets to cozy in with his king. His king's very comfortable on the f4 square, and basically it's resigns. I mean, there's simply nothing to discuss here.
Yeah.
White's position is getting ripped apart. He's losing all of his pawns, and with this win, which it would be huge for Levon Aronian, by the way, that catapults him into first, clear first, with only Magnus able to catch him, and while pushing down a very serious contender rival in the chasing pack.
And we do have a few more moves in that game.
All
so
right.
king e2 has been played, and rook f2 check we have on the board.
Right. This is
an immediate king a1 with a little twist of the hand by Nakamura.
By the way, we all like checkmates, but that's
Checkmates on the board.
That's a kind of a cute one. So king e1 box, rook check is what we just looked at. You can't go to d2 because that would hang the rook on, so there's only one move for choice. Only one move for choice. All of these moves are very forced, and essentially black has repositioned his rooks from f6 to f8 right into the heart of White's camp, and rook takes c2, also rook takes h2. I'm not too sure which one is best. Just start taking pawns, and not only is White's king in serious checkmating jeopardy, but he's just going to lose a ton of pawns over the next three moves. Next half dozen moves.
Well, however long this lasts.
Yeah, it looks terrible.
So let's go back. What exactly was it that Nakamura missed?
I'm at a loss for words. I really can't explain it. I thought
because it's not like some weird calculation, knight e5, king e5, rook d4, rook f3 check, right?
Exactly. That's no calculation. Of course, he had to play knight d2 defending this pawn. Now, Maurice was mentioning knight takes c2, but if I were White, I'd be happy that to have a little bit of counterplay. But this is the only way he was going to be able to defend his position, was really to passively hold that f3 pawn. The moment he agreed to trade off his f3 pawn, the base pawn, essentially his structure just completely collapsed. So that game is lost. I got to go back to the Magnus game. Let's see what we have.
Very thematic play here by Alexander Grisha, giving up a pawn for this total dark square control. And he's even gone so far as to offer a queen trade here, saying that, hey, you're not going to be able to continue to develop, to protect a2.
And he's just played
Because-
queen e7 and said,
Exactly.
I can offer a trade of queens. For
And
those
if he
people,
does try to play queen takes e7, knight e7, knight c1 or something like that, we're going to be able to round up the c-pawn.
yeah. For those of you who play the Sveshnikov, one of the funny things in the Sveshnikov, when you get this pawn on a2, for some strange reason, you get a lot of opposite color bishop positions. And as black, whenever you get this pressure against the f2 pawn, it's always worth it, to get into these opposite color bishop positions. So I think the crisis is past for both players. I think they're heading to a draw, essentially.
And knight takes e7 was played, and yes, it's just this very thematic rook on a3 with the bishop guarding all the defense squares means that a white's pawn advantage is really more of an illusion than anything else.
Optical, yes. Okay, but a very nicely played game by Grishuk. Maurice.
Well, you can be sure Magnus is going to be kicking himself because he could have played a little bit more precisely in this position. The way he put his queen on e2 instead of the c4 square did not give him any opportunities whatsoever in this game. And now he has to accept that the position is basically equal. This move was no, not this one, a little bit later. Here was the culprit. The engine's like queen c4, even knight c2, giving away this pawn, which I think is probably a bit much. That looks like it's going to end up in a draw. But queen c4 was more of a testing move. Magnus might have seen some counterplay on the other side of the board, a move like bishop to f6, for example, knight c2, and now rook back to c3. And though he has his extra pawn for the moment with queen to a4, it is certainly the case that black has some dark square pressure, but the engines are not giving anything specific for black. Not saying we're going to win the pawn back anytime, just saying how do you improve your position as white? Now, I'm sure if Magnus could take this one over the one he has now, he'd say, oh, I'll try to milk this one somehow. It was not going to be easy. Again, the engine saying an advantage for white, a move like queen to e7, no specific threats. But even after a move, I just want to play a couple moves to show you what the engines are thinking about, that maybe there might be something over here. Who knows? Maybe an attack of some sort. But certainly white is still up that extra pawn. And with his queen having access to this side, he should be able to defend this side. In fact, in this position, the engines are now calculating f4 with great chances for white. It seems as though he missed that chance. Magnus is going to feel it. I can be sure he'll be disgusted that he didn't make the most out of this position. But Grishuk played wonderfully in time pressure to defend, and now it looks like the game is steering very directly towards a draw, although Magnus doesn't seem as though he's conceding any draws just yet.
But it seems like we're headed towards massive trades after this knight d2 to knight c4 mover, because it looks like we're going to get Magnus actually played knight to c4. But I'm thinking now we have to start calculating what just happens if knight takes c6. If rook c2 and knight c6. Some combination. Well, we could start. I think we start with knight c6 actually, and then play rook c2.
Knight takes c6.
Or actually, rook c2 first. Sorry, I keep going back and forth. I'm trying not to do anything dumb.
Okay, rook c2 first. I'll go rook c1. Because I understand what you're saying, Jen, that if I take on d6, she'll just capture everything and we can agree to a draw. But rook c2, this looks really equal, Jen. I don't see anybody making any great claims here after rook d8, just defending the pawn. I think the players, it's equal. Is dead equal, bishops of opposite color as well. Let me just take a look at the Wesley So game, because that was also a game that held our attention throughout. Now it really does look to me that more of a fortress. I remember in the World Championship match held in Moscow between Boris Gelfand and Vichy Anand, they reached a position of queen versus rook and bishop, and the defense held. Just because of these very ugly split pawns on the king side, it might even happen on a very good day for Wesley, that all the queenside pawns disappear, and he won't even be able to win a queen versus rook position on that side of the board. That's a long way down the line, but I do think that
you think Anand's going to be able to draw this, but I think Wesley's going to try. I mean, there's still some. If somehow he can loosen up that B pawn, that's the big question, right? So you're saying Anand might be able to draw this because of the fortress possibilities, but I think that most players would have a lot of trouble drawing this for white. This is one of those things where a very strong player can do it, almost like, you know, it requires that kind of touch of an elite grandmaster or a computer, because you have to make sure to defend in every variation against potential queen infiltrations.
Yeah, again, just because of my experience, I remember once winning such a position against Lajos Portis, where I had the rook and bishop. That was from an Olympiad in Dubai in 1986. Okay, so King, let's take a quick look at, you know, any direct stuff just falls flat, right? Now you don't win the b3 pawn, you don't win. You just don't have that. So you've got to be a little bit more crafty, if I may.
Well, we could try something. What I'm trying to say is if it's like a weaker player, you could, for instance, play rook e1, bishop e1, queen e6. And there's already a cheapo, bishop a5, queen e5 check. Hello. Okay, so I just think that for those people at home, it's not that easy. Yes, maybe Anand.
Yes.
But there's like tricks when you got the queen. The queen is always very tricky.
True that. I mean, it's not just simple. But let's just say in this position, let's take a different approach for a second, if I may, Jen.
A different approach meaning you don't hang your bishop?
Yeah, something like that. Imagine you got this position, and I'm going to put my bishop on the e5 square, and I'll even let you push your pawn all the way to the a2 square. Well, this is just a beautiful and simple fortress, right? I mean, the bishop covers the promotion square, the rook's behind the pawn, and there's nothing you can do to win this position with black, even though you've achieved, I want to say, the maximum. You know, you got your pass.
Even if I get my pawn to h4, that's still not going to be enough, right? Queen g3 check, king h1.
Perpetual. You'll make a perpetual, but nothing further.
The only way is cheapos, is what you're saying.
Yeah,
but avoid
blundering.
It looks like the game is over. The game appears to be agreed to a draw in this position. So obviously Wesley agreed with your assessment that Anand was up to the task.
Without question.
And we've got an update on the Carlsen-Grischuk game from Maurice.
Well, Carlsen has his hands full because he knows that if he doesn't win this game, which it looks like he's not going to win, and Aronian wins, that's a key half-point lead that Aronian will take going into the next two rounds. Aronian has to play Anand with the white pieces and then Topalov in the last round. So clearly it's not just some walk in the park. And Magnus's side, he will have to play Nakamura in the next round with the white pieces. That's going to be just a simple must-win game for him. And then he will have to play Anand with the black pieces in the last round. So he will certainly have his hands full trying to complete the tournament properly, but he doesn't want to step back. And so he is giving it his all after the move knight c4, rook to d8. We're thinking, come on, this is just equal, right? g4. Okay, it's still equal, but what are you doing to your pawn structure on this side? It doesn't seem as these pawns are going anywhere anytime soon, and the Indians immediately decry this move. Like, what are you doing? Are you trying to win or trying to lose a drawn position by pushing pawns like that? And the move bishop to d4, advantage black, according to the Indians. I don't know what g4 is all about by Magnus. He's simply pressing, and now he's down to 3 minutes to make 8 moves. He is in severe time pressure, playing committal moves like g4. He might even lose this game. That would shake the tournament up to no end. A crazy finish now as Magnus has put himself in a bit of trouble, and you can see the tension in his back as he lifts up, and he's under 3 minutes now. What a situation he's put himself in.
He's regretting having played the move g2, g4. I think that this is the same I lost a beautiful game to six-time champion Walter Brown, where I put a bishop on c6, and optically I was so happy with this bishop. It seems to be doing just so much good things. It's attacking e8 and a8. Different situation, of course, but the reality is it's the dark square bishop that is more influential in this position. Bishop d4, eyeballing that f2 pawn. The bishop looks great on c6, but it doesn't do anything concrete. I think Magnus, who just looked a little nervous in making that last move, has overestimated his position, and g2, g4 is a clear symptom of that. He doesn't realize that, in fact, the position holds danger for him. What move was played, by the way, after
Bishop d4, and now
and then Magnus played.
Magnus has made a move indeed. So he's got 2 minutes and 20 seconds
Rook
left.
d1 by Magnus.
Rook to d1.
This has turned into a blitz game, guys. This is definitely just blitz. And, well, of course, it's not under 5 minutes for Grishik just yet. You would think he would just simply move his bishop in this position
back to c5.
Back to c5. That looks like auto move, bishop c5. And why would you even think right now? That's just the most obvious moves, and the engines are screaming, just play bishop c5. Big deal. The guy didn't do anything. Just attack your bishop, put your bishop in a perfect square, guard your pawn. Just make the move now. Instead, he's wasted almost a minute to play a move that is just so entirely obvious. This is tragic handling of his clock.
Well, he does still have 3 times as much time as Magnus, but not for long. As we see in these situations, often the guy with more time ends up reaching down, and bishop c5 has been played. And now we expect a quick move from Magnus. I think he's pushed, I think he played.
Let's see what I'll get an update on my board, Jen. Rook d1, bishop c5 indeed was played.
And we'll stay in this game because it really does appear that Nakamura, after making time control and getting a losing position, is simply stupefied, and will keep an eye on Carlsen Grishuk, which is still
I'm sorry, I haven't
in this first time control.
Maurice, I haven't gotten an update
Bishop c5,
since
rook
bishop
d2.
Rook d2. Oh, thank you so much. So now, if Black wants, he can trade rooks and play knight takes c6, d takes c6, rook over, and proving that, in fact, it is advantage Black. Again, probably a draw, but hey, I'll take the pawn each and every time. And if the players were reversed, Magnus, would be doing his very best to milk this position.
I agree. So. I really wish I could keep that bishop on c5, though. Darn, that dark sword bishop sure is a beautiful piece.
It is. It's a thing of beauty.
In that position, of course, you could liquidate by playing knight e4 at the end if you wanted to.
Yeah, but then we're getting a rook and pawn ending where Black having an outside passer with his rook behind. Very good chances there for Alexander Grishuk. And it's this move, g2, g4, that Magnus truly overestimated this position. Grishuk thinking.
Look at the clock. He's now down to 4:46. Of course, he can make all these moves. He's trying to judge this position. He does not have to take the pawn, but you saw him glance at the clock right there. He can actually just avoid a trade of rooks and keep the position exciting, but I think he wants more, but he's decided to go for it with the capture, and Magnus knows he can go for that endgame, so we're anticipating that he will take on c6 now, and he has done so, going straight for your line, Yaz, going for that endgame with Magnus just blitzing out his moves now, no need to think, and there goes the pawn after rook c8.
And now what's the most accurate way for white here?
Well, one way that is not accurate is you don't want to hang your...
You don't want to play rook c1, rook c6, and knight e4?
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're thinking, oh, how sweet it is. I'm about to play knight takes d6 and get back. No, you're not. Bishop f2, discover check on your king, blunders the rook and blunders the game. So we're not going to be seeing that.
But you bring up a good point that after knight e4, rook takes c6, white certainly doesn't have to play knight takes c5. There might be some more accurate moves in the position.
Well, the only thing I can think about is like you want to somehow making a virtue out of the poor choice of g4 earlier.
Or rook d1 is what Magnus did. So he's kind of trying to tie down both of these pieces to the defense of the weak d6 pawn, thinking that perhaps the rook and the knight neutralize the 3 pieces of Grishuk.
Yeah, but again, I mean, I'm playing against a world champion. I'm a pawn up. Figure me in. I got to say that, is this really big winning chances? I think it is. I really do like Grishuk's chances. First of all, I'd probably play a move like h7, h6, just so that I don't want you to secure your knight on the f6 square and attack my pawn. If you play something wonderful like rook d5, my idea would be to bring my king over, reinforce my pawn, and then do my best to advance it up the board. Again, probably we're in some kind of a zone of, more drawish, but guess what? I mean, Magnus Carlsen fighting for his tournament life here, and Grishuk, Sasha
did play your little move.
H6. I mean, both of these players have a fine endgame touch. They really do. And this move H6, I really like. And the world champion Magnus Carlsen fighting for his tournament life here in the antepenultimate round.
Well, he has only a minute plus left on his clock. He has almost only a minute on the clock, as you can see there, a minute and 11 seconds to play two more moves. Two more moves he's got to play. It's not hard at all to exchange on c5 at some point, and he's just played the move h4 very quickly right there with 1 minute and 1 second left on his clock, and he should be able to play his final move at any moment. But still pushing pawns is Magnus. I'm not sure in the end game he really wants those pawns to be advanced. I'm not impressed by that setup, but again, this guy's a much better end game player than I am. But I'd be scared, because sooner or later you're going to play knight takes c5, and the rook's going to be looking for another weakness to chomp down on. Grishuk now with 2 minutes and 26 seconds, also to make two moves.
I'm really stunned by this decision by Magnus to play so quickly and advance his pawns on the king side so quickly. H4, I mean, people like Viktor Korchnoi would always say, think when you're in an endgame, like every pawn move is very, very significant. And that move really, I would have played king. Yeah, I would have played king g2 thinking, okay, let me just play king g2, king f3, activate my king first, and then I'll determine where my pawns want to be. One reason why I would be reluctant to have played h4 so quickly is there's a move like rook a6, angling for moves like rook a4, and you might want to seriously question why you've put your pawns up here on the fourth rank. Having said that, I still like the idea better of activating the king and reinforcing this pawn on d6. But Alexander Grishuk, I don't know what the time
Magnus is down to 27 seconds left for the world champion. Just glance at the clock right there. He needs to make a move. King g2 is a simple choice here, so it doesn't seem as though he can possibly flag. In fact, he did play the move king to g2, and he now has an hour left on the clock, while Grishuk still has to make his next move. I think it'll be pretty easy to find king e7 in that position. Magnus getting up from the board, thinking that he's within the draw zone. I'm not sure if the bishop can move away to b4 if it will matter, but Grishuk needs to make a move now. That clock you see on the screen is incorrect. He does not have 3 seconds left counting down. In fact, he has 1 minute and 34 seconds counting down according to my time, and he's about to make a move on the board.
Yeah, I think he was reaching for his rook there for a moment. I suspect he's planning rook a6 just to activate his rook, but the move you mentioned too, Maurice, makes a lot of sense, just moving your bishop so that your rook has the open c file.
Instead we have king e7.
King e7 was the most natural move, and he's played it.
Okay, very good. So time control has been made. I'm expecting Magnus to go into the confessional, and he's going to say, I don't like my position.
Yes, I mean, of course, it's not fun at all for him, and I think he's going to try to keep the minor pieces on this game and try to defend with the knight versus the bishop rather than find a good moment to trade.
Exactly. So
that'll probably be just pure torture, the rook endgame. Whereas with the minor pieces, like maybe some fortresses
some
are possible.
Blockades, yeah. So 3 results, good fighting draws, and 2 games still in progress with Magnus Carlsen trying to hold a pawn behind And what a result for Levon Aronian. 4 draws and a victory for Levon.
Well, it's not in the books yet.
It's not in the books
has not yet resigned, but
how's that possible?
well, look at the screen. The proof is there. He hasn't resigned yet.
When we left it, it was so hopeless. In fact, they have reached the position we reached some time ago, and I said I didn't know which cupcake to grab. Should I grab the H2 or C2? Levon liked H2 better than any other. There was a check, King F4. That was the move that I said, oh, how sweet it is. The King's just beautifully ensconced on the F4 square. I didn't see any moves, and it looked like...
Well, Nakamura just played rook on 1 to d4. Everything working. I mean, Nakamura did, and now it's Levon back on move. Everything working for Levon today, even the combination of purple and green.
Damn, if you can get that to work,
yeah, that's genius. A good day.
You're a genius. I mean.
And speaking of fortresses, we're talking about the possibility of fortress in Magnus's game. We have Anand with Maurice Ashley to talk about saving the draw today.
Okay.
With Vishwanathan Anand after a tricky draw with Wesley So. Anand, today's game, it looked strange. Your knight ended up on b2 at some point. You were playing moves like d4, and his knight was dancing around to the elegant b7 square, back to d8, all kinds of weird stuff in this game. Tell us what your impression was while the game was going on.
Yeah, no, somewhere I just lost my concentration a bit and just blundered something. So, I mean, obviously, I just miscalculated something after rook c1. I mean, after rook c1, b5, I can still play knight cd2 first. There's no need to charge in like this. And after that, I was happy when I could sack the pawn, because at least I saw the structure that I get in the game with this pawn down, but somehow keeping his pieces back. And especially, well, the main feature of the game is this pawn on c5, shutting that bishop out. If you get to some endgame, we were just discussing, I think a pure endgame with only bishops is probably a draw. Bishops versus bishop and knight. I could set up a fortress. But if he kept one major piece, well, it gets a bit awkward then. So I thought that's what he should aim for. Then I set this trap with knight c4. And I was very happy with the queen sack. Because I thought I'm very safe in that position. I was surprised he went for it so quickly, because he could have played a4 and kept things going along a bit. And after that, if it doesn't turn out that he missed something, then probably my judgment was correct, and this endgame is a kind of fortress.
Indeed, it ended up being a fortress for you. We'd like you to be commentator on a couple of other games, if you don't mind. Critical games for our standings. First of all, the game with is it, let me just get that game I'm thinking of. Yes, the game between Magnus and Grischuk, of course. The game between Magnus and Grischuk. You feel there's some chances here for black, but it's probably, or what percentage draw chances do you think that Magnus has?
Well, black is just a pawn up, so but it's not the greatest pawn in the world, and also right now his pieces are slightly awkwardly placed. If that black pawn ever gets to d5, it could be, then, you know, black has a serious chance in the endgame. But for instance, I guess now if white plays rook e1, then black wants to play bishop d4. That takes away the f6 square, so that then the king can move to d7 without allowing knight f6, something along those lines. I would guess black can make some progress here. So still Magnus has got to work if he's going to hold. But I wouldn't say it's a huge advantage or anything like that yet.
Anything like knight takes bishop, you'd like to see the knight snap the bishop off the board and play that ending, or is that just too good?
I would like to see it for curiosity, but I wouldn't advise it. I think that's terrible, because just d takes e5, it'll just be a forced loss with the rook behind the pass pawn.
And that would just be killing.
Yeah, that would be terrible.
So, on the other hand, there's another game, the one with Aronian and Nakamura, that just looks even worse, actually. Do you think there are any chances for white in this position?
No, I think it's just when he will resign, because it's there's just too many pawns, and that e pawn isn't going anywhere.
Now, one final question: you are in the way of both of these players. You still have yet to play a Carlsen and Aronian, so you might upset someone's tournament the way it's going. Would that be a source of pride for you to derail a couple of dreams in this tournament?
It would be nice to play a good game. Let's put it that way. I mean, certainly the next 2 games are going to be quite important, and I'll try to do my best.
Oh, we thank you very much for your comments and your patience with us, and good luck in the rest of your games.
Thanks.
Vishwanathan Anand, 5-time world champion. He could play spoiler in the next 2 games. I wouldn't want to have to face him trying to win a tournament. Guys?
Thank you, Vichy. Thank you, Maurice. And yeah, there's actually a very nice mating idea here for Levon. He could play, oops, sorry, just a second. King takes G4. What was it that I wanted to show? E5, check. King comes down to G3. And there was something like E6, rook here threatening mate, right? Check. King to G2 and rook H1. Mate is becoming unstoppable.
But I'm going to make a queen with E7.
Yeah, big deal. I'll take your king.
But Levon said earlier in the tournament that if you have a choice between a queen and mate, pick the queen. Remember that?
Yes, but take the queen. Yes.
But we've got Wesley So getting set up. He really excited us today with what was almost a great comeback from yesterday's tough game.
He eschewed a repetition, a draw repetition against a 5-time world champion. His result's not been good, and he said, I wanted to play, and he nearly got a whole point again.
That's right.
In this event.
We've got a lot of fans writing in about Wesley because they particularly liked that yesterday he let Nakamura make this beautiful checkmate against him, and then, of course, the sportsmanship today. And here he is with Maurice Ashley.
We are with one of the world's best players and a top American player, Wesley So, after a draw against Anand. Today's game seemed like you almost had him, but you couldn't overcome his resistance. What were you thinking during the game?
Thank you. Yeah, well, today I was a pawn up, so I have to play on. The crucial moment maybe when he played knight c4 and I went bishop takes c5, and then he sacrificed his queen for 2 pieces, and my pawns become very vulnerable. But I didn't find a way to make progress after that, so maybe I shouldn't have went for his queen sacrifice, but played a5, a4 instead. Yeah, in this position, a4, and then he has to take, and then rook a4, and then here, yeah, keep pressing and pushing.
It's kind of hard, though, when a pawn is just sitting there and a potential queen is coming at you. How hard is it to resist going after that variation?
Yeah, for a moment I thought he simply blundered, but apparently it's a very solid fortress for him because he got no weaknesses, and all my pawns are isolated and vulnerable. So yeah, unfortunately, no win today.
You've had a tough tournament so far. How are you handling this first leap into the Sinquefield Cup after some difficult losses?
Yeah, it's very tough. Obviously, things aren't going very well, and I lost 3 games in a row. But as Magnus said during the opening, last year he was a spectator. This year he wanted to come as a player. So hopefully for me, my first year was I came here as a spectator. But yeah, I'm not gonna make any excuses for my bad play. It's just things haven't been going very well with my chess, and hopefully I can learn from it. This is like a chess university for me, and I'm paying with my rating points.
Well, we appreciate your candor there, and you're taking responsibility, and we know you're going to come back. A tournament is done. There's other tournaments to play, certainly. I can think of one that's happening in a month and a half.
One which you will be heavily...
Pretty important one. You happened to win last time. What are your feelings about defending yourself at Millionaire Chess coming out?
Well,
defending your title.
I'm really excited. I enjoy playing in Las Vegas, And first of all, thank you very much to you and Emily for hosting the event, the Millionaire Chess.
Just sorry I have to stop you there. Nakamura has resigned in the game. Nakamura having lost that game, and now Levon Aronian vaulting to first place in the competition, and America's Hikaru Nakamura having a serious setback in this game. Nakamura, this game, were you surprised by how Nakamura handled the opening here?
Well, Nakamura went for, I wasn't really surprised. He went for a variation that requires a lot of positional maneuvering, which he is really good at. And I'm surprised that he got outplayed today, but it just happens.
Indeed.
It could have gone either way.
And of course, he's also a rival at Millionaire Chess, so both of you will be battling once again.
Are you trying to get more top players, or three?
I'm happy with you guys. You, Fabiano, and Nakamura will make it an interesting tournament, of course, along with other top players coming from around the world. So we appreciate your time you spent here, and we wish you the best in your last two games.
Thank you, and yeah, I'll see you in Vegas. Yeah.
Well, you still have more action here, so we're still looking for you to win a couple of games here. So good luck in the last two rounds.
Thank you, Wesley, and thank you, Maurice, for that. Really, such a personable and charming young man, Wesley, and for sure his experience here is going to pay him handsome rewards in the future. We do have a result, as mentioned. Levon Aronian, by virtue of his win today, catapults himself into clear first. Only, oops, I got the wrong position. Apologies. Can catch him. The final moves that we left it at this position. Rook c5 was played. Rook g3 with a straight forward threat of checkmate in one. That was met by king f1 and then rook c3. And this is where Hikaru threw in the towel, recognizing that after a rook trade, well, he's three connected pass pawns over on the king side behind, and worse, his e5 pawn is going to be corralled very nicely, and finally even his c2 pawn is on pre. So he really did have to give it up, Jen. And again, I'm not going to say this is a ridiculous loss or anything like that. Levon will be very pleased with his victory. I just didn't see Hikaru today. This was a very poor game. Just a very poor game by Hikaru.
Indeed, and we're going to get some insight from
what
the players
happened, what went wrong with.
And see also what Levon makes of all of this.
Yeah, because again, the preparation, we know this is an ending or position, middle game position, opening position that Levon has played on numerous occasions. We've referenced several times his game from the 2013 Sinquefield Cup, the inaugural event where he lost the last round with almost this exact middle game position. So he's very, very familiar with the strategic motifs as well as the tactical motifs. And, well, Hikaru didn't bring anything special.
And so we've got only one game hanging in the balance here in the round 7 of the Sinquefield Cup, and it's a big one.
It sure
The
is.
result in this game is going
to determine who's in first.
Right, and, well, I think it's basically 100% now that Levon Aronian will be in clear first.
Exactly.
But how far behind will Magnus Carlsen be? A full point, half a point? And you know, tomorrow we've got the big game, Carlsen-Nakamura.
Wow.
So.
And what about the big game?
I'll be looking forward to that. Well, we got Grandmaster Levon Aronian, who won again today, and he's with Maurice Ashley.
With Grandmaster Levon Aronian, who's been playing quite smoothly now in this event. Maybe not greatest opportunities in a couple of games, but you seem to be taking great chances or making the most of your chances in the other games. And today, were you surprised by Nakamura's choice of opening play that seemed to just give you a very solid position right out of the opening?
Yeah, well, it was difficult to say what he had in mind, but I mean, probably he just had a day off, which happens to all the good players once in a while.
When you say that, you mean off day, like he just didn't play well?
Yeah.
Right, okay. He played this idea where he put his bishop on a2, then he brought it out to c4, then he brought it back to d3, then he brought it back to c4. It seemed like he was just wasting time in the opening. Did you get the feeling that you were better early on when this position occurred on the board, when you were able to get your knight on b7?
No, of course. It's a huge advantage for black. I am sure I have misplayed it at some point because I was just admiring my position too much. But anyway, with the deficit in time, I thought that there's no way Hikaru is going to be able to save the game. Of course, like in a position like this, I can always play knight d4, and then his rook is stuck on a2 forever. When I take with the bishop, and I should win slowly. Yeah, but I was looking for other plans.
So you did play this with a sense of purpose. And later in the game, he played some moves, g4, which didn't seem necessary. That weakened the f3 square, that seemed to cause his position to go even further downhill. Was that the place where he weakened maybe a bit too much?
The position is so unpleasant for white that you can't really recommend any way for white to play. So the idea to play g4 is to put the knight on d5, because if knight d5, I will just play f5. Once I play f5, everything collapses there. His knight doesn't have any fortification.
So what about later then in the game when he played bishop takes on g5 as opposed to bishop takes on d4? Was that a critical moment in the game, or did it matter which knight he took here?
I thought he would take on d4 or play h4, which I thought is interesting, h4. Because after, for example, knight f3, king g3, g5, h5, knight h4, I wasn't so sure if I'm winning here.
Your knight looks stranded on that h4 square.
Yeah, I have this knight e6, knight f4, of course. But I think it would give him more chances. I had in mind to play knight h3, knight f4 as well. Then force him to take my knight. Of course, the position is very difficult for white. I'm not sure how bad it is. But after bishop g5, f take g, I think Hikaru underestimated the danger of his position. I mean, otherwise I think he would never offer a draw, because you can see that the position is almost lost for white.
Did he offer a draw in the game?
At this moment, after rook d1.
Oh, wow. It looks like your overwhelming position here.
Yes, so I'm guessing that he thought bishop g5 and rook d1, rook d3, he'll be able to solidify his position, and underestimated the position is very bad for white.
So now you are in clear first. Certainly not like last year's Sinquefield Cup. Certainly not like how you've been playing. It seems like last year you're really surging. But you have two tough games ahead. You've got Anand and Topalov, who nobody can sleep against. How do you handle the next two rounds?
I really like playing against some of the greatest players in history, like Anand and Topalov. So I'll just try to do the best moves like before and enjoy the tournament situation.
One last question for you. What is your opinion of the endgame that Carlsen is currently trying to defend?
To me, it seemed like white should be handling it easily, making a draw, but now kind of I can't really see how to fight black's easy plan to bring the king and rook. So, I mean, if we take into account that Magnus is generally on the other side of the board, and he's the one pressing, I think it will be difficult for him to play this. And he also lost some almost drawn positions before, so this is the positions that he doesn't feel comfortable with. So I unless there is some plan that white has to get his knight into play, I think this should be lost.
Oh, interesting analysis there. Well, thank you so much
Thank you.
for your analysis and your time. Congratulations on the lead, and best of luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you very much.
Levon Aronian, the jovial Armenian, but his opponents don't think he's so funny right now. He is in clear first at the 2015 Sinquefield Cup after 7 rounds.
Thank you, Maurice. Thank you, Levon. Very nice, smooth win today. Smooth win, but again, I'm puzzled. I didn't see the Hikaru Nakamura that we've seen throughout the tournament, and most especially the one of yesterday, as he just maneuvered himself into a very stale position with no dynamic chances, and he got rubbed off the board when a terrible miscue at the end, giving up his F3 pawn, cost him the game on the spot.
That's true, indeed. And tomorrow, things aren't going to get easier for Nakamura. He's playing black against Carlsen, his nemesis.
Still, the lifetime score is one of the great puzzling things in the world of chess. When you get these two very, very top players, they're so close in rating, I mean, as most especially. They're supposed to have a close score. Magnus has never lost a classical game to Hikaru and taken his measure 10 times. That's huge. So Hikaru,
12, I think, even more than 10.
Even 12? Gosh.
12.
So Hikaru is definitely Magnus's best customer, and hopefully for Hikaru's fans, he'll play a far better game than he played today.
Yes, we hope to have a thrilling battle in our hands tomorrow. And remember, for Carlsen, it's going to be a very big game, especially if he holds a draw today, because then a win could let him catch up to Levon. Levon has no walk in the park tomorrow. He's playing against Vichy Anand. So you can easily see why there's so much at stake for Magnus tomorrow.
Exactly. And for both Magnus and for Levon, when you think about their Grand Chess Tour points and their standings, a high finish in this tournament is critical so that they can get themselves in a position that the London Classic, they can win one of the top prizes on tour.
That's true, absolutely. Although I think right now Magnus has got his eyes on the cup because it's still a long way to go and a lot of fate to make up for his horrendous result in Norway chess.
Exactly.
And as we see whether Magnus is able to hold this endgame here, we are going to take a break and stay with us because this game could very well determine whether our world champion has a big chance to win the Sinquefield Cup. Hello and welcome back to the 2015 Sinquefield Cup, round 7. Big news of this round. Levon Aronian has taken down American champion Hikaru Nakamura. Despite Nakamura's beautiful play yesterday, he couldn't keep it up today. And now he seems to be out of contention for winning the cup.
That's for sure. It was a comprehensive game, full stop, from start to finish by Levon Aronian, as he's finding his finest form in a year or even longer in the Sinquefield Cup. The big news is the great turnaround that has occurred in the game of world champion Magnus Carlsen versus Alexander Grishuk. If we just go back a dozen moves or so, let me go back to this position. This had occurred earlier, obviously whites a pawn up, and Magnus began slipping in some time troubles with the move Queen E2. That was a step in the wrong direction. He should have played the superior move Queen C4, looking to activate his knight, and then the game would have been a likely draw. The way it unfolded instead is that after the trade of queens, Alexander was able to win back his pawn on A2 without any problems, and then a very optimistic move G2, G4, and suddenly it was black with an advantage in this position, Bishop D4, and Magnus felt it was necessary to get rid of this rook on A2, but that allowed a liquidation, and suddenly it was Alexander Grishuk with the extra pawn, and now we see the world champion suffering a pawn down as he's scrambling to make a draw and salvage a good result here in St. Louis.
Well, if you had to bet between draw and win for Grishuk, I would bet on draw for Magnus. What about you?
The right odds. If you gave me 2-1, I'd give you draw odds.
Okay. Oh, so you're saying you need 2-1 to take Grishuk winning. So you think for every 2 games that Magnus wins, that Magnus draws, he loses 1.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Okay. That seems fair to me. I'm not sure. That's a good line. I like that.
Yeah. A good line.
I mean,
well, let's call London and get the sports better. Get the book.
That's a different way. That's a different way use of the word line that we usually talk about in chess. These are really talking about a variation. But we've got some tweets coming in. One by Grandmaster Jonathan Tisdall.
Hey,
he
shout
said
out
that
to Tiz.
He says that he just noticed that Levon Aronian has completed a sweep of the USA.
No.
What? Levon, we thought you liked it here. We thought you liked us.
Oh my goodness, Levon at the start of the event called America the Land of Opportunity, and he was looking to take advantage of his opportunities. I didn't realize he meant the Americans were the welcoming committee, and he was looking to take advantage of the Americans. I didn't realize that. Wow.
We do like to make Levon feel welcome. He's very popular here in the U.S., but stop beating our guys.
Yeah,
come on.
What's up with that?
We're trying to win Olympiads here.
Right. And a shout out to Tiz. Missed you in Norway, my friend.
And we also have a comment from Grandmaster Christian Chirile. It's wonderful to see the level of some of our spectators, from Gary Kasparov, Nigel Short, and lots of other Grandmasters. He says that chess books should be written about this tournament, particularly on the topic of opposite-colored bishops. Let's just write multiple books on opposite-colored bishops.
I like the themes that we've had in the tournament. G5, we could write a book about the G5 theme. We could write a book about the opposite-colored bishops, and just great preparation. Some of the preparation, like we saw yesterday, although the players didn't take a lot of credit for it. MVL versus Topalov, I thought was really impressive. Demolition of the Berlin. We don't see that very often. I thought that was great preparation, but Maxine said he wasn't really aware of the stem game of Saric.
Well, so according to Grishuk, you shouldn't let any of the things these guys say at face value.
Yeah, okay.
But what's the value of his position, Maurice? Do you like our Yasser and our line of 2-1 in favor of Magnus drawing?
I would say so, yes. Magnus looks very confident here. It is a difficult position to make progress, but certainly Grishuk is going to try. They do have the 30-second increment, so time pressure will not be as much an issue for him. But he's got to figure out a plan to break through, to make progress, and to get that pony going down the board. This is an important draw for Magnus. If he can draw this game, he will be only a half a point behind Aronian, with white against Hikaru Nakamura, who has been a pretty friendly American customer as well. 12-0 in their decisive matchups. Certainly, Hikaru is not going to be happy after losing today's game and then having to have black against Magnus in the last round. In this penultimate round, will be a tall order for him. So a big challenge for him. But first, Magnus has to draw this game, or else the math will not work in his favor. You can suspect that Levon is thinking, no risk time. I'm playing against Anand and I'm playing against Topalov. Those are two big dogs you don't want to pet, because that can bite your hand off. The move has been played on the board by Grishuk after some thought. So this is an interesting situation, a big-time situation for Magnus. Certainly a loss will derail his chances in a big way. You don't want to be a point behind with only 2 rounds to go. Just a serious gap to make up, hoping that the other guy potentially loses his games, or if he draws, that you have to win both your games. Pretty difficult situation Magnus is facing right now. We'll see if the world champion can pull a rabbit out of a hat and draw this game.
Thank you, Maurice. The approach that I would take with black is I see that white in certain times can play the moves g5 and knight f6, and my king is not very well placed on the e7 square. What I would like to do is black is move my king, play king to d7, king to c6, but not to play king d7 immediately because of the knight f6 check. So I would first pull back my rook, anticipating, for example, white playing a move like king f3. I'm just going to put some moves on the board so that I can just show you the step that the planned step I would have to try to win the position. Now with the king on c6, the pawn on d6, and the bishop on c5 sufficiently protected, then I would look to activate the rook. I'm usually looking at the idea of rook a8 to a4, as well as the a3 squares. Again, with the support of my king, then on the c6 square, then I'm looking to play d6, d5 one day. So it's a long-term winning plan, but I think the first step is to play rook c8, king d7, king c6. And let's see what...
And he did start with rook c8. So.
Yes, so rook c8, king d7, king c6 is all a part of black's plan. On a very good day, I can imagine that with the king on c6, again, let me just make some back and forth random moves for a moment for white, like this. Let me just continue. White just sits, if you will. The next thing that I really want to set up is this opportunity of playing d6, d5 and getting the pass pawn moving. So in order to accomplish that, I want to defend my bishop with the rook coming to a5, so that after king f3, d5, and real progress is being achieved. If black can get in all of these things, then Magnus's chances of drawing the game really dive.
Well, I'm going to try to occupy the d5 square with my knight if I can.
All right, from the very start. Let's give that a shot, Jen. We're at this position, rook c8. Would you like to start with the move? No, you don't want to start with the move knight c3, because you might end up just simply pinning yourself along the c5.
Yeah, it could be a little awkward, because maybe after knight c3, of course, you can't move the bishop immediately because of knight d5 check.
That's right.
But if you started with a move like king e6, then you would be threatening some ugly stuff. And if I try to play rook d1, you might have bishop takes f2. So we need to be a little bit careful, I think.
Okay.
So maybe we should start instead with rook d1.
Okay, and do keep in mind that you actually had this position. So if you wanted to occupy the d5 square, Magnus could have done it immediately with knight c3, then knight d5.
Right. So the position after rook c1, rook c8. So
right.
now it's white's move. Yeah.
Exactly. So if you, like you say, so you, in a sense, what you're saying is you would undo the move of Magnus. You would play the move.
Yeah, Magnus is terrible player.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
I gotta keep taking his moves back. I mean,
I don't think you guys should play mixed doubles together. You might be, but okay. Rook d1, fair enough. Okay, let me do what I want to do, which now is I want to support the advance of my pawn. So I'll go king up the board.
Right, so there's still this problem that I mentioned earlier that if I play knight c3, you have bishop takes f2. So I'm going to...
With a discovered attack against your knight. That's right.
Yeah, and then you know, there's just no move there, because if I play knight b5, you scuttle back to c5 and everything is defended.
Clear.
So the conclusion is that we can't really fix on d5 square in this very direct way.
Right.
But maybe there's some other way to go about it, perhaps with trying to get in g5 and knight f6.
Very
the
good.
problem with that is that it creates some entryway for the king on f5. But we should give it a shot.
Okay, g5, hg, and this is actually why I like the move rook c8 very, very much, because I want to use your word, scuttle away from the king side. When your knight is on f6, there's a lot of mating nets and just a lot of unpleasant threats that you could achieve with your knight on f6. But with my king on c6, your knight actually is not influencing the course of events. But so let's continue with maybe your plan, which was to to take possession, I should say, of the d5 square. Fair enough. We're all set now.
And now you're going to go after f2, huh?
Yes, precisely. I'm going to activate my rook, and I want to come here. So
I don't want to allow that, so I probably play rook d2.
Exactly. Now, what I want to do with this move is cross you up. You wanted to plant a knight on the d5 square. Well, I would be very satisfied if you were to do that. I would then offer a trade of rooks. I want to get...
Oh, I thought you were just going to play rook g4 check.
Oh, rook g4. Well, excuse me. I will play rook g4 check. I apologize. Of course, I will do that.
So your move was even better than you thought it was. Don't you love it when that happens?
I like it. King g3. My intention was to play rook d4 to just try to push your, so you don't have possession of the d5
So you end up
square.
getting to play...
But I realize I can also play bishop d4, although, oh gosh darn it, there's a rook c2 check. That would force me to undo my move.
But yeah, rook d4 looks like a good idea.
Yeah, but even more so, I do like this idea. I'll tell you why. Let's say, shall we just put a move? No, I can't put that move. What can I? Yeah, let's do this, okay? So now, with my rook on c4, I'll get to play the move bishop d4, attacking your knight. I don't think you want to allow me to capture that knight. And then I'm getting everything I want, which is simply to advance the pawn up the board. And this is very unpleasant.
Well, this really does bring to light why Magnus didn't try this kind of obvious blitz-looking maneuver of sticking the knight on d5.
Right.
Because I think that jumps out at you in the position, but
sure, you want to blockade the pawn.
Right, sure, and also the knight looks like it's going to be very powerful with some potential threats there. But the reality is not so much. I mean, there's no extra targets when you stick that knight there.
You can't keep the blockade.
And it doesn't do a good job of protecting our own pawns. When you talk about taking back moves from Magnus, I guess the one that he would like to take back is g4. If he could put his pawn on g3 here, it would be a lot easier to protect all the guys.
Exactly.
And he has played king to f3 instead of moving that rook.
And this is where I'm expecting king to d7. So not to say the main line or anything like that. I've just been, oops, hold on. Then there's bishop takes f2 check. I apologize. Don't blunder a rook. I was just trying to make moves for white. This is the setup that I think that Sasha is aiming for with his king very nicely on c6. Now the knight cannot touch black's king, so to speak, and then he'll just be looking to activate his rook. And it's a step-by-step-by-step improvement. And time is not really that big a factor. You've mentioned it on numerous occasions, but just to remind everybody, the time control is 1 hour. There's no third time control. 1 hour for all your moves with a 30-second bonus. And I'm sure Grishuk is going to be pleased with the 30-second bonus.
Oh, yes, and he's going to take his time here. But it seems like Magnus was the one so far that needed a little bit more time to figure out what the best defensive constellation was here.
And it's not that easy to come up with one. It really isn't, because there's no obvious blockade. There's no, I need to trade my strategically impotent piece for your great piece. And it's just a very, very tough position to try to hold.
Yeah, well, if anyone can make holding this position cool, it's Magnus Carlsen.
Okay.
He's the one who
Spoken
made...
like a true fan there, Jennifer. Careful, we got to be neutral.
Oh, yeah, of course I'm neutral. I mean, I just, you gotta give jabs and compliments to all the players, right? That's the role of the commentator,
Exactly,
isn't it?
yes.
But doesn't everybody have a bit of a fondness for the world champion?
Without question. I loved it. I loved my moments in the sun when I got to play Anatoly Karpov or Garry Kasparov. It was just, it's something special sitting down and playing a world champion. And by the way, let me just once again say that this is very impressive. If Grishuk were to pull this game out, talk about a resurgent Grishuk. Remember, he started with a loss, he got a win, then he got another loss. So he was back to -1, and with a win, he managed to bring himself up to 50%. With a win today, he would be at +1, and this player who has not been a force in the tournament up to now, suddenly he's looking like he could be a potential winner as well.
Exactly. So Grishuk with a lot to play with as well. Maurice, your thoughts?
Well, I was just taking a look at some of the interesting coverage that the Sinquefield Cup is getting. Of course, the GrandChessTour.com website is where all the action is at, but fans are watching us from all over the world, and not only watching, but actually participating in some of the positions that are played in this tournament at chess24.com, the great news site that you can watch chess, study, all kinds of goodies. They're playing a thematic blitz tournament each day, following a position of the round from the day before. Well, what do you think was the position of the round from yesterday? Clearly the game between So and Nakamura. And as you can see here, they have their coverage of the site. But if you go to their Blitz tournament, you'll see that they're covering this classic Blitz tournament. It looks like the site is still running some Blitz tournaments here. And I think the tournament had just ended, but the position I was looking for was that game from yesterday where Nakamura was able to show that King's Indian. Of course, things go in fashion, so fashion goes in ways. The King's Indian is no doubt going to get a resurgence after that brilliant game, and everybody wants to play it. So you got thematic tournaments all over the world as people try to emulate Nakamura, but somebody's got to play white in those games and improve on So's play. To all those white players who play D4 in the classical King's Indian might be arguing, you know what? White's good in that position. I can be better than Wesley. I can do better. Good luck.
I nominate you, Yasser. You can play a simul against Chess24, like Garry Kasparov said.
There you go.
You want that white side of the King's Indian.
Yeah. Give me around move 14, 16. I'm okay. But Rook
not
C7.
afraid.
No.
No
I'm not
fear.
afraid. No fears. King E6, by the way, was Alexander Grishuk's choice. I was stumping for King D7 to C6, but King E6 was Alexander's choice. And this... it feints. I don't say that it's immediately on Black's agenda or anything like that, but it does feint the possibility of F7, F5, thanks to the fact that the pawn has now got a little extra protection. King
Magnus
E6,
already made a quick move for what it's worth. He played Rook to C2.
Rook to C2. I just wanted to say, intriguingly, the move Rook E1 really doesn't have that great a threat. I could, for example, just play the move Bishop to B4, attacking the Rook, and the discover checks are just bad for White here. So that was why we saw this move Rook C2. Oop, I beg your pardon. That was why we saw this move Rook C2 by Magnus. And if I was in Grishuk's shoes, I would just want to ensconce my king into that C6 square with something like king to D5 and a king back to C6. But let's see, is there any other way for Grishuk to make progress other than the ones I've been mentioning?
Other than King D5 or F5?
Yeah, I don't quite see it. One thing you might want to try is to play Rook C7 in order to release this pin along the C file by Bishop B6 by protecting the Rook. But again, I don't really see any reason why he should be delaying this maneuver of his king to c6 and then getting ready to advance his pawns. As you've mentioned, Jen, it would be, if it wasn't for these pawns kind of sticking out here on g4 and h4, if white could play the move g4, g3, then it would be pretty easy for Magnus to bring his king to the d3 square, looking to effectuate a long-term blockade down the board. But I do see that with the pawns on g4, they're too weak. There's going to be a rook on the 4th rank that is going to cause white to have an accident.
Yeah, well, pawns can't move backwards.
That's
and
the whole point.
That really creates most of the positional and strategic truths in chess.
Exactly.
That's the case. You know, when you're in chess, they have this question at the end, which rule in chess do you not like? And I can't remember who it was. I think it might have even been Anish Giri, but I'll check on it. They said in response to that question, usually people say something about like the time control or like the format of tournaments. And one person, I think it might have been Giri, said en passant.
You didn't like the en passant rule, right?
Obviously, if it was Giri, it was definitely a joke.
Right.
But yeah, of course, en passant doesn't come up every day, but it's a very important rule.
Yeah.
Otherwise, positions would actually be so much more locked, and there would be so much less tactics in chess.
There was a kind of a controversy there. It waxes and wanes. The whole stalemate rule. The whole stalemate rule that, you know, like you could be up a bishop and a pawn against me, and all I've got is a king, and it's a draw because you've got the wrong colored A or H pawn, wrong colored bishop, right? So you're winning. Well, from a material point of view, I'm overwhelmed, but it's a stalemate. The best you can achieve is a stalemate against me. You could be a bishop ahead as well as a pawn ahead, and it's a draw.
Well, there are some ancestors of chess where stalemate actually is a win, right?
Right.
Yeah, which makes logical sense. Sometimes people who learn chess are confused about that rule, but, you know, we've created the perfect game. Don't question it too much.
There
Maurice.
Question it a lot. I certainly have my beefs. One of them is the draw by agreement, which players have abused for decades. The idea that you could play 5 moves and just accept a draw, that's pretty ridiculous. And I think that people say, well, if they want to draw, they're going to draw anyway. Well, I like Kazimjanov's change of rule. It says, if it's a draw, switch colors and play with the remaining time on the clock and keep it going. I know that's pretty radical, but we're going to try exactly just such a tournament at the Marshall Chess Club in November. So we'll see how that goes. This has been tried before. I know another event, I believe in Tennessee, and all they said was it was very exciting. Players played, and if it was a draw, you keep going until there's a result. I'm sure a lot of tepid draws would not happen in those competitions. But, okay, that's for another day, and changing the chess rules is not going to happen anytime soon. Take a look at this position, Yaz. There is a nuance that you have to worry about here. King d7, it seems like white has nothing to do, but in fact, this does allow the possibility of white playing the move h5. And this move is annoying. If you were to capture on h5, then now knight f6 check, precisely because the king is on d7. And let's just play a king move, then knight takes on h5. Now, this pass pawn is still here, but white has definitely created a bit of weakness in black's position. The harmony of black's structure is not the same. It might still be better for black here, but it's not as easy. A knight can come around to f4. It can also go to g3 and to f5 and create just a little bit of pressure on that pawn on h6, maybe a lot of pressure with a rook going to h1. So that's one challenge here about this move, king d7, h5. If you try to play the move g5, then suddenly knight to g3, and the knight is headed to f5, also with tremendous counterplay. So this is a problem for Grischuk, and maybe what Magnus is counting on in this position. There are other tricks as well, king d5, h5. If you just relax and play this move, king to c6, now white will play rook h1, again letting you know your h-pawn is a weakness and trying to pressure this h-pawn. And if a move, there are plenty of moves here, king d5 for example, now the move g5 appears out of nowhere, and suddenly there's counterplay, wild counterplay. If you capture on the square, then the move h6, and white is arguing, hey, I've got chances here that you better pay attention to. So it's not easy for white to get all this if black is careful, but it's also not easy for black to make simple progress because this is always hanging over his head in the position. And I think this is exactly what Magnus is counting on. They have made just one more move. Grishuk played rook c7. Again, not sure which move he wants to play here. I suspect Magnus will just retreat his rook along the line to some square, probably rook back to c1. But now actually just putting this move on the board, the Indians now giving bishop b6, trying to take over that c line from white, get a trade going in the position, and then d5 will push down the board. So maybe it turns out that Grishuk has found a fantastic maneuver.
Thank you, Maurice. I like my shout out to dear friend Bruce Harper from Vancouver, BC, because Bruce had a rule, a suggestion, and it was about the draw offer. So if you and I are playing and you offer me a draw, I've got two choices. I can accept it or decline it.
I
Full
love
stop.
that.
But Bruce said, well, give the player who's receiving the draw offer a third option. Give him a chance to say, no, I'd like to play on, but I'd like to play your side of the board. And the players have to literally change seats. So
That's
you would
a cool idea.
only offer a draw when it's dead draw. You wouldn't offer a draw from a superior position. And so that would really cut down draw offers. But I thought that was very creative.
In a televised tournament that I organized with my brother, we actually did try the reversal, and it's really fun.
Yeah?
Because once you make one draw, then you each only have 5 minutes on the clock. You make another draw, you only have 1 minute each.
And the reversal,
so we did try that, exactly. And it was pretty fun. Yeah,
cool.
In a tournament in New York that we televised with a bunch of young players. Justice Williams was in it, Alyssa Melikina.
Yeah.
And it was really fun. And when I meant the rules of chess are perfect, I meant the rules that are intrinsic to chess itself, like the movements of the pieces, castling, en passant. They developed over so many years, and they've been the same for hundreds of years.
Oh, yeah, well
I mean,
over
the closest
500.
thing we've had to a change is Fischer Random.
Yeah. And, well, actually...
I mean, to a change that actually caught steam.
The biggest change over the last 500 years was the introduction, actually, of the chess clock. And remember, they had the adjournment rules and things like that. But no, the rules of play are just perfect. I like that.
Even the clock, I don't even count that as an intrinsic change. All those things are extrinsic to like the game itself, don't you think?
No, not at all. Because the point is, in chess, when you and I play and you give me checkmate, the game's over. Except if I introduce the clock can in some cases actually trump whatever's happening on the position. You may be winning, but if you lose on time, I'm sorry, and there you go.
Yeah, that's true. Otherwise, games could just be totally endless. So, but it's all part of adding the sporting mechanism to chess.
Yes.
Beyond just the rules themselves.
So the very introduction. So for 500 years, the rules basically set. 150 years ago, or 165 years ago, you have the introduction of the chess clock, and then adjournments and all kinds of weirdnesses as we get into modern chess. But okay, rook c7 is the latest move, and Magnus Carlsen having a deep think. We've been expecting, rook just dropping back for those reasons that Maurice was hinting at, that there might be some counterplay. A forceful counterplay with the ideas of h5, rook h1 and h5 to try to force black to accelerate his play with the pawn. But then we get this move bishop b6, opening up the c-file for the rook. And again, I do feel that if this was to occur, progress being achieved by Alexander Grishuk in this very, very important for our standings result. Maurice.
One of the funny things about being a good player is that you see good moves for your opponent, right? People might say you're analyzing a variation, and maybe your opponent is a 1200, and they may not see a brilliant queen sacrifice, a follow-up by a couple of quiet moves leading to mate. But if you see it, you can't play the move. You can't say, oh, well, I'm just going to play this move and hope they don't spot it. You'll see the move, and you have to do something entirely different. Well, why am I saying this? Because Magnus Carlsen is simply one of the finest technicians in the world in the endgame. He'll see how to win positions that look completely drawn, in fact. So imagine him on the black side of this position. Remember, actually, a couple of players mentioned that if Magnus were on the black side, you would instantly think he was going to win the position. So imagine him sitting there looking at the board and working out how to win for black, and now trying to figure out how to save the game for himself. That must be quite a task, talking to yourself because you're so good that you can't afford to assume your opponent will make bad moves. So he's going to have to figure out a line that even he would have trouble against. Imagine the challenge in front of him. Remember, we said that Levon Aronian actually said that Magnus seems to lose positions where he may have been able to draw, and it seems like a weakness of his. Maybe that's the reason. He sees that those are not draws at all, but that in fact are victorious positions for the side with the superior position, even if only slightly superior. The challenge is in front of him right now to come up with some kind of defense, and maybe he just can't see what to do against himself.
Thank you, Maurice. Once again, I do think that the position of White's pawns on the king side is really causing a lot of trouble for Magnus. For example, in this position, suppose you were to play the move rook e1. Well, I've mentioned it before. The strange part is the discovered check that White has in the position really isn't that threatening. So, for example, after the move rook f2, rook c2, eyeing that f2 pawn, challenging White to make his discovered check, well, guess what? You don't even want to think about capturing that f7 pawn. There's check, and I've skewered the knight. So if if White allows Black to get an active rook, he may not like that. On the other hand, if he trades rook, then you've got to trades rooks, then you've got to think to yourself, well, how am I going to build a fortress? You're not going to build a fortress on the d5 square. You're going to build it on the d3 square. So you might be thinking to yourself, okay, I'll bring my king back, and now I'll bring my knight back to the d3 square. So I'm just going to put some moves on the board for a second. I know these are bad. I'm doing this deliberately, by the way. And you've got this fortress, except for one small problem. If that pawn was on g3, you'd almost be home free in terms of having a draw. With the pawn on g4, it means that, well, there's a problem. You're going to have to create an additional weakness after bishop d8. And that's a problem. You're not going to be able to build a fortress with your knight on d3 because your pawns on the king side are too far advanced. So Magnus has got a real problem. Trading rooks may just end up leading to an entirely lost position. Not trading rooks may mean that the black rook is so active that you'll be lost by allowing black to have such an active rook in the position. So damned if you do and damned if you don't. And this is a tough decision. I'm really not sure what choice I would make. I would probably trade rooks, but I'd be very unhappy about it.
Indeed. It's
there you go.
Not an easy choice. So you're liking Rishik's chances more and more.
Yeah, so far, yes.
You think it's a pick-em by now?
Not quite there yet. The pawn hasn't, the d6 pawn, the passer, hasn't really made its influence felt. Maybe in a few more moves we'll get to that stage where it's a pick 'em.
Right.
Gosh, you got me talking like a professional poker player over here. I mean,
well,
it's terrible.
Alexander Rishik is playing the game. Of course,
exactly.
a very skilled poker player.
And very skilled chess player.
That goes without saying.
Maurice.
Maurice, your thoughts on whether or not Magnus can save this?
Well, it's looking more and more dire as we see these plans emerge with the bishop going to b6, starting to chase White's pieces around. They cannot maintain any kind of station that they're trying to park on. It just doesn't look good for him. And quite critically is the clock situation as well. Sure, 30-second increment, that's fine and well and good. Except Grishuk has 36 minutes on the clock. Magnus only 18, and Magnus has indeed played that move, h5. h5 is now on the board for Magnus. The Indians are not that impressed by this move. Without that idea of being able to check, then all that will happen is There will be a pawn sitting on the h5 square, and that will be a new target, in fact, in the position. So h5, not an impressive move as far as the inches are concerned. We'll wonder what Magnus has worked out here, and with his clock situation being dire, all he needs is just a few more moves. We've seen him get into time pressure before in this tournament. Just a few more moves, and he could be in heavy time pressure. With the fact that he has a bad position as well, he's looking worse and worse for the world champion.
Better and better for Levon Aronian.
Yeah, indeed. And for Alexander Grishuk, this could be a very important key game. He mentioned that coming in with an interview I think he had with you, that he only beat one top player, Karyakin, in the whole of 2015 or something like that. He was very dissatisfied both with his play and his results. Norway was a disaster from his point of view, and if he could win this game with Magnus Carlsen, we're talking about a resurgent Alexander Grishuk peaking just at the right time as we go into our championship rounds.
Well, still though, a full point behind Aronian. Aronian might be hard to stop, but he'll try.
Oh, well,
and you know who else will try? Magnus will try, even if he loses this game, because tomorrow he'll be playing Nakamura.
Yes.
So he'll try his utmost as well, and he does get another white in that game.
Well, let's take the specifics of the position for a second, Jen. Let's imagine G takes h5. G takes h5. I can understand why Magnus would want to force this exchange, because then at least in the position he's got a pawn stuck on the dark square that maybe on a good day he can somehow find a nibble here, parking his knight on f5. But let's be clear, bishop b6 without the trade of pawns really is a tough move to face for, unless I blundered a g5.
Yeah, we've seen that before.
Just a second. I have to freeze myself here, freeze the thought. I thought, oh my gosh, have I blundered a g5 opportunity for white? And
well,
perhaps I have.
Check it, because there is d5, and you know that takes on e4 comes with a check.
Very
so
important.
So we get to put our bishop back on e5. But why don't you show the variations that you were trying to
show?
Well,
I was suddenly afraid that I had allowed a pawn breakthrough, but you're right. Well, here I've got knight takes g5 too, by the way, but your move d5 is, well, is that, no, what am I talking about, Jen?
Oh, there's a check, right, yeah. And
oh,
then
my
after,
goodness.
Well, but still here, like, I have the, well, I can go f5 instead.
Pardon me? Oh, you
so
can go king
f5.
f5. Okay, thank you.
Because then I get to take on g5 with the, I'm covering everything with the king.
Yeah, but then I've got a draw. Well, I'm very, very close to a draw now, getting rid of these
trading
four
off
pawns.
all those pawns. Okay.
Yeah, that's
so
a major accomplishment.
So you do want to take on h5 first.
I do want to take it.
And then play bishop to b6.
Yes, very
As
good.
usual, it's all about the captures in the right orders, right?
Well, sometimes, you just got to make sure the tactics.
And that's what happened. And that is what happened. And so we're going to see bishop b6 here from Grishuk, most likely. We have seen the trade of pawns on h5, trying to make sure that Magnus didn't have any g5 tricks up his sleeve.
Indeed.
Which, of course, he would see in a bullet game.
Of course. And this is looking very nice once more for Alexander Grishuk. Again, I really don't like the idea that white may be forced to keep rooks on the board. I don't see these discover checks as being exceptionally meaningful, and maybe now is a very good time to reposition the bishop, park it on e5, play for f5. And very often the rook and bishop make a much better combination of pieces than rook and knight.
Bishop b6 has been played.
Bishop after the trade.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the money moment, the key moment for Magnus. If he trades rooks, I just don't see him able to set up a fortress. If he refuses the trade of rooks, I just think that the black rook is actually going to have a greater impact, more meaningful impact in the position than white's rook.
So a critical decision here for the world champion, with his second Sinquefield Cup title in the balance.
Mm-hmm. Very much so.
To trade or not to trade, it's always such a key decision in chess. Mm-hmm. And that's where all players of all levels tend to screw up. The
trade
weaker
or not
ones, of
to
course,
trade.
the weaker ones are screwing up the most, and then it's like a direct continuum.
Right. The curve really starts.
What
to
I
climb
try to
there.
tell my students though is that they don't just screw up in tactical trades, but also strategic. So it's like both. That sometimes they make a trade, they miss a trade that wins for tactical reasons. Sometimes they make a bad trade that's pure strategy, and sometimes a combination of the two.
Oh, hate that. But okay, just let's keep an eye on Magnus's clock. Once again, I will repeat myself at the risk of repeating myself. There's no third time control, and this is all the time that Magnus is going to get for the rest of the game. According to my clock at 17.5 minutes, he will get the increments. So if he keeps up this very, very slow snail's pace, he's going to be relying upon the increments as they get deeper into the game.
Right, and I think he can handle it. I think the question is whether or not he can find a good drawing scheme. I'm less worried about his clock. It's like whether it exists.
Right.
Because he's had a lot of time to think about it.
And
he's coming up dry, it seems.
Yeah, he doesn't seem any closer to a decision than he was 5-10 minutes ago. Maurice.
You know, we discussed in this position the idea of bishop takes knight, the important trade of bishop for knight. However, we didn't discuss knight takes bishop. Now, why not? Because it's not as easy to engineer knight takes bishop as it is to get bishop takes knight. One of the superiorities of the bishops is that you can trade. You have an option to trade whenever you like. And there was a critical moment, of course, way back. Let's go back to here when this bishop was frozen on c6 and it was captured. Of course, it led to a win of a pawn as well, but it's a plus. Of course, if you can play knight takes bishop, the other person can't play bishop takes knight. That's just a fact of the rules of the chess game of chess. But knight takes was the key move that created the imbalance, and those imbalances endure until the other trade happens as well. Well, we jump far ahead. We're here now, and they have. Did he play f5? No, sorry. We're back on bishop to b6. Let me just refresh the position here. Okay, this is the actual position. And again, we see the imbalance of bishop versus knight. Now, why is this important for the knight? Knights need stable squares, period. That's it. Knights do not like to be flying around the board, bad squares where they're not having any sort of influence. And this knight just doesn't know where to go, to sit on and stay there forever. The only square it looks like it has is the square G3. If F5 appears and it has to go to this square, that'll just be a terrible square for the knight. No real progress to be made. And in the meantime, black will just start running down the board with pawn and rook. And I think that's what's got Magnus terrified. He realizes that he's in trouble because his knight just doesn't have a stable square. Looks like he's going to lose this game.
And Magnus has refused the rook trade offer. He's played rook to e2.
That was a question I wanted to actually ask of the engine, Maurice, if you could. In this key moment where bishop b6 just occurred, did the chess engine want to trade rooks, or did the chess engine want to do everything to avoid the trade of rooks?
Well, the top moves are all get that rook out of there. Like, don't trade. You will face a painful piece ending, minor piece ending, with the bishop fighting against the knight. You have a passed pawn. The knight has no future to attack anything, and it's just slow pain and torture, especially now that he's created a new weakness on the h5 square. So fresh weaknesses for black to work against. You do not want to see an endgame at all. Black certainly in the driver's seat in that ending, but even here, this position looks pretty awful, and the engine's giving an interesting move. Bishop against rook to e2, bishop to d4. Do your worst. Any discovered check you'd like, it doesn't matter. This bishop is headed to the e5 square, and for example, this line was given by the engines, and now that everything is stable, this pawn will push at some point. And again, look at that knight. Horrible on that square, and it just doesn't have any real future anyway. This rook will start to make problems for white as well. Looking worse and worse. As a matter of fact, if white's not careful, play some random move. Oh, let's show a cute line. We don't expect this to happen. This is not going to happen.
Right.
But it just shows that Black's harmony is starting to build and build and build, and White, having to deal with that d-pawn, is in a lot of trouble.
Thank you. Yes, that was the whole point that I foresaw as well. I thought that once the bishop comes to d4, stations itself on e5. In fact, the h5 pawn for White actually becomes a weakness that's very vulnerable, and it's easy for Black to check and work his way with his rook over to the h-file should he want to do that. I think the real big problem is once Black just positions his bishop on e5 very nicely and starts pushing the d5 pawn, basically it becomes a rout, and White's pieces get pushed back. And again, I don't see the goal line stance here for Magnus. What is the right setup? The only blockade I see is that the knight on e4 has to transfer itself to d3, and that's easier said than done. You might say, well, I want my knight on d3, yeah, but how are you going to get it there? You're not going through f2 because that square is occupied. So I just don't see how Magnus is to make a goal line stand here to make it. And we have seen this very powerful move, impressive display by Alexander Grishuk with bishop d4, and the screws are being twisted here. Magnus Carlsen really up against it, and just 15, 20 moves ago, he was the guy who was a pawn up. Now he's suffering.
What a tournament for Magnus Carlsen. Very dramatic.
Very dramatic. Wow. You just don't normally see the world champion, especially because it's been his signature to technically squeeze his opponent, to be on the other side of the board receiving a squeeze. And this looks like a real tough one. I don't really have a good recommendations for him here.
I always think it's really cool when somebody allows multiple discovered checks and attacks.
Yeah, I do too, though.
That should have a name.
Yeah,
don't you think?
yeah, it's like, because it's sort of like the bravery of allowing your king to be in a discover check, and you're saying to your opponent, go for it. I'm not even worried about it.
And a lot of people don't even see that. Like, they block it out of their vision, moves that allow all those discovered checks because they're getting tricked and trapped as a kid.
Right.
And then they start to block it out. And so when somebody does it, it does feel kind of heroic in a sense.
Yeah.
Of course, more typical in the middle, in the end game.
Yes.
But in the middle game, it sometimes occurs as well. So an instructive moment here. And we've got some news from Maurice Ashley.
Well, after Norway chess had completed, we were extolling the virtues of Veselin Topalov and Viswanathan Anand. But what a difference a tournament makes. Here we see Topalov on top, Anand, Nakamura, Giri, and Vachier-Lagrave. Caruana right in the middle of the pack, and Carlsen all the way back in 7th. Grishuk, of course, doing terribly, and Aronian in dead last place. Well, of course, Hammer was not in this tournament because he was the wild card there in Norway. But look at the standings now. Again, as I said, what a difference a tournament makes. It is now Levon Aronian on top, with Magnus Carlsen chasing him for the lead in the Grand Chess Tour. Well, at least 4 points in the Grand Chess Tour. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who was in the top half, he's there still, and so is Anish Giri. So they've been playing very consistently. Veselin Topalov, he has tumbled there, you see, for a tie for 5th, as has Hikaru Nakamura. If Grishuk wins today, he'll leapfrog both of them and join Anish Giri and Vachier-Lagrave, as well as Magnus Carlsen. Only Caruana and Anand, look at him at the bottom of the standings after coming in 2nd place in Norway. So nothing, you can predict nothing in these tournaments. When you have these 2800s or near 2800s as well playing against each other, anything can happen. And we'll see when this tournament is over. They still got to play in London, and it's going to be all to play for the way things are going. No one, it seems, unless things dramatically change, will be the favorite going into London, and that should be an exciting event as well.
I think Topalov will still be the favorite, right?
Right, just because of the 13 points, the clear sole victory. That's really so meaningful.
And he's not bombing here. Like most of the people.
Not bombing, no.
No, so, yeah, I mean, obviously he feels like he's bombing after losing 2 games in a row.
But if he were to pick up 6 or 7 points, he'd be at 20-odd plus.
Yeah.
And somebody's going to have really good result here and in London to catch him.
That's true. Now, Oh, go ahead.
I was about to say, by the way, we do have a move, and that move was king F3 to G3. Magnus recognizing, of course, that the discovered check really leads nowhere. Interesting moment, actually, in the position. F7, F5. Kind of, for some strange reason, it really does get my attention. I like this idea of really provoking your opponent to giving you a forced check.
That's a new level.
That's a new level of challenging. But I do see one nice idea. Well, I'm not even sure it's going to work, actually, is if black were to play a move like king d5, which looks really good, by the way, because you're just centralizing your king. I was thinking that there might be a chance to hold with something like the move king f4. The idea is that after bishop e5 check, king f5, the white king is actually doing some really good work. First of all, it's safe on the square, and secondly, it's actually getting close to menacing the pawns. And with f2, f4, Magnus fans are going to cheer.
Drop a rook in f4.
Yeah,
Bughouse.
exactly.
These are some very good bughouse players, particularly Levon Aronian.
Yeah, very true. It's like, give me a pawn. I got mate over here. Give me that rook. So king g3 just sets up a little trappy idea that white might get his king to f5. That was also why I was actually influenced by the idea of trying f7, f5 as well. Another thing, just to point out, it's not there yet, but there is a potential rook check along the g file that could cause white to have some accidents. If you could get rook g8 and bishop e5 and f5 and rook g5, it could be very good. So again, it might be another one of those subtle moments where you actually want to encourage your opponent to play a check. Something
What about
like
d5 instead of f5?
d5 looks very good too, because that ensuring, pardon me, that you're going to get a rook check downstairs over here. You know, I don't like it, but okay, double check. I'm supposing king f5.
Double check or double check?
Double check. Knight f3, trying to set up some kind of blockade. But here again, you know, I mentioned that this pawn on h5, bishop f6 is. Again, I'm really struggling.
The move rook c3.
You couldn't. Pardon me. Oh, yeah, after knight f3. Yes, true. You could. Are you sure? What? Oh, well, what?
You have something cool?
No, I don't. I'm not sure. There is a check in the position for sure, Jen. But okay.
Yeah, but that's maybe something simpler is on tap. But I think that Grishuk here, sensing that this might be a critical moment, deciding which pawn to push or to just keep chilling. Right. Maurice, what do you think?
You could check the boxes for all three, actually. Push either one or just relax. Well, you don't want to relax in this position. The move that the Indians give as the top move is d5. Looking now is giving rook a7, going topsy-turvy. But the one I like that I think most humans would say, I know how to win this one, is the move f5. And now all three moves on tap, d5, f5, and rook a7. The Indians think rook a7 should just get the job done. But look at this position after f5. What do you do here? If you play something like knight g5 check, the king moves over, and now you drop the knight back to the f3 square. Look at this king. How happy are you going to be after this check? Your king has to go to h3. Don't step up into the board because you will get mated in one move. So if you can't do that after rook g7, do you really want to handle this position? The bishop just drops back, and you want to play this with the white pieces. Already your knight is frozen. This pawn on h5 is always going to be a problem. This rook can start to think about coming in and harassing pieces. The d pawn is ready to push down the board. This doesn't look good. This looks terrible. And that's not his only move. d5 is also lauded by the Indians. It's not necessarily the best move, but definitely an excellent one for black. And the best move the Indians give is just, again, to relax. Rook to a7. The rook wants to come down to the a3 square and just own more space. It's looking worse and worse for Magnus. He's down on the clock, and his opponent has only good moves to play. Can't even blunder, almost. I wouldn't say it's impossible, but it's Grishuk. He shouldn't have any problem here finding one of those moves and starting to really, as you said, Yaz, put the screws into Magnus. The world champ. It looks like he has a move, and he's chosen the move d5 as his choice. Passed pawns must be pushed, and Magnus trying to figure out exactly what to do in what looks like a miserable position.
Thank you, Maurice. It's funny, just the moment he played d5, I was saying out of the three choices that Maurice was outlining, f5, d5, rook a7, f5 would have been my choice, specifically because I really like the idea. When I'm in an ending, I know how our king is very powerful in the ending. That's an important piece. And I really like in endings to try to drive my opponent's king into a passive, to play a passive role. And with the move f5, just for that reasons that Maurice was saying, this idea of driving white's king to the h line, I mean, that I would have found the most seductive, and I would have played for f5. Just when I was about to say I'd play f5, out came also a very good move. Pardon me, d5 was played.
Magnus has played d5 on the board. I mean, sorry,
Grishuk
played d5, and now Magnus wishes it was him who was playing d5, of course.
Exactly.
And we do have some tweets coming in from our loyal fans who are sticking with us through this critical game. Darren Potter points out that Levon Aronian is back where he belongs on the top 10 list. He's actually at number 7 right now. He's almost back. I guess Darren's a fan of Levon and thinks he belongs in number 2, or dare I say number 1.
It's shocking not to think of Levon in the top 10.
That's right. And of course, we saw Magnus Carlsen needle Levon in the earlier clip.
Because he's no longer the top 10.
That's
they
right.
can work together.
And Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is also making good gains in this tournament. And we also got a comment from Jaideep Unudurti, who asks, am I the only Indian still watching Carlsen versus Grishuk at the Sinquefield Cup? It's 4:45 in the morning.
Whoa.
Well,
now that's dedication.
Yeah,
Good
shout
man.
out. Although, somebody might have woken up at 4:30 and started watching the Sinquefield Cup, but they don't get the credit.
No.
That doesn't count. You had to be in it the whole time. So shout out to Jaideep. Thanks for sticking with us. And yeah, we got a lot of people sticking in here for this critical game. We also got Andrei Trekov, who said that today Aronian could reuse Nakamura's phrase from yesterday's press conference. He should prepare better. Ouch!
Ooh, ka-ching. Watch out for those boomerangs. Yes,
Sam,
true that.
Well, but Nakamura's interviews are entertaining, so we don't want to discourage him too much. It's okay.
Exactly.
You can trash talk a little bit, guys. We like it. Sam Thompson asks us about Magnus's big mistake in this game. We keep saying 32 G4, but he points out that the engines say that 33 Rook B D1 was the actual lemon.
33 Rook B D1 was the actual lemon. Are we there yet?
No, you've passed it.
I passed it.
You passed the exit long ago.
I did. Okay, I was zipping along. So far, so good. So far, so good. And this was the big lemon. Rook B D1. So I am assuming it was probably Rook B7 was probably what the chess engines or something like that wanted to play. That makes sense. I can see that.
Magnus Carlsen's biggest mistake of the game, no doubt, was his lack of confidence, which we saw much earlier.
His lack of confidence?
No,
I would not.
I'm joking.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much.
Come on, you can't detect my sarcasm. But he also
my sarcasm detector reader wasn't finely tuned there, Chen.
Yes. Well, let's take a look and see how Magnus Carlsen has been suffering for hours in this position, all the way back to the very beginning of the game.
I don't like my position.
You could keep replaying that again and again and again, because unfortunately it hasn't changed that much. What did change at some point in the game?
Well,
where
it's
he was
sweet.
kind of chilling, but that was a short-lived moment because then he got himself back into trouble.
Well, at the time that he was a pawn up and he was playing moves like Queen E2, I never foresaw this ending as coming. So at the time of his confession, he turned things around, and it looked like he was going to have the sunny side of the torture. Instead, it's his opponent who after the move d5, attacking the knight, forcing the knight to make a discover check, the knight went to d2. Not that I'm a big fan of this move at all. I might have chosen myself, knight d3. Oh, I can't get my knight to d3, knight c5 check. I wanted to say I really would much prefer the square d3, but I suddenly realized, oops, major problem for me in the position. Rook pins and the king comes, and that's all she wrote. So Magnus didn't even have that option, so that was why he chose the square d2. And then I mentioned in an earlier variation, on a very good day, if white could ever get his king back, king to f4, his holding chances increase dramatically. That's why we see the move king f5. And again, my kind of endgame, my approach to the endgame is to restrict my opponent's king as much as I can. And in a dream world, a fantasy world for Alexander Grishuk, he would love to start checking and trying to force white's king over to the h-file, and look at that h-pawn, it's getting weaker. So king f5.
And king g2 has been played by
king
Magnus.
g2. Not too many options here for, well, the first thing I'd start again to think about is a check over the side. The
Or
other
we could
thing,
do it via f6. Same idea.
with f7, f6,
Yeah.
you're saying? Yeah,
Just
same idea.
One move. Same moves actually.
Actually, I prefer f6 because in the case of f6, I'm actually reinforcing my bishop. Once my bishop gets to e5, I get to play f6, bishop e5, rook check and rook g5, or rook check and king g4. I'll be clipping another pawn. So things I don't. Maurice, what is actually the chess engine's assessment in terms of the point count? Is it giving better than 1.5 point advantage at this moment to Grishuk?
It absolutely is. This position has been winning for black for quite some time. But Magnus is definitely trying to get some kind of drawish ending somewhere. For example, you could just imagine if he could get rid of his knight and rook for these two pawns and that rook. If somehow he could give his knight basically for two pawns and trade rooks, then he'd be fine because it's the wrong pawn. That's right, the wrong pawn. The H pawn is the opposite color from the bishop. So he's fantasizing about options like that, but they don't look like they're going to happen anytime soon. The one thing Grishuk doesn't want to do that you might do in a blitz game is this move, rook to c2, which suddenly runs into knight to f3, attacking the rook and the bishop. Of course, rook takes rook, and suddenly you're the one who is going down in flames because of that fork. So rook c2 is the one move he does not want to do here. Just to follow that line, rook c2, knight f3, even if you played this move, rook to c4, rook d2, you have to struggle to hold this together because now he still has the move rook to e2 and he's just challenging you. So white would be fine. We don't expect to see rook to c2 land on the board. But here, the engines do give f6 and bishop e5 as choice moves. And if the move knight to f3 happens, then this bishop can go to c3. It could even go to e5. And suddenly, we're going to be marching the ponies home. At least the d pawn is going to go down. It just looks like Magnus has no resistance at all here, especially with his h pawn, also a victim. And this king on g2, that cannot leave a good impression at all. Expect Magnus to lose this quite soon.
Well, ponies.
Wow.
The pawns have been upgraded into horses.
Exactly. Well, again, we're seeing a very professional technical display of rook and bishop versus rook and knight, where the rook and bishop are really freezing white's forces, and of course this d pawn as it gets ready to rev up the board. I do like that line that Maurice was saying with bishop c3. In a sense, the bishop on c3 and bishop on f6. Are you familiar with tsuji? The phrase tsuji, to control. In the game of Go, you make a tsuji against. So when you have a knight versus a bishop position, if the bishop is two squares opposed to the knight. So on c3, the knight is controlled by the bishop. The knight can't go to d4, e5, d2, or when the knight or the bishop is on f6, it's controlled again. Well, here it's in that line that Maurice was giving. It's not only controlling the knight, but in some ways it's controlling white's rook as well, right? So I really liked that line. Again, for me, though, the most professional move would be f7, f6, and playing this rook check, because I'm just an old pawn grubber, and I would love to just take that h5 pawn off the board, wipe it out, and then say, okay, I'm 2 pawns up, now let me try to win the position even smoother and cleaner.
Instead, Grishuk started with the move bishop e5.
He did, bishop e5. And, well, I can't imagine any other move than knight f3. And then again, this move f7, f6. Do you think Grishuk is aiming for something like this, or do you think he's just going to put his bishop where I think it belongs, which is the c3 square?
I think that's what he'll do, indeed.
Well, the problem,
we do have to look out,
as I see it, is Grishuk allowing his opponent?
Well, that could be calculated. I mean, I think I'm going to be coming in with the f6 move. I'm coming in with my rook and my king quite quickly, aren't I? And my pawn.
How so?
Or I could start with, let's see. It seems quite slow, right?
What's that?
I mean, your rook h8 and rook takes h6.
Well, I'm waiting for. Well,
you're waiting for me to play d4, then you want to play rook h8.
Well, I probably actually, in truth, I'd have to get behind.
Yeah, exactly.
D5,
so you won't have time anyway. So if I play d4, you don't have time to snip off my h6 pawn.
Right. I would have to get behind okay, rook d6. There's got to be a way that you could control it. That's why I like this move f7, f6, challenging white to go into rook and 3 versus rook and 2.
And then you could play like rook g7 and king f4 if he doesn't capture on
e5.
Exactly, and just get our king closer and closer. I mean, it just seems like all of our pieces have improved so much. I mean, you mentioned the bishop first knight. Do keep in mind that Carlsen had the option that Anand actually just kind of laughed at of trading into a rook endgame, which would be dominating for black.
He said it was curious.
But right now, Magnus might take that as a better option.
Maurice, any chances here for Magnus?
Well, not after his last move. It looks like there's a situation where just about any move wins. You know, when that happens, the only danger to black is that he will be too calm in the position, but I don't suspect Grishuk is going to lose attention, lose concentration. He is focused on getting this victory against the world champion. This will be a huge win for him. He's played the move bishop f6 instead, the point being to control all the critical squares. d8 you can't get to, h8 you can't get to, the knight can't go to h4 or d4, so that one bishop, as you explained that term, is dominating both the knight and the rook, and this king also is dominated, and this h-pawn at any moment could die. So he has everything under control, plus the d-pawn rushing down the board. This just looks like an extreme challenge for Magnus, but he's going to fight on gamely, hoping that his opponent messes up somewhere along the line. The problem for him is he has 10:18 left on his clock. He has played the move rook to a2, looking to activate his rook. He's down to actually 9:28 now, in a difficult position where he's certainly suffering. The clock's going to tick quickly. He can't afford to start living on increment down in the 1 minute mark. He knows it's very bad for him, but he's going to keep on trying like the great champion he is.
That's right. Man cannot live by increment alone.
Deep thoughts.
And we got some more tweets coming in. Joe Ryan says that we should mention the bishop in the wrong rook pawn, Maurice did point that out. We also got a comment from Mike Klein of chess.com who said, no Paul Revere to warn the Americans about Levon Aronian, who went 3-0 against the home team here at the Sinquefield Cup.
True that. We didn't get any advance warning.
What happened to that? Well, I guess he did. He told us it was a land of opportunity. We should have listened, as you pointed out. Nazi Pikidze said that, top American.
U.S. women's contender.
That's right. She says that she loves my necklace and my earrings. And guess where I got them?
Boutique.
Of course, I got them at the Q Boutique. So
Exactly.
just another reason to come out here.
Lift up the necklace
All right,
to show how
kind
it
of matchy,
matches.
matchy.
Yes.
I don't usually like the matchy, but it really works with this particular one. And
You
they've got a lot of jewelry over there at the Q Boutique.
You look good in bling.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, are you listening, Daniel?
Yeah, oh yeah. Sorry, Daniel. Sorry. I apologize. What was I thinking? Oh my goodness.
And we have tomorrow's pairings. Let's take a look. So tomorrow we have some critical matchups. Alexander Grishuk, if he wins today, he's going to be in a good mood tomorrow. And he's playing against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who's also having a good tournament. So that will probably be 4 versus 4. Anish Giri against Fabiano Caruana. Well, Anish is still in it. Wesley So playing against Desan Topalov. Both players kind of on the downswing, but this game will expect to be fiery. Levon Aronian will be leading the tournament by a full point, it looks like, pending the Carlsen result. And he'll be playing against Anand with the white pieces. Finally, a big battle that we're all excited to see. Will Magnus Carlsen be able to come back against U.S. champion Hikaru Nakamura, his best customer?
Exactly. Okay, going back to the game at hand. So one of the things I would love to do with black is I'd love to go over here and play the move King G4 and snap off this H5 pawn, but that does allow Rook H6 attacking both the bishop on F6 as well as the pawn on H6. If you drop back with the bishop, then I've got Rook D6, and I'm very happy if I can grab that D pawn. So you can't go King G4 right away. You can prepare that maybe with a very stylish Rook D7. So King G4 on your agenda, but you've also got D4, so that in case you go down with the Rook, well, you got to be worried that this it's a runaway train coming down the board with D4. If you try to blockade, that just is not going to work. It's not going to fly at all. In fact, this bishop on F5 is just going to disturb this knight from trying any kind of blockade action. So again, I want to find a line of defense which makes it very difficult for Grishuk to make progress. I just haven't been able to put it together for Magnus. And
he played knight to E1.
He did play knight to E1.
Looking for greener pastures.
Well, it's been for some time that I've been thinking that, hold on, we have Rook A2, and what move do we have by Grishuk? Let me refresh my board, I'm sorry. I'll just refresh the board. Okay, so Rook D7, okay, there you go, and Knight E1. I've been kind of, well, I don't want to say beating the drum, but I've been thinking that for the longest time that the knight belonged on D3 as the best blockading square. And the problem was with the fortress idea of knight D3 was the overextended kingside pawns, white's kingside pawns. And I think this is the problem, that you're not going to get either a fortress or you're not going to be able to save your H5 pawn. So Alexander Grishuk to play, and the time
9 minutes for Magnus and
9 minutes
for Grishuk, of course, with our 30-second increment now in the position, which changes it so much from the first time control where there is none.
Right.
Now, one thing that I'm excited about, in addition to these last couple climactic rounds that we have in the Sinquefield Cup, which should be filled with drama, we also have a special screening for the Hollywood film Pawn Sacrifice. That's going to be at September 3rd at the Chase Park Plaza, followed by a Q&A with the movie's producer and grandmaster, Maxime Delugi. That should be pretty cool.
Oh,
so all the players are going to be able to get to see this movie in advance. And remember that a couple days ago we showed the clip of the players talking about which historic player they'd add to the Sinquefield Cup.
Right.
Of course, the majority said Bobby Fischer.
Gary Kasparov, and Paul Morphy.
Well, most of them didn't say Gary because he's still very much
as the
with
live
us.
As the
Yes,
live player. I
exactly.
Sorry, I apologize.
And,
but the historic one, Bobby Fischer, sure. Michael Tull.
Exactly, and Kramnik, Capablanca, obviously, respectively.
Yeah.
But Fischer was the overwhelming favorite, and a couple players were like, wait, I get kicked out if I don't say that. But of course, they really did mean it. And it'll be interesting to see that movie. Do you expect it to be thrilling?
I'm not sure. It just depends upon Toby, if he can really play that part and play it well without all the Hollywood kind of insufferable Hollywood stereotypes they make of chess players. You know,
insufferable. What do you mean?
Oh, they are always depicting chess players as, you know, tinfoil hat, you know, crazies, and I'm just a little bit worried.
Poorly dressed,
slovenly, not socially well-mannered, those types of things.
Bad dancers. Apparently, nothing could be further from the truth from that bad dancers. I heard that the chess players were ripping it up yesterday at Club Viva.
Yeah. Well, I saw Maurice breaking some steps during the show. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, chess players got moves on the board, so we should have it on the dance floor too, right?
Don't get me started, people. I'll have my fun in here. Club Viva was definitely excellent. We were out with Lawrence Trent, Alejandro, a couple of other folks, and it was a lot of fun yesterday. Yeah, and the slovenly dressed, yeah.
Yeah, please.
Don't talk about us like that. At any rate, Bobby Fischer would appreciate this position that we have on the board. As you see here, that he loved the bishops, and he'd love a bishop against a knight. Boy, he'd be thinking, chop, chop, I don't care, you young whippersnappers, you might be the world champion, but I'd show you a thing or two in this position. And right now, the move King G4 actually is just a pawn. I mean, you can do anything you want, you can try anything you want here. The move Rook to A6, for example, bishop could just drop back, guard everything, and this pawn is gone in all lines. Knight D3 doesn't do anything, king takes, and the only hope here is somehow this king getting back in, but now king over, and it's looking pretty bad for the world champion. He might be able to set up some kind of blockade on the light squares, as we said, but this H-pawn is real now, and it just looks very bad. What happens if you just simply go after the pawn? It looks like the best line at the moment. I'm going to go back to here, knight to E1, and the engine is just giving King G5 or King G4, win the pawn. Why not see what happens there? He has another move, Rook over to E7, just to gain a tempo, but if the H-pawn drops, I just can't see how, with this stretched pawns, the knight's going to defend, the king's going to have to defend, and black just needs to be patient to just slowly but surely get down the board. Now, that might be his only chance. Magnus is hoping one day that Grischuk gets under him on the clock. He's at 8:57, Grischuk now at 11:18 and counting. If Grischuk calculates a little bit too much, then the hustle factor starts to appear on the board. And we know when you're in time pressure, bad things could happen, little and strange things happen, and maybe he'll be able to trick Grischuk in that position. But he has to hope Grischuk really stops to think a long time right now. We'll see if Grischuk is responsible with his time in this moment, because he's got the world champion completely dead to all rights.
Thank you, Maurice. For sure, I would be going after the pawn with King G4, King G5. I can imagine that what Grischuk is thinking about is that can he just force his pawn up the board with a move like King E4 with the straightforward idea of D4, D3, and not allowing this knight to blockade the pawn. The idea is very straightforward. A dream kind of setup, I think, for black would be something like Rook A6, Bishop C3, and again, this king and rook and bishop are dominating. Maybe why he's reluctant to go King E4 might be based on something like Rook E2 check, King D4, which forces black's king to step in front of the pawn, but then again, it's only a temporary solution. Black's king looks really good on D4. That's the only reason I can think of why he's hesitating and not playing the moves King G4, King G5 very, very quickly. Again, I would take the pawn first, then come back and let me get rid of your blockade.
Look at Magnus. He glanced at the clock there. You know, when your opponent is thinking too long, one thing you hate to do is alert him to the fact that he's thinking too long. And Magnus just kind of glanced at the clock thinking, that's a chance, that's a chance. And Grischuk now almost passed Magnus. He has such a big lead on the clock, but now he is under 9 minutes and he is actually passing and has now passed Magnus on the clock. He is in a bad situation. Well, it's not a bad situation as far as the clock is concerned. His board situation is fantastic, but why give away that edge? I remember seeing Michael Adams. I'm trying to remember. It was in a Intel World Chess Grand Prix event. We're going way back now, and I remember one thing about him. Whenever he played in the event, whenever he had an edge on the clock, he always made sure that he moved before he fell under his opponent. And it didn't matter. It's like whatever the move was in his head, at the moment he saw his clock was approaching his opponent, you always saw him move just right at that time so that his opponent would always be under him. And that's just a practical decision that he made, that he's always going to let that happen so that the clock is always on his side. Here, Grischuk, oblivious to the clock right now, as has been the way he's been playing in this tournament, and certainly in Norway, and he's allowed himself to go under Magnus, and you know the world champ is thinking, thank you, at least I have something to hold on to, and let's just hope he sits there for longer as his seconds tick down, and Magnus just remaining as still as possible as the seconds tick away. Maybe he'll have a chance.
Actually, at this point, Grischuk did make a move. He played rook c7, so the pressure is back on our world champion. But indeed, the trend is certainly pointing to Grischuk getting into the time pressure ultimately.
Rook c7.
Yeah,
okay, an intriguing move that I didn't pay that much attention to. I just liked the idea. I thought he had played rook c7 to d7 to refortify all of his pawns, to make all of White's counterplay ridiculous and just keep everything under well protected and go after the pawn. So rook c7, there was something about grabbing the pawn on g4, on h5, pardon me, that he didn't like, and he's now, I guess he's thinking he's just planning to play d4 and to play with his king on the e4 square, something I alluded to that he might have been thinking about a moment ago. Maurice, can you justify the move rook c7 for us?
Well, that was not a choice that the Indians liked at all, as a matter of fact. And you pointed out, Jen, it is Magnus who is in time pressure now. He is going to have to find the move king f3. And the advantage that he had before, the Grischuk, will actually diminish after king to f3, rook c3 check. We can point this out. King f3, rook c3 check, and king to e2. And now Magnus has found a mini fortress of sorts all the way on the back row. The advantage that was big, over 1.5, as you mentioned, has now dipped to 1.08. And actually, one line being given is to go after this pawn and give away the d pawn. Whoa, that's crazy. No way in the world you would do that. But it looks as though in this position, the Indians are not as happy right here. In fact, now it's dipping below 1. This is strange, the move, and Magnus has played king to f3. After that move, rook to c7, Magnus has in fact played king to f3, and is it possible that he can maybe hold this position after Grischuk did not go for the pawn on h5? Now, Magnus fans starting to hope against hope that he might be back in the game, and Magnus looks like he's bearing down in this position, trying to save it.
Well, good for him that there's no third time control, because, you know, Grischuk can only make one move at a time, and he's going to end up on the increment at some point.
Yeah, well, for the longest time I was looking to try to get a blockade for White with the knight on d3. It required the cooperation of Grischuk to allow Magnus this opportunity, an undeserved opportunity, and you know Magnus is going to leap and say thank you very much for allowing me this chance. And a big turnaround here, because I mean, again, king g4, I mentioned it, and again I apologize for mentioning it so severely. In the endings, the king is a powerful piece. So if you can control your opponent's king, both with your own as well as your pieces, and keep your opponent's king passively placed, you're taking away one of your opponent's best pieces, his king. And not to play the move king g4, well, Alex Yermolinsky would say every Russian schoolboy understands, you know, this principle. And to allow king f3 That's a big swing, and I'm not surprised at all that the computer really didn't like this move, Rook C7, and Alexander Grishuk, more than anybody, knows that he's on the precipice of blowing it, letting his opponent save the game through your own, errors in
It's
accuracy.
strange. Do you think he's a bit tired? Because that is
Tiredness
the type of
is
move,
a huge factor.
And I think in most games, even a rapid game, he would play that move. It's so
Exactly.
human. It's not like this computer line. Like sometimes it looks like somebody's winning, but it's partly because the computer sees this really intricate ideas that humans can't always see. But that wasn't the case. It was just like a gimme move.
Exactly. I think this is tiredness. And keep in mind, these players have been playing, for 5-6 hours already, and intense concentration. It's really hard to keep that level of mental focus for so very long. And we do have a move by Grishuk, but I do see that his time is, I think, ticked down.
They're both about
to
the
6
same now.
minutes.
Yeah, so we're at about 6 minutes. Yeah, you see that the clocks are almost exactly the same right now. But is that a critical moment? At that point, will we start seeing a bifurcation in which Magnus ends up ahead on time for the rest of the game? Perhaps.
Don't know.
And so the moves we have added onto we've got Bishop G5 after King F3.
King F3,
and now,
Bishop G5.
And I think Magnus might have just made a move as well.
Bishop G5. That was stepping. Oh my, I have to get my head around that one. I'm not sure.
That you don't understand what it's trying to do there?
I really don't.
It does kind of seem strange.
It certainly
Unless he calculates some variation where he thinks he can get his pawn to D2. That would be the only reason to have your bishop on G5, right?
Bishop G5. Sorry, that move I just find a little bit confusing.
But you got the blockade with. Well, let's try.
Well, it's
after Bishop G5.
Yeah. Well, it's happened. Well, I'll just shoot. I'll play it.
Try to come up with some reason that he's doing this.
Knight D3.
I know if we play Rook to C3.
I'll drop back with my king.
You simply have King E4 and I mean King E2 and King E4 is certainly going to come up short.
I can check you
because you can play F3 check here
and
right?
drive you back exactly.
And that seems to
keep
help
driving
my
you
blockade.
back.
And then
And
when
I'm
we
fine. I think White has got his dream position. If he loses this, then he was really, really, really lost, because he somehow managed to achieve something that he could have only fantasized about a dozen moves ago, because that knight on D3, king on E2 make a wonderful blockading mechanism, especially when Black's king is now cut off along the 5th rank. I think that's far more probable draw than win. So I'm not sure I fully grasp what Bishop G5 is all about. Knight D3 is an automatic, and has Magnus played?
But it doesn't look like Magnus has played it quite yet.
Okay, intriguing as well. I'm not really too sure. Maurice, your thoughts on what's going through the players' heads at this moment?
Well, you mentioned that they may have played for 5 or 6 hours. It's over 6 hours now. We're past 7 p.m. Central Time, and they've been playing for 6 hours. It's easy to make mistakes with time pressure being now critical. Magnus under 5 minutes. Fatigue has certainly set in, and he knows that he is getting a little bit of a chance here, but he has to be accurate because he's the one who's worse. And Knight D3 was a great move, but instead he has moved his rook. That is not the computer's first choice in the position after Bishop to G5. By the way, the engines think that Bishop G5 is just a weird move. Knight D3 was the top move of choice. Instead, Magnus has played the move Rook to A5. This is not precise, unfortunately, but I think he thinks his knight should stay on E1 and guard against any incursion on the C2 square. But Knight D3 was a superior move. Black can now play King to E5. And after King to E2, the one good news for Magnus is that this pawn on H5 now lives, for now at least. And maybe he might have a chance here. The engines like Black, but still not over 1.5 yet. It's not going in the right direction for Black as yet. He has to figure it out quickly. His time is ticking down as well.
Boy, okay, the last few moves I'm really severely questioning. And again, I do appreciate, seriously, the fatigue factor. Boy, you really start to feel it, especially after 6 hours of intense chess. But now king e5, and I'm not sure the rook is very well placed on a5. Knight d3 check just simply encourages king d4. And again, the king is getting dangerously close to being able to escort the d-pawn up the board. I don't like this as a choice for Magnus. Let's see what else he can do after rook
we do
a5.
have king e5, I believe, on the board.
We
King
do.
e5 has been played.
What a funny moment to get up from the board. Magnus with only 4:28 left on his clock. Now 4:23 and ticking down. I guess he had to go. If you got to go, you got to go.
Well, now's the time. Not when you have 1 minute left in the clock. Because keep in mind, they might be playing for another 30 moves, and that would be another 30 minutes.
Oh,
because
brutal.
of the increments.
Yeah.
Well, he just cost himself there about 30 seconds on the clock. Now he's just got to settle himself down. Hopefully he had a move in mind, but now he's under 4 minutes. It's critical.
Maybe he went to the confessional booth.
No, he did not. King e2.
I don't like my position.
Oh, we know that. That's been the case for some time. So king e2, Magnus, and again, Magnus is dreaming of getting that beautiful blockade that we've talked about on numerous occasions. 5 minutes, 4.5 minutes. Okay, Alexander Grishuk, recognizing that his opponent wants to play knight d3. You'd think that that rook would actually be better placed on a2 than on a5, but there you go. That's what we have at the moment. This position is on the board. How about something like king e4, Jen? I'm trying to provoke you to occupying the f3 square with a pawn, just to kind of mess you up, that the pawn is actually not as better placed on
Yeah, I
f2
could play
than
rook
f3.
a4 check.
Rook a4 check. Well, that will force me to finally push my pawn up the board. Now you can't. Pardon me.
I can't play knight d3 for the moment because of rook c2 check.
Thank you. Game.
So I'd have to start with f3 check.
So you'd have to start with f3 check. Okay, but now let's see. Okay, I'll go back with king to d5. Now knight d3, or maybe not.
Well, knight d3. Yeah, let's try it.
Knight d3. I was hoping that you wouldn't be able to keep the blockade because I could check you if you try king d1. Well, that's very
Rook
helpful.
d2 check,
Rook
game
d2.
again, right?
Game again, exactly. And
so I'd be forced to try
say king
e1 or something here.
Now the difference is, first of all, there is rook d2 in the position, and then I don't know what's going on. Rook d2, rook a3,
rook
bishop
d2,
e3.
You have to check rook a5 check and rook g5 and f4 as well. But we've got some moves, so let's update the game.
Indeed. So we do see the move king e4, just the move that we were just looking at.
So we're just looking at this, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So, so we were looking at rook a4 check.
Rook a4 check, d4, and then I think you finally tried the move f3. Again,
and then we were looking at let's
f3. I
rook
don't
a4
like,
check did occur, by the way,
because you're giving up this you're giving up the e3 square for the bishop. So rook a4.
Rook a4 check is on the board, and now it's Grishuk on move. Both players with about exactly the same amount of time, 4 minutes and 10 seconds.
Okay.
Just over 4 minutes. Alexander Grishuk looks like he's about to make a move, but we've seen this look and this hand gesture before without a quick move, so who knows?
No, it's forced. He's got to play d5, d4. He's going to do it.
But he's still thinking.
He's hesitating.
He's still hesitating, as you say.
But
and he's played d4.
Of
and I will
course.
see if Magnus has a quick response.
Well, again, f2, f3 is a big decision because, again, you don't want to play f3 and allow that bishop to sit magnificently on the e3 square. It's going to be very hard to keep that blockade. But
let's look at that tactic at least. I do think there was one losing line there for black. After knight d3,
check,
rook c2, king e1, rook d2.
Yes.
What do we have? Let's see.
A losing tactic.
Rook a5 check. No.
Rook a5 check.
So the key here is that after king c4.
Yes. Oh, you wanted to play rook takes g.
Yeah,
no.
but the thing is, you can just play king takes d3 also.
Exactly.
I mean, that looks just that's going to be crushing.
Agreed.
I was also trying to find f4, a moment to play f4 instead, so that after takes on g5, we could be queening up on.
Critical, guys. Let's take a look at Magnus's clock that's ticking down rapidly in this position. He is certainly in serious time pressure trying to figure out what is the best way to play. And he looks like he's hesitant to play f3, which the engine's saying is probably his best choice here. He has to be very careful about tricks in the position. So we'll see whether or not he comes up with a move quickly now. He's down to 2 minutes and 54 seconds.
That's right. So my other move, f4, is better, I think, in that line now. Should be better.
Sure, let's see it. F3 check, knight d3, rook check, king. When did you...
You
want to play... Sorry, what moment did you
I wanted to try f4 here instead. And then what's the evaluation after...
Eat.
And the problem is you're just coming too fast behind me.
Check, king. This rook and 2 versus rook and 1, I think, is over, Jen. This is just too good.
And maybe I can interpolate a knight b4 check in there somewhere.
Instead of f4?
But then we can't play f4, so I'm just trying to save this somehow.
You're making Magnus's...
Guys, look at the clock.
And let's keep
The clock is serious.
Let's keep an eye and wait for Magnus to decide what to do here. Is he going to play f3 check? What else is there? What other moves are in their position? Knight d3. Okay, because knight d3 just loses, as does knight f3. So there's not a lot of moves. Rook c2 check is a threat.
But the problem with rook a2 is I may be forced to play f3 anyway because I...
And d3 is a threat. d3 is a threat in the position.
Precisely.
So that's why you have to play either f3 check, shutting the king out, or rook a2, protecting the second rank.
And I was going to play rook a2.
And he has moved. He played check.
He played f3 check.
Yes.
So of course a quick move by Shakir.
King d5 box, and now
and
what do we see?
He's
by
played
Magnus?
rook a5 check.
Rook a5 check. All right, that might be a very good way of stopping this rook from coming to c3 or c2. Rook a5 check, okay. So let's give king c4 a look-see. By the way, you can't play knight... I don't think you can play knight d3 because of rook e5. I feel that that's lost.
I mean, I can block with a piece on e5, so it's not like I resign or anything like that.
But rook a4. Rook a4 instead of knight to d3 would be the automatic move.
Rook a4 check.
Rook a4 check. If king c4, that's why he's considering it. And his clock is ticking down as well. There's a challenge to him getting over those light squares. That blockade on d3 is quite serious. So he needs to figure it out. Magnus still has minutes on the clock, so 2 minutes and 23 seconds for him as he's gaining 30 seconds with every single crucial move he has to find.
All right. So let's say I go king down to c3. I'm making inroads. I'm one step away from playing a move like rook e7 check.
Another check on a3 is possible.
Stop that.
Like leave me alone. So
enough with the checks.
Enough with the checks. So then the king of... Wow, king has made quite some headway, getting all the way down to b2. Now the rook would probably, I don't know, go up the board.
Or maybe go back to a4.
Or up the board. Rook check, king back, and now something like, I don't know, rook e3 or bishop e3. Somehow I don't feel that driving my king to b2 has actually worked in black's favor. Let me get the updated position. I'm just going to refresh my board.
Both players now are creeping towards the 2-minute mark, and it looks like this is going to be a wild one, which we are going to be playing on the increment for the most part.
Wow.
We're going to be playing this game in increment.
Coming down.
The engines do like white driving the black king all the way on the other side to b2. Actually, the blockade on d3 square is quite difficult to break with the d-pawn always a target. It's not so easy. Black does have his weak pawns as well. And look at this. Grishchuk now on move. Even though the clocks are switched, it looks like the right-hand clock should be Magnus, but it's actually Grishchuk just from the angle we have here. And now he's finally moved his king inside, and Magnus quickly moving, trying to keep up.
Or get ahead, rather, on the clock for the first time. But he didn't play rook a4 check. He played...
What just happened?
He played knight d3? He's played knight d3,
no.
allowing...
Rook e7 check, I don't believe it.
It looks like he has allowed it. I mean, we can interpose on e5 with a piece, so it's
Seriously?
not resigns, but
No, I
it
don't
seems
believe
like
it.
why would
he
you?
played knight d3. I'm shocked.
Well, you can't interpose with any piece. Pardon me. You can interpose with the rook only.
Correct, but rook e7 check. This is really
So knight e5
Whoa.
obviously loses, but there's
something like king b4 with a tempo,
and then followed it with f6, right?
f7, f6. And
This move was bad, and
So
rook
instead
e7
he-
check is the key move.
Instead he has to play
And
rook
it has
e5
been played. It has been played.
Wow.
The endgame is losing. The
So
endgame
why-
is losing.
Exactly.
Why Magnus did this?
And so quickly too. Well, because he had 2 minutes, obviously that was the reason.
I'm thinking that black now just plays king c3, unless Magnus felt that his knight would always be able to go back and forth. I'm worried that there's going to be a Zugzwang for Magnus, and that's going to be all she wrote.
Well, he's going to have to take on e7.
Exactly. And maybe Magnus felt that he'd be able to just use his knight as a pendulum and move back and forth, but I think the knight's going to end up getting dominated. That bishop really can cover lots of squares. Ooh.
This is busted. Magnus is in big
Yeah, it
trouble.
seems like-
That move knight d3 was just a blunder, and he is
my
much
God.
worse
So how
now.
are we going to stop the knight from doing that pendulum
And
that
the
you
right
point
move,
out?
sorry guys, the right move is rook e6. That's the killer. You talk about putting him into Zugzwang. Rook
rook e6.
and transfer the pawn to the e6 square, which would be better than the pawn on f7, and then the position starts to have more levers in it for black, and Magnus looking
That's
like he's just
crushing.
in big trouble.
Beautiful move, rook e6. You
Has
gotta
he
love
played it?
that move. So now it's Grisha can move. Will he find this move, rook e6, which makes it easier?
His other moves win as well, by the way. The other moves win too. It's just you talk about easier versus harder. We have to see whether or not he makes the move, but it still looks very bad for Magnus as he has to actually ditch his rook of all things. That's the last piece he wanted to trade off because the knight is so bad, and he has found rook
played
e6.
it. Rook e6, gorgeous move. Gotta love this move. Little creeping move.
Nice touch by Grishuk, but I'm still sorry. I'm shaken like that the world champion made this move knight d3 because he had been playing so well in terms of leading that knight back, and the rook check just seemed so obvious. Driving the black king to b2 was counterproductive for black, and Magnus in really big trouble. And what is the exact difference here? Okay, let's say I fall for it. I trade rooks. I'm moving my knight back and forth. And why are we so proud that the pawn is on e6 and not on f7? What's the diff, Jen? We're going to put the bishop on e3. I'm going to go back and forth. So set up whatever it is you think you should set up. Maybe the pawn coming here. I'm going to go back and forth.
Yeah.
What am I exactly missing?
I just think that it's got to be easier to use that pawn on e5 than it is to use it on s7, right? Like if we ever end up getting in e4 at some point, and also it means that our pawn on d4 is never a target.
Guys, if I
Yes,
may interrupt,
please do.
something really bizarre. The engines are now disagreeing with themselves, and they're saying after f4, Magnus is equal, like completely equal. I don't know if that is actually true. You know, these engines are calculating, and at some point they spit something out. But it seems like f4 was a strong move here. I don't know that Magnus actually
what about
played
bishop
it.
f6?
But f4 followed by taking.
Oh, you can't play bishop f4.
If you can't play bishop f4 in that position because he'll take on e6 first. But it looks as though, did he play f4? Will it matter?
He did play f4.
He did, and the engines are now giving no advantage at all to black, which is stunning. f4 on the board, and it's saying that Magnus is now equal 0.10. I mean, this ending,
Why?
we will be studying this ending for a while to completely understand it, but Magnus has now played f4 on the board, and it looks as though it's a big challenge for Grishuk to figure out exactly what to do, because Magnus will now trade off rooks after the bishop moves, and his knight apparently can hold this ending. That is so hard to believe in this position
Bishop
because,
F6
like you
did
said,
occur.
Zugzwang looks like it's possible. What move did he play? He did play bishop back to f6. The trade is now forced, and the engines are saying this ending is a draw this ending.
Because the king can just stick itself on f3, whereas if he didn't get this move f4 in, we would be able to kind of creep in.
Incredible situation has arisen. This would be a Houdini-like
So does that
escape.
mean Rookie 6 was actually the mistake?
Rookie 6
was the mistake.
not,
he should have
exactly.
because of f4. Yeah, wow. Because Rookie 6 looks so slick. But unfortunately, f4, and he's not able to play bishop takes f4 because of the in-between move.
Now that bishop is going to have trouble breaking the light square blockade, as that knight will be flexible in where it can go.
So
but it seems like Zugzwang should be possible. That f-pawn now looks like a target, Yaz. I'm confused.
Me too. I've been confused ever since we got into this because I just thought this ending was lost, but I don't get it that the pawn is so great on f4. I think it's on a dark square. Why isn't black happy? What? By the way, the players are really blitzing, so I got to play catch up with the players. Knight f2 by Magnus Carlsen. I would expect bishop to h4, knight to d3, king to c3, and why isn't white just being squeezed? If you
Big alert, by the way. The engine's now saying that Magnus's last move was an horrific blunder, and now black is completely winning a piece somehow.
So what did they think? Why did they think it was a draw then? I don't get it.
I hate engines.
Yeah,
well, we all do. But they make up. They made some. No, the move there was supposed to be king to d2 apparently in that position. Instead, the move knight f2, taking his knight away from the center, and the engines are going bananas, saying that this is actually now purely lost. That he should have played his king over, but now he's going to go down. But who knows?
We're just c3, king c3, maybe.
Because yes, the position suddenly looks
well, I
horrible.
guess the increment's not enough to figure out this endgame for even for the world champion, right?
Or for chess engine.
But by the way, that doesn't mean anything. Grishik still has to find the maneuvers. It's not like he's going to just find them in time pressure. It's not so easy. Grishik now finding the bishop move. It's some bishop move like bishop e7. I'm telling you, it's weird the way it's calculating these positions. But now the engines are definitive. Black is definitely going to get white into Zugzwang quite soon, and Magnus is in trouble. He had one moment, king d2, to keep the position, which we will be analyzing for sure to validate. But this move, knight f2, was a clunker, and he's going to have to defend his f-pawn in a way he did not want to, and he's going to be losing this position.
Well, Grishik has played the move bishop e7, so now, so he didn't play king to c3, infiltrating with his king. So now, if Magnus plays king d2 to try to blockade that pawn, what happens?
I think there's a check in the position.
The problem is that now there's a bishop b4 check, huh?
Yeah.
And now you're breaking my blockade here, and then you're attacking my pawn, knight d3, and then
king d5 to e4.
So the whole idea was
you're wrong-footed.
Right. So I need to the point was I needed to get to f3 when you get to d5, right?
Precisely.
So if I made let's just look at the difference if I made the right move instead of knight f2.
Okay.
So if I had played king d2 in this position instead, and you played bishop e7.
Okay.
Or you played
only 36 seconds, guys.
Okay,
and he has played king c3.
And if I played king d5 there, what would you have done? That's why I still don't quite understand all these nuances. Mm-hmm. But instead, not all of them, not even the basic
all
ones.
Of them.
Knight f2, bishop e7, knight g4, king c3 has occurred now.
What we do know is if king c2 lands on the board, the guy will resign. So king c2 cannot be allowed, because then the pawn, he's going to fall into a Zugzwang position quite rapidly here. He doesn't want to see king c2 land on the board.
I think it's Zugzwang already, though, Maurice. I think it's too late.
We'll play king d1 just to stop it.
Knight e5, bishop d6, knight d3. You've got virtually no moves after bishop back to b8. Zugzwang, the knight has to go, and the f4 pawn gets chopped off.
So white might have to play king d1.
Over queen, 9.6 advantage. That the game is done. The game is now busted. Magnus's maneuver of bringing his knight away to g4 is no resistance at all. He had one moment to draw, and he has blown it, and he looks like he's going to go down pretty directly, unfortunately for him, as his time is ticking down, and he has no time to even think anyway.
And let's keep us up to date and keep refreshing that board so we can see what the clocks are as well.
f5. Whoa. F5. That came out of the blue. After knight G4, King C3,
Nobody was expecting
F5.
that. So what's the deal here? That if King C2, maybe there's like a little knight E3 check trick or something? Like why?
No, Jen, I think after, if you go King C2, I think I'm going to take this pawn, and then I'm going to sacrifice my knight, and it's the wrong square bishop.
So the point is there after D3 check, after I get a queen, you still get to play knight E3 check, forking the king and the queen.
Yes.
So there's still some minor tricks here, but why would we allow that? Why wouldn't we just...
It's snap time.
Chomp.
It's snap.
Yeah.
Chomp. Give us the
just so you
pawn.
don't have to calculate things.
Who has 14 seconds left? What's going on? 12 seconds for Grishchuk. And he just, did he take the pawn yet?
And he has taken the pawn. No.
Boy, and he fumbled in taking the pawn, too. That cost him like
Knight
2
takes
seconds.
H6. Oh, Knight takes H6 quickly by Magnus Carlsen.
Right.
But are there any tricks left in this position? Now with King C2, same variation.
Everything
same variation
because
there's a knight
King C2 is crushing, and it has been played.
So now with King C2, knight takes F5, D3 check, King F2.
Or King F1, let's say, or King F3.
Okay.
Bishop C5 covers the squares.
The engine's giving mate in 29. Mate in 29. The game is completely over. Magnus is in big trouble, and all after he takes, it's just going to be a pawn racing down the board, and his knight unable to help, and he has resigned.
And we have King C2 on the board.
King C2, and oh my, heartbroken Magnus Carlsen, as he thinks that he really let this escape. But in truth, he had a big ask. Sasha is probably not happy with his technique, but he got the job done. He won the game. That's all you could ever ask of a player.
Well, yes, it'll be certainly interesting to see what happened with that King D2 move and why it was so strong.
Wow.
Because it did look like a dominating endgame as soon as the rooks were traded.
Wow.
But perhaps some study-like ideas there.
He looks devastated. He just looks like he's hurting. You know, Magnus, the end games that he should draw, if he finds out that King D2 was a draw, he will be just beside himself. Remember that end game against Aronian that he didn't win? That was like a study-like win.
With the 2 pawns. The rook
he was
and 2
depressed
pawns.
at that
point. He was
point.
depressed about that. You know he's going to really feel it here. And Grishchuk coming back off the mat and showing that he's a force to be dealt with in this competition.
And Levon's BFF right now, because this gives Levon a much clearer path to his first Sinquefield Cup win. And of course, there's still tournament.
Two games to go. What more could Levon possibly ask for, right? Wow. Magnus Carlsen losing with white pieces in this.
Will have to win against Hikaru Nakamura tomorrow in order to try to bridge a little bit of the distance and keep himself back in the tournament. But this is extremely disappointing for our world champion.
What a huge result we have in this, the last round, last game of the 7th round. Huge result.
Yeah, well, a number of huge results, right? The coupling of this result with Levon defeating Nakamura kind of unexpectedly, because not that Levon's not super strong, but, you know, Nakamura was like playing with white pieces and on one of the more brilliant games of his career.
Well,
so we didn't expect Nakamura to be so down today.
Yeah, one of the crazy parts about Hikaru's matchup with Levon is that white has scored 28-6 in that particular matchup. So white has a big edge when those two players sit down to duke it out. And it was just a very strange game on Hikaru's side of the table. I just didn't recognize the player on the white pieces today. And here Magnus just overestimated his position for sure when he was a pawn up. He just didn't realize that he could ever be worse, and then suddenly he found himself in this ending where it was real hard to save it. Unfortunately for Grishchuk, he'll be critical of himself that he just didn't play King G4 and take the H5 pawn before trying to win the game with the D pawn. But what a dramatic
turn of events in round 7 of the Sinquefield Cup.
A black day. the 2 victories for the player with the black pieces.
I thought you meant like a dark day for Magnus Carlsen.
That too.
Another for Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura.
But Magnus really,
wow, watching him,
you can feel
so frustration here.
The tumultuous emotions that are going through him as he makes his exit.
No, he does not like to lose. He doesn't get to
No.
the World Championship with enjoying a loss like that.
Nobody
No.
likes to lose. Nobody likes to lose.
And I think it's inverted.
And it gets much more so as you become a world-class player. Those losses really are painful, and this really does sting. Ouch. I mean, having started with a loss, brought himself into a tie for first, and then have the white pieces against a pretty good customer. Remember, Magnus had won 3 times against Sasha. Sasha never beat Magnus. So Magnus certainly this morning when he woke up thought, okay.
Well, let's review this dramatic day in the Sinquefield Cup and take a look at the results.
Sure.
Well, we did start with 3 draws in this competition today. Oh, the standings rather. We've got Levon Aronian leading the Sinquefield Cup by a full point. Wow. Just incredible. The lowest ranked player at the beginning of this competition. From worst to first right now.
And climbing into the top 10.
Carlsen, yeah, very solidly in the top 10 now. He's number 7. Magnus Carlsen, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Anish Giri, and Alexander Ramirez a full point behind. 2 rounds to go. That makes tomorrow absolutely critical to see if any one of these guys could creep closer. And we've got the pairings. We mentioned them earlier, but a couple big ones here are Levon Aronian playing against Vishy Anand to see whether he can keep his big lead in this competition. Meanwhile, Magnus Carlsen playing against Hikaru Nakamura, who he has such a dominant score against. Can he get a little bit closer to Levon tomorrow?
We'll find out. And we have a special guest in our studio.
That's right. World champion Magnus Carlsen is with Maurice Ashley.
With the world's #1 player, Magnus Carlsen, after a tough loss. Magnus, what happened today? It looked like you were in somewhat control of the position, and then at some point you just lost all control.
It was an absolutely dreadful game. I mean, I didn't. I didn't really like my position too much after the opening, but I think it's playable for both sides. And then I just I think we both didn't play perfectly, but then he sacrificed the pawn and got his rook to a3, which I hadn't really seen. And then I needed to just keep the a-pawn and make a draw. But instead I decided to go with this knight d2, knight c4. I just hadn't simply seen that you could protect the pawn, and then I didn't really see how to equalize. I proceeded to make few more bad moves before the time control, and after the time control I felt that my position was probably lost. Then he played quite well, I think, after the time control. But at some point he allowed me to get back into the game, and I think I should have made a draw. But in the end I got low on time and I blundered.
Were you just intent on winning the game? Were you very optimistic in the moment when you realized that you were up a pawn? Is that what maybe caused you to play a bit more aggressively and imprecisely in this moment? Or because you could have obviously made a draw anytime you wanted to.
Well, I just already when I played knight c4 and he played rook d8, I was sort of resigned to a draw at that point, and then I realized I was worse. Then it wasn't so easy. Then I played badly after that, but I didn't see how to force a draw. And practically it could be a bit unpleasant since my bishop is out of play and so on. But of the way I lost it, it's really shameful.
I know it's a frustrating loss for you. How do you clear your mind? I mean, you just got out the game. Clear your mind to play the next 2 rounds.
It's just sort of loss I've had too often. I mean, it's just incredibly frustrating to play. I mean, I feel that I played badly in the middle game. I don't make a draw when I need to make a draw, and then I played badly in the end game as well. Of course, he deserves credit for pushing, but it's frustrating, and I mean, to lose so many games with the white pieces is just ridiculous.
All right, well, we know this is a difficult time for you. We'll give you a chance to clear your mind, and best of luck in your last 2 games.
Thank you.
World champion Magnus Carlsen after a very difficult and frustrating loss.
Thank you, Maurice. Thank you, Magnus, for joining us and sharing your thoughts in a very, very difficult time. Our fans really do appreciate your making the effort.
What's worse than losing a chess game, Yasser?
Losing with white.
All right, fair enough.
You asked and answered. And we are getting our next guest, the man of the hour, Alexander, getting him mic'd up for this interview. Really, what can you say? Sasha started with a loss. He rebounded with a win. He started with a loss, and now remarkably, he's at a plus score and putting himself in position to gain some serious Grand Prix points. If things go real well, there we hope. Let's turn it over to Maurice.
Well, we're with the man of the hour, Alexander Grischuk, after a thrilling game. Alex, that was crazy chess. You kept us entertained. Absolutely. Did you feel like he overpressed at some point? Because it looked like you may have been a little worse, but then you found a nice idea to make sure the position was equal. And then all of a sudden, you were better. What were you thinking as this all was going back and forth?
Yeah, at some point, I think I played sort of a weak move G6. I missed B4, which is I think is an outstanding move, because I was sure he was just going to shuffle his knight, knight C2, then maybe knight A3. So I missed B4, and then I had to start fighting for survival, which I think I managed to. I mean, I sacrificed this pawn, but with rook A3, I block this A pawn, because it can become a monster once it moves to A4. And okay, I thought I'm comfortably making a draw, but I did not even hope much for the win, of course. I thought, I realized that he can overpress and then I can become better, but I did not really expect him to. But he did, and then yes, even after time control, I think it's slightly closer to a draw than to a win. But then
you want a pawn in the position.
No, I mean even after I have won the pawn, I thought it's slightly closer to a draw. But then, yeah, he made probably some not very good moves, and it became closer to a win. But then I started to play badly, and it again became closer to a draw. And at the end, I got lucky because I missed this rook e5, this defense, because I thought he cannot play like this because I just win a piece. So I missed, but luckily after rook e6 I still have some chances. I'm not sure if it's winning or not.
The engines are giving here, did you consider this idea, f4, bishop f6, rook e6 as played in the game, that apparently king d2 might be a draw?
No, I mean, it would not surprise me at all if it's a draw. I mean, it's just, I'm even lucky that it's not a complete draw. It could be just a complete draw, just blockade, and the fortress complete. But as it turned out, he had to make some precise moves, and he was very low on time. And here it's a bit study-like position, so you have to think. You cannot just play by hand.
It's incredible, the time pressure situation. I know you're a great blitz player. He, of course, is also a fantastic blitz player, being world blitz champion, as a matter of fact. What's going through your mind when both players are in that kind of tense situation? Is there anything you do to clear your head so you can play good moves?
No, not really. I mean, I think you just you don't have too much time for for some outside thoughts, you know. No, but that's actually why, for example, I always get into time troubles, because during the game I always have these stretches when it's my move, but I'm not really thinking about which move to make. I'm just, you know, floating, you know.
Really?
Of course, yes, of course.
Well, it's such an incredible player to be floating in the middle of the game, and yet you did play well enough to now put yourself in not such a bad situation in the competition. How are you feeling about your chances going into the rest of the tournament?
No, but as I said, what's important for me is that I managed to play 3 chess games in a row with Aronian, Caruana, and Carlson, and I'm so far satisfied with this. And if you play good, then results are likely to come. But when you play awful, I mean, thinking about, you know, results, tournament situation never brings any good. So, yeah.
Well, that's a good line for life. Thinking about the tournament situation never brings any good, and it's serving Alexander Grishuk well. Congratulations on your win against the world champion, and best of luck in your last 2 games.
Thank you.
The Russian Alexander Grishuk just creating chaos in the tournament. Well, at least for one guy who's really happy, and his good buddy Levon Aronian, who is now a full point ahead of the pack thanks to his victory.
Thank you, Maurice, and thank you, Sasha. What a day. Wow, what drama at the very end. We had to sit on our edge of our seats for nearly 7 solid hours, Jen. That was a heart-pounding day.
And yeah, thanks to those of you who stuck with us, because you got to see the excitement at the end. Now, let's take a look.
5:30 in India, right?
Yeah, that's right. And let's see what a big matchup we have tomorrow. Of course, our leader, Levon Aronian, is going to be playing white against Vachier-Lagrave. And that game is going to be pretty critical. But you know what? I actually think the game with the most drama is going to be the one between Nakamura and Magnus, because that's going to show whether or not anybody can really catch Levon. I mean, other people can as well.
Right.
But I think Magnus, with the white pieces against one of his biggest customers, that's the odds-on favorite to kind of creep closer to Levon Aronian, who against Anand, a super solid player, he might go for something safer tomorrow than usual.
And what about the resurgent Alexander Grishuk? Who is he playing tomorrow? What are our key matchups?
He's got a real chance as well to get back into it. But again, this is all about whether or not Levon Aronian
holds his nerve and keeps first place.
That's right. And Maurice Ashley with the final thoughts today.
Well, this result was definitely not one anyone saw coming. Aronian winning with the black pieces against Nakamura, and Carlson losing with the white pieces. No, I don't think anybody would have bet that one. It just seems so unlikely, but it has occurred, and it has caused Aronian to be in first place clear, +1 in the tournament with 2 rounds to go. That's a big deal. And playing white against Anand, you know he's trying to make a draw in that game and really test the other players to see whether or not they can catch him. Come get me if you can. Levon Aronian playing great chess, having not lost the game. Tomorrow we will see fighting chess between 2 players who lost today, Carlson and Nakamura. That should be a thrilling battle as they try to catch the Armenian, who is right now sitting pretty.
That's right, and Grishuk, that's true, also has a fighting chance to get back into this. He'll be playing against MBL. We've got a lot of exciting games on tap for the penultimate round of the Sinquefield Cup. You're not going to want to miss it. Same time, same place. Hope some of you made out the trip to St. Louis, and thanks to all of our viewers for sticking with us and watching this dramatic and important round in what's already become an historic event after just 3 years. The Sinquefield Cup, part of the Grand Chess Tour. This is Jennifer Shahade signing off for Grandmasters Yasser Seirawan, Maurice Ashley. We've got Alejandro Ramirez outside, and we've got our crew at Vachier, Spectrum Studios, and of course the staff at the World Chess Hall of Fame and the St. Louis Chess Club. It takes a lot to make all of this happen.
It sure does.
So join us tomorrow, 12:50 here in the Central West End, and that's 1:50 Eastern Time. See you then.